Okay, good morning, everybody. Today is Sunday, February 26th. The time is 9:26 a.m. And we are still in the midst of deliberating on Group 2, South Peninsula Fisheries. And I believe we left off after 1:40 last night. We've gotten a handful of substitute language here this morning, which is going to change the order in which we take up these proposals. And so I'll kind of go through that right now, just so people can follow along. The next proposal we will take up is proposal number 133, followed by proposal number 136. And then we will take proposal number 139, 134, 137, 135, 141, 142, and 138. So I'll repeat that. Then the order that we're going to take up the remainder of this portion with respect to this South Alaska Peninsula Dune Management Plan is 133, 136, 139, 134, 137, 135, 141, 142, and 138. Okay? So at this time, we will go ahead and take up proposal number 133. Please read it into the record.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Lisa Fox for the record. Proposal 133, 5AAC 09.365, South Unimac and Shumagon Islands June Salmon Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Move to adopt with the language found in RC 191, Madam Chair. Sorry about that.
Second.
Is there any objection? We have before us the language in RC 191 to discuss as an amendment. Staff comments, please. And if you'll speak to, why don't you speak to proposal 133 and then to the changes that are proposed in 191?
So proposal 133 would have less fishing time and area depending on gear type. The area open to fishing would be reduced for set gillnet gear and drift gillnet gear. The area open to commercial salmon fishing by seine gear would remain unchanged. The number of hours open to fishing for seine gear in the Shumagon Island section of the Southeastern District would be reduced from 352 hours to 216 hours. Commercial salmon fishing hours allowed for drift gillnet and set gillnet gear would remain unchanged. This proposal would also remove the Dolgoy Island area regulations and would have little impact on harvest since very little harvest effort occurs there currently. Reducing time in the Shumagon Island section of the Southeastern District for per seine gear would likely result in seine effort shifting to the South Unimac fishery where commercial fishing would remain open. And the department is neutral on the allocative aspects of proposal 133. And I don't have staff comments for RC 191, but I could read in the language if you'd like.
Please.
So proposal, or RC 191 would have fishing periods and closures for set gillnet gear remain unchanged to the current management plan. For seine and drift gillnet gear, it would establish a fishing schedule of 72 hours of opening and 72-hour closures in between those openings. For seine and drift gillnet gear, the final commercial fishing period would end at 6 a.m. on June 25th. And a combined chum, salmon, cumulative harvest trigger would be established for seine and drift gillnet gear. The triggers for this RC would be if chum salmon harvest equals or exceeds 250,000 fish on or before June 18th. Based on fish tickets, the fishing time would be reduced in the fishery by 44 hours during each of the remaining fishing periods in June. And if chum salmon harvest exceeds 400,000 on or before June 23rd, the commissioner shall close the last fishing period, or the fishery for the remainder of June. And I believe that is all in there.
Thank you. Board discussion on the amendment. Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at 191, but I'm also looking at RC 192 as well as Mr. Jensen's 190. and they're all pretty darn close. They're a lot closer than they were 24 hours ago. And I pointed out to the chair, I said, you know, if I were to get one representative from each of the groups into a room, I'll bet you we could get them to come to a unified position. She said, are you willing to take that? And I said, no, I've put all I'm going to put into this, and it's in Mr. Jensen's court now to make a run at it. And the reason I raise that is that all three of those approaches have a ton of merit with me. The one thing that is distinguishing it is that Mr. Jensen's proposal was on the floor for, at least his idea was on the floor for discussion yesterday. And as everyone in this room knows, I'm very much in favor of having that adaptive plan implemented. And I spoke to the people that were putting the adaptive plan together, and they are good with Mr. Jensen's version. So I will be voting against any versions that come up other than Mr. Jensen's. If Mr. Jensen's fails when it comes time to vote on it, I may very well give a motion for reconsideration on the others if I am on the prevailing side. But right now, I'm committed to Mr. Jensen's position.
Other board discussion? I'll put a couple comments on the record. So I appreciate the work that Mr. Jensen did to try and come to, try and bring this together. But I don't know, and Mr. Jensen can speak to this. My understanding is that the other side of the room, i.e. the proposers of 140 and those that spent a lot of time advocating for it, were not comfortable with the language found in Mr. Jensen's proposal. But it's my understanding that they are with the language proposed in 133 based on discussions that they had last night after having an opportunity to look at Mr. Jensen's language. One of the things that I had talked with Mr. Jensen about was that, and that differs from this, this actually gives more fishing time to the Area M fleet in the beginning part of the fishing season for the seine and drift gillnet than Mr. Jensen's does. However, if the triggers are, the triggers are triggered, I think it makes an appropriate and commensurate reduction in fishing time. The other difference between those two is with respect to the triggers, the actual triggers that would be utilized in this language in RC 191. It's 250,000, which I believe is closer to the historic average on June 18th, excepting the years 2021 and 2022, because they're sort of extraordinary years. However, the date is the same, and then also the date with respect to the second trigger is also the same. Instead of just allowing additional fishing period in the event that they hit those triggers, this just closes it a little earlier. So I think that this is better characterized as a compromise, since my understanding is that the other side of the discussion didn't have, reviewed Mr. Jensen's language, and this is kind of, a bit of a compromise that actually provides additional fishing time than Mr. Jensen's proposal up front, but makes the appropriate and commensurate reductions on the back end when we know additional, there's a higher prevalence of sea-whack chums in the area. So I think that this is decent language, and I'm fully supportive of it, and I appreciate the work that went into it. Mr. Zaray.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just for some perspective here, the original 140, as written by the Fairbanks AC, had 144 hours of open fishing time. And the three proposals that seems like we're looking at now, just for comparison, the RC 191 on proposal 133, the Chignik proposal, is 288 hours of open fishing time. RC 190, Mr. Jensen's, is 310 hours of open fishing time, and RC 192, which is the TC10 at Chiefs Conference RC, is 256. So the original 140 I think we need to look at the original 140 as written and those 144 hours. And all these three that are being considered right now are quite a compromise on that. I think we should look at it in that respect here. So,
Ms. Mitchell, and then I have questions for the department.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess because the language found in RC, let's see, 190, put forth by Member Jensen has been stated on the record here is very similar to the language found in RC 191. My question is to my fellow board member, how do you feel about the small changes between these two different RC languages, and why do you support one over the other?
Is that a question for me? Would you ask it again? I was busy shuffling papers. Sorry about that.
Yeah, not a problem. It was just stated here on the record that the language found in these two RCs are very similar from the one you put forward and the one that we're currently have up right now. And my question to you is, do you feel that they're very similar, and what differences exist, and why do you support one over the other?
They are similar, Ms. Mitchell, but I'm still going to be supporting my 190. I can't tell you what the differences are. It's minimal from my perspective, but the caps are important to me, and that was submitted in RC 129 by Mr. Wood, and that's what stimulated my, to do 190. And this has a low cap, and I don't believe it reflects, it depends on where you take your numbers from on your chums. If you use one set of numbers, it shows you one thing. You use another set of numbers, it shows you another thing. And I think 300 is more reflective to the history of this fishery based on, all sorts of different factors. So I'm not going to support a cut like that. Does that help, Ms. Mitchell?
It does. It just sheds a little bit of light and why the board seems to be divided and taking up one substitute language over another substitute language that has these that seems to be very similar, and you're saying that it has to do with the number in the cap, and now I feel like I can speak more directly to that number in the cap, and we're here, and a lot of the people are here to talk about trying to provide for subsistence needs, which is a priority. And so when I evaluate these proposals, my interest would be in trying to put more chum salmon up the river. And so a smaller cap, if the cap's there and intended to be there to reduce chum salmon harvest to try and comply with our statutory requirements, and I would be in support of a lower cap because that better meets our statutory obligation to try and put more salmon in the river. So I guess if that's kind of the difference that's promoting decision-making at this level is the difference in the cap, my thoughts are that we should be trying to put more chum salmon up the river, so a smaller cap would, in theory, do that. So I'll be in support of RC 191.
Quick question for the department. So what is the historical average of chum in the South Peninsula, South Unimac, Shumagan Island fishery on June 18th?
For the record, Tyler Lawson. Madam Chair, so looking at data for 2002 through 2022, all gear types for Shumagans through to South Unimac, the average chum harvest on June 18th is 236,000.
And what is it for the whole month, roughly? If your numbers include all gear types. And this is for all gear types. Here we're parsing out drift and seine, but, or on June 23rd, whenever the cap trigger is. I know you had some numbers for that earlier.
Yes, Madam Chair, I do have the June 23rd numbers ready for you.
That's fine, please.
Yeah, so for June 23rd, same criteria for the years used for that average and such. The average chum salmon harvest would be 343,000.
So the caps that are being proposed in an RC 191 are actually rounding up from that historical average to 250, from 236 to 250, and from 343,000 to 400,000, which I think is a reasonable way to go forward. I think 300 is a bit of a jump based on their historical average, and if we're trying to hold folks to, what they say they've been catching in their traditional fishery over the last 20 or so years, I think this is a reasonable approach to that. Mr. Zuray.
I agree with that, and I think that, when you take into account the situation in AYK and at the time right now, it is more than reasonable.
Also, I just want to confirm that those numbers, Tyler, do exempt the 2021 and 2022, correct?
Madam Chair, no, those two numbers I just gave you do include 2021 and 2022.
Oh, even better, thanks. Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just kind of curious, 20 years is a range, historical. What is, if you divide that 20-year period into two components, first 10 and second 10, what is that ratio or comparative analysis between those two 10-year periods? And does that dovetail at all, any of that, with what has been the chum salmon releases in Asia? Is there any way to overlay that?
Member Heimbach through the chair, so you'd like the most recent 10 years compared to the previous 10-year average, incorporating also the release of Asian chum, if I understand?
Yeah, I think everybody knows that segregating out those CWAC components from the Asian component is difficult, problematic. But there is a trajectory in which the chum programs around the Pacific Rim have increased over the last 20 years. But I'm also, regardless of that, is there a difference between the first part of that 20-year comparison and the second?
Member Heimbach through the chair. So we could get you those data for most recent 10 years, previous 10 years, based on like the 18th and 23rd. It'll take a little time. I can't do it here on the fly. There are some data out there for the Asian chum. Again, we'd have to pull it up and look into it for you. I can tell you that in our AMR, in Appendix B4, for chum salmon, we have a 2012 through 2021 average of 427,000 chum salmon. And then we have a 2002 through 2021 average of 411,000. So it doesn't break it up quite the way that you asked for. That's the best thing that I have right here in front of me, though.
Thank you very much. I'm not interested in having you guys delve into it or making this process more protracted than it already is. I just thought it would be an interesting analysis. I mean, people are free to choose historical periods that comply to what they'd like to see happen. But thank you.
So, Sam.
I'd just like to direct the board's attention to RC 128, which was the request of Member Wood. It's a chart of hatchery releases in the Pacific, in the North Pacific.
But the time range that we're looking at in terms of the average, so to speak, does encompass what has been described as the 2001 to 2003 period, which was, again, described as more restrictive fishing and the more liberated or whatever, the more liberal times that were put into management plans post-2004. So those numbers kind of take into account both of those management plans. Again, I will just underscore that I think that it's a reasonable compromise in terms of if the cap is what's hanging up on people on this, I think that rounding up from those numbers is really reasonable. I think it should be carefully considered by this board and the language in RC 191. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So originally, RC 188 was presented by Member Jensen, then it was modified yesterday afternoon. And the language in RC 190 came forward, and then comparing RC 190 with RC 191. I think that there are a lot of similarities there, and my personal opinion is I agree with the sentiments that Member Wood said earlier. I do think that I am more comfortable with moving forward with RC 190 as opposed to RC 91 at this time. I think that RC 190 encompasses enough, in my opinion, that puts a reasonable cap in place, but it also allows for enough movement within the fishery to allow pulses of fish to move through the districts to ultimately put those fish into the Bering Sea and on their way northbound. So at this time, I'm more in favor of RC 190.
Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a good debate, and I see both sides. Just want to put a couple of facts forward for everybody to consider while we're deliberating on this. That right now there is no stocks of concern for chums in the entire CWAC AYK area. There still is a Chinook subsistence fishery in the Kuskokwim, and the forecast for 2023 is to meet or exceed the escapement goals. So that's one of the things you have to keep in mind. What the department's doing with their management right now is working, and it looks like we had a better escapement goals last year and predicted to meet them again this year. So something's happening. I think a lot has to do with everything we've heard here at this meeting. There's, climate issues, there's predator issues, there's interceptive issues and bycatch issues. So, but it all goes back to how much the habitat will allow to go out and come back. So, but those are just a couple of facts that I had on the top of my mind, and I wanted to pass them along. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I didn't know, is there a Chinook fishery happening in the AYK? Is there a Chinook fishery happening anywhere in the AYK right now?
No, not right now.
That's what I thought.
Well, anywhere in the AYK region, the Kuskokwim River was open, yes.
For Chinook?
For Chinook, yes. And Unacleat was open, and nothing in the Yukon was open, but other systems were open for subsistence fishing, not for commercial fishing.
For subsistence?
For subsistence fishing, yes.
Okay. All right, well, appreciate that clarification, which then kind of begs the question to me, like, shouldn't there be some kind of an expectation, since this is, we're talking allocation here, shouldn't there be some expectation beyond just subsistence for another traditional fishery to have a harvestable surplus potentially? I mean, forecasts are great, but I've seen forecasts be way, way off. And again, I think that this provides additional fishing time earlier in the season for these guys, but also makes greater restrictions in the event that we know or they are demonstrating that there are larger chum, there's chum available. And again, I'll just underscore that there is a lot of opportunity for their local stocks in July and August. I think it's been demonstrated that these are not local stocks in June, or not very high amounts of them, very small amounts of localized stocks in this fishery in June. Again, I don't know. I think there's a reasonable expectation to be meeting escapement goals, to be meeting ANS subsistence needs, and for those fisheries to have the possibility of a harvestable surplus. And I think that that's our job to consider. Mr. Zure.
Yeah, the current plan that is happening has 352 hours of open fishing in it, and we're talking about going to a plan that has 310 hours of open fishing. And considering the problems that exist in AYK, I don't see how that's, I don't see how that's much movement to help the fishery. And the Chignik, 191 Chignik plan is only cutting that down to 288 hours. I mean, it's to hold strong and want to keep that at 310 when 352 is the current plan. I don't see how that's giving in much to the problem, the incredible problem that exists.
Thanks. I think that, 191 or 190 wasn't, was crafted without input from one side, and I guess one could argue that 191 was too. So let's kind of throw that out there. Mr. Jensen, and then Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just add a couple notes here I wanted to relate. The fixed closure periods do not guarantee that migrating chum will be passing through during the closure period, and measuring the success of these management measures will be difficult given the low harvest rate and distance from the CWAC natal streams. The cooperative plan that was developed amongst the fishermen last year is just more passage time. They're not going to fish when there's a lot of chums around. So what's prescripted in 191 or 190 or whatever proposal, or whatever RC you want to go to is for more closure time by the fleet. They don't want to hit those caps. That's what we're putting caps in here. Adaptive management will provide measurable results to ensure windows and closures. And then we've always got weather. I bet you every year they lose 1 or 2 days because of weather. I've been out there and I know what that's like. And yeah, that's about all I got, Madam Chair.
Okay, Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. I just want to put some thoughts on the record, too, as we're kind of, I think, wrapping up discussion on this. And one of them is to incorporate the Department of Public Safety into this conversation about caps, because I don't think that we're necessarily deliberating on the best proposals that aim to reduce the amount of chum that's harvested that could be bound for the western rivers of Alaska. And the management measures that are proposed in either one of these two that we're discussing right now, I think will they have unintended consequences, and I'll let Department of Public Safety speak to chum caps.
Member Mitchell, through the board, or through the chair, for the record, Aaron Frenzel, Wildlife Troopers. Putting a cap on a fishery can incentivize discarding of a species of fish. We heard a lot of testimony that this was occurring in past when we did have caps on fisheries, on this fishery, late 90s, 2000, and that there was significant enforcement that occurred during that time. I've been with the division for 22 years, and this occurred slightly before my time, but I was intimately involved with the area and fishery early in my career, and heard lots of stories about this, and that it was very hard to enforce this discarding in that area. Did it occur? We did have complaints about it in the late 90s, early 2000. We put extra enforcement personnel out there to look at this. Talking to past people that have since retired and held the position I did on this board, the large cases we heard about, I could not find history of. I do know there was enforcement effort down there, but we did not see or could not enforce and through the court system completely the idea of the discard that was occurring. The June fishery does have a regulation in place that requires the retention of all salmon that come on board a vessel. So that means a salmon that hits the deck may not be discarded back in the water during June. And if a cap is put in place, the division has heard the concerns And we will look at adaptive enforcement efforts for the area and fishery, for the South Unimax-Shumagen area, and do what we can to ensure that this isn't occurring.
Thank you for that. Yeah, it's kind of my understanding as well that caps historically do incentivize discarding of that species, and especially with salmon, they don't float, they sink, and I just am, and it'd be very hard to enforce that sort of thing, and that's what I hear, and so, when you're trying to implement that into the plan, it's challenging from a management decision to say, oh, we're going to add this in because we want to reduce the chum harvest, but knowing that it not only incentivizes behavior, but it's also very hard to enforce this, and that's concerning to me. And I guess the final thoughts that I have for this is, I don't think that I've heard it said several times in this discussion that we're looking at kind of a compromise between these two feuding proposals, so to speak, and that's between a commercial fishery and a subsistence fishery. And when I'm evaluating this decision, I'm thinking about it from kind of the statutory obligation to provide for subsistence priority, and a compromise is a little bit irresponsible conversation when we're trying to meet our priority. With that being said, we have the language that's in front of us. I'll be supporting RC 191, and we'll see where we go from here.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do take exception to the whipped-up frenzy of people throwing fish over because they're not wanted. I've been involved in that fishery when we had a cap. I don't recall, I know I didn't throw any over, and I know the people I fished around didn't throw any over. There is always an exception to every rule. There probably is some people that throw it over, but I don't think you could throw enough chum back into the water to make a significant change in the escapements that go into CYK. I really don't think that would happen. And I don't think the fishermen are incentivized to do that because it takes too much extra work. They're out there busting their butts, trying to get as many sets in as they can and harvest as many pounds as they can, because that's what they do, and they're regulated to real small windows of time to fish, and they need to go out there and make their living with their boats. So I do take exception to the indication that there's a lot of chum chucking going on. I know it's happened in the past. Every walk of life has somebody that doesn't act right, so you're not going to get away from that. But I think this chum chucking thing is way out of hand, blown way out of proportion, and I take offense to that. Madam Chair.
Thanks. I'll just make a couple of references to the mixed stock policy finding, which I think is kind of relevant to the discussion on this amendment. And the board framed by unanimous consensus the principles on which the policy would be developed. These tenets included reasserting the statutory preference for wild stock conservation as well as subsistence preference. Consensus principles were, number one, the policy should provide that all users of salmon resources should share in actions taken to conserve the resource in a manner which is ideally fair and proportional to respective harvest of the stock in question. Now, that proportional bit is debatable, and we've been going around that, and we have WASP and we have 2022 in which to sort of try and evaluate what the proportional bit is, and that's still difficult to pinpoint, and I hope that at some point in the future there's better data using genetic indications that will provide for better information on which to base these decisions on, but that's not the case in question, so we got what we got. Number two, the policies should state that the board prefers to develop management plans as a mechanism to express how the burden of conservation is to be distributed among users, and that these management plans also state allocation objectives as determined by management plans or application of the allocation criteria. And to that, I will reference my comments with respect to the allocation criteria in Proposal 140. Most mixed stock fisheries are longstanding and have been scrutinized many times by past boards. Consequently, existing regulatory management plans are understood to incorporate conservation burden and allocation, although such burdens can be readjusted. And I think this is an instance where it should be readjusted. Number three, the policy should recognize that salmon resources are generally fully utilized and that stability is an important aspect of the fisheries. We have fisheries in the AYK that are incredibly unstable at this time. And number 4, newer expanding fisheries on mixed stocks may potentially change management schemes for conservation or may change existing allocations. Therefore, newer expanding stock fisheries will be discouraged unless a management plan or application of the board's allocation criteria warrant otherwise. And there's an arguably a very significant expansion of this fishery in 2004. And I think that, again, that sort of warrants some scrutiny at this time per the policy. And I'll just kind of wrap my comments up on that note. Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I don't roll by cutting off debate, so I won't put the question on the floor in case there's anyone else that really has some pressing issues to raise, but I would, following the commissioner's suggestion, I would cordially ask you to bring it to a head so we can vote.
Thank you. I'll make that determination when the members have talked themselves out, Mr. Wood. Appreciate that. Mr. Zure.
Yes, I'd like to just say that on the issue of chum chucking, I don't think good fishermen should be penalized by being viewed as bad fishermen, and I don't think bad fishermen should be, that might be doing that. I don't think they should be protected. And there is in 10 Chiefs Conferences, RC 192, they are asking for, to install video surveillance on boats, and I don't know, it may be not able to be done for this season. I don't know, there's a lot of things I don't know, and actually there's some legal things too, because of the financial aspects of it. But so I was told that a lot of these boats have these cameras already on their boats because, they move on to other fisheries, as a federal fishery and stuff like that they have them on. So this is not, I remember 20 years ago them putting, shooting up to satellites information from migrating fish with radio packs on their backs
Will you
and
speak to
stuff.
the amendment, please?
Excuse me?
Will you confine your comments to the amendment, please?
Okay, well, I guess none of this has to do with yep, I'm through then.
Thanks. Ms. Mitchell and then Mr. Jensen.
Thank you. It's become clear to me that maybe my comments previously were misunderstood, and I'm looking at this from a management perspective, and I think that it's important to consider the implications of different management measures. My background's in economics, which is the study of human decision-making under scarcity, and that's kind of what we're looking at. And from when you're implementing regulation, I think it's important to consider how that can incentivize, and then also consult with the Department of Public Safety on how they've observed those particular regulations having those sort of implications. My intent, or my goal would be that we were all respectful stewards of the resource, but I think it's very valid and reasonable to assume that not everybody follows the rules, and that decision makers especially should consider the unintended consequences of different measurement actions, and I think it would be inappropriate for us not to. So my intent is not to point blame at anyone, but to try and be a responsible decision maker and consider those things when making management decisions.
Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll reference my comments on, based on my comments on the 140 on sustainable salmon fisheries management policy and also allocation. And with that, I'll add cost if this proposal were to be adopted. Oh, we already admitted, okay.
Okay. I don't see any additional discussion right now on the amendment to proposal number 133. So, Mr. Nelson, will you please call the roll on the amendment to proposal number 133?
On the amendment to substitute the language in RC 191 for proposal 133. Carlson Van Dorn.
Yes.
Carpenter.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Wood,
No.
Zaret.
Yes? Yes.
Motion fails, 3 in favor, 4 against, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We have 133 before us as written. Is there any additional discussion on proposal number 133?
I'll just reference my sustainable salmon fisheries and allocation, and if this proposal were to be adopted, I don't think it would require additional direct costs for the private person to participate nor the department to manage, and I'll call the question, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The question has been called. I will also reference my comments on 140 and on the amended language discussion. And with that, errors and omissions. Director Raybon.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Hold on. Comment.
Yeah,
Well, just we're voting on proposal 133, correct?
that's correct, as written.
Yeah, 133 as written, I will not be in support of. I don't think that it captures the intent of trying to provide for what we've been debating back and forth. The amended language presented for 186 for 133 is very different than proposal 133, in my opinion. I will not be supporting this proposal.
Thank you. Director Nelson.
Final action on proposal 133. Zaret,
No.
Wood,
No.
Heimbach,
No.
Mitchell,
No.
Jensen,
No.
Carlson Van Dort,
Yes.
Carpenter.
No.
Motion fails, 1-6, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Nelson. Let's move on to proposal number 136.
Madam Chair, Lisa Fox for the record. Proposal 136, 5 AAC 09.365, the South Unimac and Shimigan Islands June Salmon Management Plan.
Move to adopt with the substitute language found in RC 190.
Second.
Thank you. We have before us, we have before us the language in RC 190 is proposed amending to proposal number 136. Mr. Jensen, would you like to speak to your motion?
Do we want staff comments?
Thank you. We do. Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, Lisa Fox for the record. Staff comments for proposal 136. This proposal would close the commercial salmon fishery in the South Unimac and Shimigan Islands June fishery when 280,000 chum salmon were harvested. In years when 280,000 chum salmon have been harvested in the past, this would have resulted in a range of 17,000 to roughly 888,000 fewer overall salmon harvested in the June fishery. It is unknown how the fleet behavior and harvest patterns would change in response to a chum salmon harvest cap. In some years, a cap may not reduce potential chum salmon harvest depending on salmon abundance and migration patterns. It is difficult to predict if a chum salmon harvest cap would result in greater returns of chum salmon to the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers, and the department is neutral on this proposal.
Can you explain the language found in RC 190, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, I can try substitute language for proposal 136 found in RC 190. For purse seine gear only, it would establish a 76-hour closure between the first and second fishing periods in June. It would reduce the duration of the first fishing period in June from 88 hours to 68 hours, and the duration of the second fishing period in June from 88 hours to 66 hours. The third and fourth fishing periods in June would be 88 hours in duration. Fishing periods and closures for set and drift gillnet gear would remain unchanged from the current management plan. Chum salmon harvest triggers would be established for purse seine gear in June. The harvest from purse seine, set gillnet, and drift gillnet gear would accrue against the triggers. And this would also close the Senac Island section during June for all gear types. The triggers in RC 190 would be for 300,000 chum salmon by June 18th, based on fish ticket information, which would reduce the subsequent fishing period by 44 hours for each remaining fishing period in June. If the chum salmon harvest would equal or exceed 450,000 chum salmon by June 23rd, based on fish tickets, the fishery would close for purse seine gear for the remainder of June.
Thank you. For discussion on the amendment.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Wood.
a request. I was told that there were RCs addressing this 190, and I went and checked, and yes, there's about 5 of them in the check. And they can't interrupt the meeting without being asked to by the board, so I'd ask for about a 5-minute recess so they can distribute those RCs.
Okay. We'll go ahead and take a 5-minute resource for those RC distributions to inform deliberations. But please don't go far, because we're going to get this done. Okay, thanks. We're back on the record. I just wanted to clarify that we have effectively intended to adopt Proposal 136, and the board has been debating an amendment found in RC 190 to Proposal Number 136. I just want to make that clear for the record. And so we have before us a motion and to approve, or a motion to substitute RC 190 for the language found in Proposal 136. We just had some debate on that, and I think we're ready for the vote, unless there's any additional board discussion. Director Nelson, Ms. Mitchell.
We are voting on the substitute language found in RC 190
Yes.
for clarification.
Yes. Mr. Wood.
With all due respect, I don't think that's correct. We're voting whether to substitute the language, not voting on the merits of the substitute language.
Thank you for that clarification. That's correct. Whether to substitute. Yes. Thank you. Bear with me, folks. Mr. Jensen.
I wanted Mr. Woods to say that one more time.
We're voting whether to substitute this.
Going back to the parliamentary advice given to you by Art this morning, the motion literally should have read, move 136. And then we would have another motion to substitute your 190 for that. And what the chair has ruled, and I agree with it, we all know what we're talking about here, is that we want to debate on whether to substitute. So in response to Ms. Mitchell's question, she asked us, are we voting on the substitute? No, we're voting whether to substitute. Once that passes, then we'll be voting on the merits or lack thereof of the substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Wood. Thanks for keeping us on track here. All right, Director Nelson, will you please call the roll on the amendment?
Yep. On the amendment to substitute RC 190 for Proposal 136. Wood.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Zaret.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Jensen.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-3, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We have the language in RC 190 before us at this time. Mr. Jensen, would you like to speak to your substitute language?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I figured this one is sort of an art of compromise. It's not going to make everybody happy, I know that, but after talking to all the parties, this is what I, with the help and suggestion of the different parties, came up with. We've been all around the room more than one time with this. It does provide some longer closures, so it'll allow for passage of fish that we're concerned about. The fishing periods for the closures for the set net and drift net are unchanged because their catches, in my opinion, almost insignificant to what the seiners can put away, but they do, the drift netters do a good chunk of it, but I think it's like less than 10 or around 10% or something like that. And the harvest, the triggers, I've been hearing the two numbers that I put on this proposal since we started, and I've heard some, then we've always, then of course we went down from that on a couple different suggestions and discussions, but originally this was I thought it was a pretty big concession to have 300 and 450. And then also at the end of everything, it's going to end up closing the Senac section of the South Unimac District during June for all gear types. And we know that the Senac Island section does seem to have more dogs than or chums than the other places. So that was another thing that was given up for this. So with that, Madam Chair, that's basically the rationale to provide more windows or larger windows, longer windows for chums to move by through the district. And I'll reiterate what I've said before, that this Aleutian Islands is a huge area, and they're not all going by this one district, although they do catch quite a few there, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Quick question for you, Mr. Jensen. So this original proposal, 136, was submitted by ONC, which is the Bethel Traditional Native Council. Did you negotiate a compromise with any of them, or are there representatives here at this meeting?
Madam Chair, I do not know the individuals I talked. I do not know, based on all the different individuals I talked to, if I talked to anybody specifically from this Traditional Native Council, Madam Chair.
Were there any negotiations with the AYK folks that are representative at this meeting?
With who, Madam Chair?
The AYK folks.
You know, I don't know my geography up there very well, but I think I did talk to folks from there, and, you know, like I said, this is an art of compromise. Not everybody's going to be happy with. I don't think anybody's going to be happy with this, Madam Chair, but it's an art of compromise. This is my plan, and if you don't like it, or somebody else on the board doesn't like it, they can sure vote against it, Madam Chair.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we were clear about who was compromising with whom for this language. Mr. Wood?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm hoping it doesn't come as a surprise to anyone in this room that one of my objectives in this whole process is to get what I call an adaptive plan, and I apologize to the professor if that's not the correct terminology, but that's what I call it, somehow gets implemented. And if you look at the RCs that we just got, 194 through 197, all the processors as well as the Area M fishermen, the seiners and camp, have on record saying if 190 is passed, they will implement the plan. And why is that important to me? Well, when I'm not enjoying myself up at the board trying to move things through the process, I do labor negotiations, which, like this process, starts off with parties that are far apart, and hopefully by the end of the process, they come closer together and sometimes actually come to agreement. And I think we're about as close to that as could be expected with all three of these different approaches. There's some minor differences. But one thing stands out with me on 190 is that we've got the people on board that created this plan last year, at the beginning of this plan last year, it worked. And that's important. Why? It provides things that you otherwise would not have. The Area M fishery is driven by money. There's no question of it. So what do you do as a regulatory body to try and encourage compliance? You go directly to economic drivers. The adaptive plan would provide a new portal and phone app that's available to the administration. What does that mean? The administration will now have data that they would not have otherwise had and are not going to have to pay for. And that'll be in-season current data. Very valuable. Secondly, confidential waivers by both the processors and the permit holders. That is not something that the department or this board has any authority to force them to do. So we'll now have information across the board that is available to make sure that they live up to their agreement. The processors independently went further than that, and they're responding to their fleet. It isn't a top-down type of thing. The fleet is demanding this, but the processors have agreed not to purchase fish from people who are not signatories to the agreement and stay in good faith. The report will be coming back to this body annually as to the progress or lack thereof of this approach. So you'll have them in front of you on an annual basis should you choose to do so. The triggers that they have in paragraph 4 have been changed by this RC 190, but there are triggers in place at 300 and 450 respectively. They've agreed to the release of seine-caught Chinook salmon, obvious value to that. The chum pool concept will continue and be vigorously implemented, which is a huge disincentive to be intercepting those chum. The processors have agreed to continue to provide ADF and G access to all their facilities for genetic sampling. Again, this most recent genetic study came about because of that cooperation, allowing them on in there and facilitating the collection of samples. Very valuable data that we hopefully will get a final peer-reviewed report on at some time in the future. The camp fleet has inclusion in there, the test fishery, which is nothing new. The agreement itself is of 3-year duration, which covers a cycle, so that by next cycle, it'll come, if it needs to, back in front of us, and we can deal with it again. All those economic drivers that this board otherwise would not have at their disposal. And that's the primary reason why I've been so insistent on going forward with it. I have no heartburn whatsoever with what Chignik Intertribal Council tried to do just a few minutes ago. In fact, I take my hats off to them, as I do to the Tanana Chiefs Council for their effort to reach some middle ground. I wish it had been done earlier, because I think the parties are very, very close, but I'm dealing with what I have in front of me, and what I have in front of me is an avenue to address the windows, has an avenue to address the triggers, and has an avenue to address adaptive program. So I'll be fully supportive of 190 for all those reasons. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think looking at all the different options that have been presented to us today in forms of RCs or proposals, I think one of the goals, at least in my eyes, and probably listening to the public testimony in the committees of the whole that took place over the last several days, and I think it's kind of a unified position, is to move as many seawack fish through the area of South Penn Fishery as we can. I think the language found in this plan addresses a lot of the concerns that were brought forward by the public. I think we heard from many different people that windows of opportunity for those fish to pass through was important. I think this plan includes that. For me personally, I think it was imperative that the department have the ability to have something set in statute in regards to triggers, that they were able to look at and make really easy judgment calls as to how to manage the fishery in season. One of the things that was important to me specifically was the idea that the Senac Island section, which if you look at 2020, 40,000 chum harvest, I think in the long term, that's a significant chum savings that otherwise would not have been put in place. I think the other thing to consider is that considering the adaptive management plan, I think, one thing that kind of gets lost in conversation sometime is with this adaptive management plan, the total fishing time available does not really indicate that fishing will actually take place. I think the fleet has a responsibility to work with the department, to work with the adaptive tools that they've developed, and to continue to do things. I think that the thresholds that have been set in regards to triggers and the penalties incurred if those triggers are not adhered to, I think ultimately is, the fleet is going to have to bear that responsibility. But I think the language found in this is an adequate tool, and ultimately I think it'll work in a positive way to push more seawack fish through the area.
Question for the department, is retention required under this language? Retention required?
Madam Chair, Lisa Fox for the record, the same regulations applying to retaining all salmon brought aboard would be in effect.
Okay. Mr. Heimbach?
I'd like to build off something that Member Wood mentioned about his affinity for the adaptive management program. I'm not a favor of volunteer compliance. I don't think it's in our best interest to let that go. From the get-go, my hope was that we would craft a strategy for chum harvest reduction that forced them into doing exactly what they're so proud of talking about. I differ from a lot of the people on the board here about their reliance on the statutory requirements of the board or about the importance of navigating differences of opinion with people. For me, it's very simple, and none of the people in the audience can know if we're being truthful, if what we say we want works, but I do know we were faced with a choice, like two machiners choosing a route to get to the same place and not knowing which way to go when it's getting dark. For me, the core of this, from my experience as a lifelong commercial fisherman, is to make and hope that people understand what happens if we don't have flexibility of time. For those who've never participated in stuff like derby, halibut openers, or crab openers that don't know how that defeats every hope we have of having the highest human instincts prevail, it's hard to explain, and I get it, that the people in the river systems don't understand that. And it seems counterintuitive to allow people to fish and have the time so they can achieve the flexibility, because they don't believe people are going to try to comply with it. So for people that have talked to me endlessly and the people that have been very nice here, I just want to say I think the better path to what we are here to do is with this plan that's in this language, and I support that. But you will never know what our intentions were, if we care, if we're listening or anything. But I have to follow what I think is the best path to achieve what the stakeholders have demanded of us here at this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Heimbach. I would just put on the record that I wouldn't presume to know what anybody in this room understands or doesn't understand. No, please, no applause. That being said, you know, my understanding of a compromise is that two competing interests come together to work out mutually agreeable solutions. And I don't think that a compromise between the processors and the Area M fleet represents a true compromise of the interests that are represented in this room. Please don't applause. With respect to the involvement of the processors, and they just dumped a whole bunch of RCs saying they're in favor of this language, a processor, and the reason I asked the retention question, is only responsible for what is delivered to them, or, you know, in this process or in this compromise. It's with respect to what is delivered, not necessarily what is caught. But irrespective of that, that's not the enforcement under Alaska statute. I mean, it's control of the CFEC permit holder. And that, what they catch and what they deliver, the control is done, in this instance, to me, it sounds like that is being controlled by a private corporation or corporations, i.e. the processors. And I will never advocate for handing over more control to the corporations that buy fish in the state of Alaska, irrespective of intent. So I don't believe that this represents a compromise, and I don't think it's fair to represent it as such. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to recognize, let you know, state of fact that CFEC permit holders do own the fishery. And the processors are buying their fish, but if the permit holders ever decide they didn't want to fish, the processors would be out of business, and so do the fishermen, of course. I just want to say that the processors don't own the fishery. The fishermen have permits own the fishery, Madam Chair.
Well, they own the privilege to participate in what is a fishery. They don't own the fishery, is my interpretation of that. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just put my thoughts on the record before we conclude with deliberations, and what I feel has happened here is we've kind of stepped down to a middle ground proposal by compromising content that was found in Proposal 140 and an adaptive management plan as well. And ultimately, and evidenced by the RCs we just received, 3 from processors and 2 from Area M commercial stakeholder groups in support of this, is that this compromise has gone from commercial interest, has gone from subsistence interest down to commercial interest, and that's where the middle ground is met. And public choice theory would have suggested that we would wind up in a debating on kind of a middle ground proposal as we are. And to speak to the economic drivers that were spoke to by Member Wood, I just want to add that the economic drivers in this situation are also addressed by significant time closures, which was my interest in supporting the proposals that came before this one. However, those proposals failed, and in being where we're at now, we've stepped down to where we are, and there's components of this that I don't think will have desired intent in terms of management. My goal has always been to try and provide for more chum salmon into the western rivers of Alaska and help to rebuild those stocks and provide for subsistence needs and under statutory obligations. I think we have I would hope that this proposal would do that. However, my belief was that the proposals that came before this would better achieve that objective.
Any additional board discussion? I will reference my comments on Proposal 133 and 140 with respect to the allocation and also the sustainable salmon policy and the mixed stock salmon policy. Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I too will reference my previous comments on Proposal 140 and other proposals. And if this proposal were to be adopted, I don't believe it would result in additional direct costs for the private person to participate and nor the department to manage, and I'll call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The question has been called. Errors and omissions. Mr. Raybon?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 136 as amended with the substitute language found in RC 190. Carpenter.
Yes.
Zaray.
No.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dorp.
No.
Jensen.
Yes.
Mitchell.
No.
Wood.
Yes.
Motion carries 4 in favor, 3 against, Madam Chair.
Wow. Yes, we could have.
Proposal number 139.
Madam Chair, Lisa Fox for the record. Proposal 139, 5AAC 09.365, South Unimac and Shimigan Islands June Salmon Management Plan.
Move to take no action on this based on the action we took on Proposal 136.
Second, Nash unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 139. Proposal number 134.
Proposal 134, 5AAC 09.365, the South Unimac and Shimigan Islands June Salmon Management Plan.
Move to take no action based on the action took on Proposal 136.
Second, Nash unanimous consent. I'm trying to keep up with you guys.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 134. Proposal number 137.
Madam Chair, Proposal 137 is 5AAC 09.365 with South Unimac and Shimigan Islands June Salmon Management Plan.
Move to take no action based on the action taken on Proposal 136, Madam Chair.
Second, Nash unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 137. Proposal number 135.
Madam Chair, Proposal 135, 5AAC 09.365 with South Unimac and Shimigan Islands June Salmon Management Plan.
Move to take no action based on the action taken on Proposal 136.
Second, Nash unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board will take no action on proposal number 135. Proposal number 141.
Proposal 141, 5AAC 09.365 South Unimac and Shimigan Islands June Salmon Management Plan, and 5AAC 09.330 Gear.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, if this proposal seeks to change fishing season for commercial fishing periods to be operated by emergency order and registration area M. If this proposal was adopted, it's unclear what the effect would be if the proposal was adopted, targeted fishing for sockeye salmon in the South Alaska Peninsula June fishery and disallowing the harvest of king, chum, and coho salmon is the intention of the proposal. It appears that the proposal would allow various gear types to harvest salmon, but does not specify when or which gear would be used. Use of selective gear types would significantly reduce salmon harvest. And the department is neutral on this proposal. However, the department does not have the ability to differentiate which salmon are bound to AYK and would require guidance on the gear type allocative aspects of this proposal.
Mr. Wood.
Basically, what the department is saying is if it's implemented, if this were adopted, they can't implement it. I don't think we have the capability to do what this proposal says, or is requesting, to selectively harvest and release all others when we can't identify within those ranks. So I'll be a no vote.
Other board discussion. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My comments are exactly follow along the lines of Mr. Woods and some of the concerns that the department has shown, and I will also be a no vote.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this proposal were to be adopted, I don't believe we result in the additional direct costs for the private person participating in the department to manage, and I'll call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Raybung.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 141. Zaret.
No.
Wood.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Motion fails, 0-7, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 142.
Madam Chair, Proposal 142 is 5AAC 09.365, the South Unimak and Sheboygan Islands June Salmon Management Plan, and also 5AAC 09.366, the Post-June Salmon Management Plan for the South Alaska Peninsula.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, if this proposal were adopted, fishing for set gillnet gear would shift later into June, and there would be more fishing time in July. The overall hours would remain the same. Fishing time in June would be delayed until June 10th for set gillnet gear only, and the commercial fishing periods would be, as outlined in staff comments, it would be 81 hours, 64 hours, 64 hours, 64 hours, 36 hours in June. And then it would be in the post-June fishery in July, there would be 64-hour, 64 hours opener, and a 36-hour opener. Again, the number of hours fished by set gillnet gear would remain unchanged between June and July as currently in regulation. The department is neutral on this proposal.
Board discussion. I'll lay a couple thoughts on the table. We just exempted set net gear from the reductions that were just passed in 136, and I'm not inclined to do any expanding at this point. So I'm going to be a no vote on this. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I concur with your comments. I just want to reflect what I found in the on-time public comments, and it was a huge outpouring on this particular proposal, and all but two were positive. So there was just page after page of negatives on this one, Madam Chair. I will not be supporting this proposal.
Any other board discussion? Mr. Jensen.
Madam Chair, if this proposal were to be adopted, I don't believe it would result in the additional direct cost for the private person to participate in or result in extra costs for the department to manage, and I'll call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The question's been called. Errors and omissions. Director Raybung.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 142. Wood.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Zaret.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Motion fails, 0-7, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 138.
Proposal 138, 5A, C09.365, the South Unimak and Shumagan Islands June Salmon Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
This proposal would establish an onboard observer program to assess the accuracy of chum salmon harvest data from these fisheries. The observers would be required to be on board commercial salmon fishing vessels to collect fishery and biological data. This would not impact the way the fishery is managed. The department is opposed to this proposal. The department does not have concerns with the accuracy or timeliness of harvest information collected through the current reporting requirements and can sample catch as needed. An observer program would be duplicative of current catch counting programs, provided little information needed to manage the salmon fishery, and would be costly for the department and the fishing industry. If the board were to adopt this proposal, it would be unlikely that the department could mobilize a salmon observer program and identify a funding source for the program by 2023, and it would need considerable direction and regulatory development from the board to create standards for a salmon fishery observer program because existing onboard observer program regulations are focused specifically on crab and scallop fisheries.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'll not be supportive of this particular proposal, but I have distributed it to the board earlier, an article that appeared in the Daily News on cams, and I think I'm really interested in learning more about that, so I asked it to come up in front of this board for discussion, get some experts in as to what it may provide to us and what the cost may be involved. So I'll not be supportive of this particular proposal, but I may really be supportive of putting some kind of cams if they're effective. I don't know the answer to that.
Mr. Carpenter, then Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for the department.
Mr. Carpenter, and then Mr. Jensen.
Okay.
Sorry. Go ahead, Tom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with the sentiment that the department has brought forward. I would also reference some of the comments the Department of Law has submitted in regards to this proposal that suggests that the board would need to make written findings specific to this issue, and so unless we are willing to go down that road, I will not be in support at this time.
My comments are the same as
Okay.
Mr. Carpenter's.
Thanks. Just a couple of thoughts in this space. So Commissioner and I have had some conversations with other stakeholders and other fisheries about the idea of caps, and inherently in the idea of caps, there's an element of necessary accountability. And while I don't think this is the proposal that gets to that, I think that it behooves the fleet to consider experimenting with cams. They can be small, battery operated, mounted to your mast and looking at your deck. They could be easily downloaded and plugged in for enforcement purposes. And so I would just encourage folks to get ahead of the curve and start experimenting with some of that, because there is a very important piece of accountability that this board has debated at length here today. And I don't think that that discussion is going away. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just kind of a question for the department. It says here in the department comments that you do not have any concerns with the accuracy or timeliness of harvest information, but from, just recently at one of our last meetings, we heard that there was a underreporting estimate of about 55 to 65% in the Bristol Bay region for king salmon retention. And I guess if you don't have any concerns with the accuracy of the information or timeliness of the information that you're getting, what level of error kind of are you accounting for when you're modeling data, just because there's always a little bit of reporting errors?
Board Member Mitchell, through the chair, we don't have any level of error that we're accounting for with the fish ticket information, and I'm not certain how the Bristol Bay fish ticketing happens, how things are, there's a post-processor report to correct for some of those issues. We do have daily harvest reporting from all of the processors, and we do have people down at the facility sampling for chum salmon right now, so we do have a little bit of what's being reported as far as what's coming to the dock. And yeah, I do believe that the app that's being developed is going to increase the speed of the reporting to the department, because and also Starlink is supposed to be this big saving thing for us. But yeah, we have a pretty good idea of what's going on out there, and we don't have any corrections for any errors that we think are happening on the grounds.
Mr. Zaray, and then Commissioner.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. As I stated earlier in this meeting, You know, good fishermen that are following the rules shouldn't be viewed negatively and accused of things unjustly. And fishermen that are breaking the rules shouldn't be protected. And I think as, you know, as this adaptive management plan goes on, I think that the fleet, if they could, consider even moving along this idea of onboard cameras, it would go a lot towards ending and a lot of the mistrust that is, that takes place between the AYK and the Area M fishermen. And I'd just like to encourage you to maybe help facilitate that. And I'd like to, as a board member, keep trying to do something about that also.
Commissioner, did you have some comments?
Yeah, I kind of echo your concerns, Madam Chair. At the council table for the offshore fisheries, we have trust but verify through observer programs and through onboard video cameras. The observer program is something that I'm personally am looking at tackling over the next 4 years at the council level because it's becoming increasingly difficult to find observers and the cost is very high. So, and I asked our legal advisor, Aaron, just between the meeting, between when the TCC proposal came out that had some kind of a verification program into it, whether we could do that, and right now we can't. So that's something the state will be looking at as we move into, this trust but verification system, whether we want to tackle the issue of having onboard cameras as electronic monitoring as another option rather than just observers. I'm reluctant at this point to deal with the observer piece because I don't know what the cost is and I don't know what the availability is on a short-term basis, but I do think that, and I do encourage the fleet to look at prospecting and testing with that technology so that if it does become available to the board through legislative action, that you're familiar with it and you can inform those discussions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. I appreciate those comments from the commissioner and also Mr. Wood, interested in having some more information about kind of cameras and electronic monitoring. Proposal 138, while I support what it's trying to do, I don't think that additional costs incurred by the department or through an observer program are the way to go about it right now, and I'll be voting against this proposal.
Any other discussion? Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this proposal were to be adopted, I don't think it would require a significant additional direct cost for the private person to participate and also the department to implement. And with that, I'll call a question.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Raybung.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 138. Carpenter.
No.
Zaret.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Wood.
No.
Motion fails, 0-7, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 143.
For the record, Tyler Lawson. Madam Chair, Proposal 143, 5AAC 09.366, post-June salmon management plan for the South Alaska Peninsula, 5AAC 09.330, gear.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, the effects of this proposal, it would reduce commercial fishing time in the Chignik Islands section of the Southeastern District, or it would require a minimum set gillnet mesh size if immature salmon are present. And as far as department comments, the department is neutral on the allocative aspects of this proposal. If the board were to change the definition of immature salmon, the department would require guidance on how to define caught immature salmon in a way that is practical and cost-effective for in-season management.
Board discussion. I have a couple questions. So can you tell me a little bit more about the history of how this immature test fishery was implemented, when those numbers were developed, the size of the fish that we're talking about here, and just a little more background, please.
Sure, Madam Chair. So I guess I'll largely refer you to some of the background that we have in this, in the staff comments here and try to summarize it. We've been looking at this since way before my time, as early as 1963, as far as looking into research to guide how the immature salmon are defined and how we go about this today. The most comprehensive research was done, I believe, in 2000. And that study basically looked at a few different ways to define immature salmon and kind of the pros and cons of them as far as how much they would cost and how long they would take. And that research guided us to the way that we've been conducting the immature salmon fishery for the last couple of decades.
How is the number 100 developed?
Madam Chair, Lisa Fox for the record. I believe prior to this going into regulation, 100 salmon had been used as an indicator, and this was just putting into regulation what had already been done prior to the regulation being established. In my experience, and after reviewing the data after this kind of proposal has come before the board a few times, there's either under 100 or there are bazillions. So it's like there's either a ton present or there's not very many present. And so it's just an index of if there are large numbers of immature salmon present in the seine fishery.
Because I was just kind of curious how that number came about and why it was used as an indicator. And if it was from 1963, my question would be, is that still relevant today? But I understand that there's either few or tons, and so it's just, I get it. Does this take into account the change in the size of the fish in recent years? I mean, I think we've sort of anecdotally heard all over the state that salmons are smaller than they were a few years ago, and I don't know if that has any effect on the test fishery. If you'd speak to that, that'd be helpful.
Yes, Madam Chair. So we did look at some of the data that we have since before that change for the set neck year in 2019 and the most recent several years here. We do see that since 2019, there was a decrease in the average weight of the fish caught by set netters and the Shumagins. However, we see a similar decrease caught by the seiners, who have not had any change in their mesh size. And it also correlates with what I believe you just said, which is that we see a general trend in the decrease of the average weight of salmon around this state.
And how does the decrease in the size of the salmon relate to the size of the immatures? Are they getting, is that getting closer and closer together? Are they similarly sized? Are they still, is it still very disparate in terms of the size of the immatures versus the recent size of the mature fish? Do you know what I'm getting at?
Madam Chair, Lisa Fox for the record. We would have to do a little bit of research on that. The size of the mesh in the seine hasn't changed, and so the size of the fish that's being gilled in the mesh hasn't changed that much. They're pretty small fish. Since the general population of fish is getting smaller, then I guess you would say that they're getting closer to the same size. But anything that's a little bit bigger than the fish getting gilled in the web are not going to get gilled in the web. Like it's a distinct size of fish.
Thanks, Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm inclined to support the proposal. I think it's going in the right direction, but the staff raises a point which I'm not qualified to answer, and they're seeking guidance on how to define it in such a manner that's practical and cost-effective. And since I've never had to encounter that situation, I have no idea how to give guidance on that. Is anybody here, Mr. Heimbach, Mr. Jensen, or any others that have experienced this, how to go about it in a practical and cost-effective manner, or are we even obligated to address that?
Mr. Heimbach.
Mr. Wood, can you tell me what aspects are the most confusing to you about this?
Practicality and the cost-effectiveness of implementing it.
My answer, having fish down there, is I'm not sure if the fact that we're not enumerating immatures as opposed to whatever is a significant part of this. I do know that seine web leads oftentimes in any fishery anywhere are going to catch smaller fish, but certainly out in Area M we have a high preponderance of immatures all during the fishery sometimes. It's something that's really closely monitored. I kind of view this proposal is impractical, but the goal of it is not impractical.
Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I kind of agree with Mr. Heimbach. It'd have to do a whole bunch of research, more research to do a change like this, I would think. And right now, the salmon are coming back smaller, but who's to say if they're not going to turn around when ocean conditions gets better and start coming back bigger? So then you'd have to go back and change this back again, and it'd be just a big back and forth. I will not be supporting this, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I'm struggling with how to get there, because I understand, like, it's not just, it's immature species of all types that the proposer is trying to get at, which are of concern. And they're not always gilled in the net, especially like larger species may not be gilled. So I mean, aside from dumping them on deck and counting them all, I don't know how you get there. Yeah. Any other discussion? Ms. Mitchell?
Could the department just maybe clarify kind of the differences between Proposal 148.3 and the amended language in RC 71? What those would do?
Yes, Ms. Mitchell, through the chair. We did look at RC 71, and that provides some different lengths for different species to be used instead. We did discuss this with the research folk, and we just don't have enough data right now to be able to apply what we know and make that work. It just wouldn't be prudent at this time, based on what we know, to use those lengths provided as a replacement for the immature salmon fishery. The idea is interesting, and it's something we could maybe do a pilot study on in the future, but at this time, it doesn't seem prudent based on the data that we do have available.
Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I look at this proposal, I am completely on board with trying to, if there's a better mechanism in regards to how to count immature salmon during this test fishery and what thresholds may be used in the future to change what is too many and what is not enough. But when I look at the other part of this, and I'm taking back from my personal experience as a gill netter for a long period of time, I don't necessarily think that restricting the set gill net fishery specific to mesh size, specifically to 5 1/4, when we look at the reduced size of sockeye specifically over the last 5 years, I think that that's a very arbitrary number to put in there, because I think that the gill net, set net fishery itself is most likely harvesting a very insignificant amount of immature salmon. And so for those reasons, moving forward with enumerating a better system, I'm more than happy to entertain that conversation at some future point in time, but I don't follow along with the restriction in regards to the mesh size or closing the set net fleet.
Mr. Wood?
Yes, Madam Chairman. I don't know how to vote according to what I want to have done, is I want the department to actively pursue some kind of solution to this. But a yes vote has its problems, and I'm going to probably end up voting yes only because I know there's 5 or 6 other no's that it's not going to carry. If I thought the yes vote would have been pivotal, I probably would not have voted accordingly. But I do want to get that message across.
Thanks. Yeah, I think conceptually this makes sense. I mean, the test fishery is arguably archaic in how it's done and enumerated, and I don't know if there's a better way to do that. I think it is in everyone's best interest to have a better idea of how many immature salmon species of any type are out there and how they might be impacted by active fisheries, and certainly want to avoid immature fish. I'm just not sure how we do this with this proposal, and so reluctantly, I don't know if I can support it, but I think that the concept is good. The question is meritorious and warrants additional thought and action sometime. Any other discussion? Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this proposal were to be adopted, I don't think it would require any additional direct cost for the private person to participate nor the department to manage, and I'll call the question.
Question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Abung?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 143. Mitchell.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Wood.
Yes.
Carpenter.
No.
Carlson Van Dorn.
No.
Zaray.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Motion fails, 1 in favor, 6 against, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 144.
Madam Chair, Proposal 144, 5AAC 09.366, Post-June Salmon Management Plan for the South Alaska Peninsula, 5AAC 09330, Gear.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, the effects of this proposal, this could shift management from openings based on the strength of local sockeye, coho, pink, and chum salmon runs to a scheduled fishery based on the pink salmon run forecast. The department opposes the proposal due to conservation concerns, the highly variable magnitude and timing of returns of salmon to the South Alaska Peninsula exposes pink and chum salmon stocks to overharvest if commercial fishery openings were to occur prior to adequate escapement. Although the department does forecast runs of pink salmon, these forecasts have wide ranges with, at best, fair confidence. Additionally, this proposal fails to address how other salmon species would be adequately managed to avoid overharvest.
More discussion. Mr. Heimbach, then Mr. Carpenter.
For me, there's only one reason this would even be considered, is the fact that you get into some of the capes that are in that district, you have a chance of catching far higher quality fish. There's great deterioration by the time they get to the streams, like almost any fishery, but I don't think the political advisability of this proposal should be encouraged. Thanks.
I guess this is one area in this fishery where there is recognized local stock and it's regulated for escapement. And the fleet might not be used to being regulated for escapement, but I think the fact that there's even being considered and put forth that they shouldn't be regulated on escapement is like crazy to me. So, any other discussion? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with the department's sentiment on this proposal. I think that trying to base commercial openings specific to predictions, pink salmon predictions, are highly variable. I think that the exposure to other local stocks of concern, as they address in their comments, is a fair statement, and so I'll be opposing this.
I have a quick question for the department. You oppose this, and Mr. Carpenter just kind of drew me back to your comments. You oppose this. Do you see any allocative implications with respect to this proposal?
Madam Chair, Lisa Fox for the record. No, this would be in August, and most of the fishing would be pretty local stock fishing, and it is based on escapement. And so if there are fish in the streams, in the local streams, then that's what would open, that would be why we'd open the fishery.
So if fish are arguably moving through there, can you say with certainty that these are only local stocks?
No, Madam Chair, I can't say that with certainty. We did sample the chum salmon that were traveling through in August during the 2022 study, and there was a lot more local chum salmon as the season went along. I don't remember how late into the season wassup went, so we do have some sockeye and some chum salmon genetics for a few years, but the majority of the fishing is pretty close to the stream mouths when it gets to this time of the season.
Well, if there's any kind of allocative implication potential with that. It just surprises me that the department didn't notice that and wasn't neutral as they usually are in that respect. Mr.
Point
Commissioner.
noted.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this proposal were to be adopted, I don't think it would result in the additional direct costs to the private person to participate nor the department to manage, and I'll call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Raybon.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 144. Jensen.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Zaret.
No.
Wood.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 145.
Madam Chair, Proposal 145, 5AAC 09.366, Post-June Salmon Management Plan for the South Alaska Peninsula, 5AAC 09330 gear.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, the effects of this proposal, this would increase overall fishing time in July from 249 hours to 273 hours. The first fishing period would remain the same. Subsequent periods would increase from 36 to 40 hours, and there would be 6 40-hour openings between July 10th and July 31st instead of 6 36-hour openings between July 10th and July 31st. The department is neutral on this proposal.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe a question for the department. Unlike Proposal 146, which specifically states all gear types, and Proposal 147, set net only, is this proposal written to include all gear types in this?
Mr. Carpenter, through the chair, I believe that's the way it reads.
Okay, thank you.
And in this area, is there Cape fishing that's happening also, or is it just strictly in the bays, deep in the bays? What's happening in this fishery?
I'm sorry, Ms. Chair, could you repeat the question?
I'm asking if there's Cape, this one you've noted is allocative, and so I'm just curious, I mean, is there Cape fishing that occurs in this fishery? Is it just up in bays? How is this currently being prosecuted?
Madam Chair, so yeah, there would be some more of that Cape fishing earlier in July, and then as we move into August, it'd be more similar to that last proposal. We're looking more specifically at the terminal harvest of more local stocks.
This would be expanding early on when we know that there are non-local stocks passing through, particularly sockeye, whether they're Chignik, Kodiak, Cook Inlet bound.
Madam Chair, Lisa Fox for the record. Yes, there are more traveling stocks in early July than there are in later July and in August.
Thank you. I think for that reason, then I'm not inclined to expand this fishery any further. I think there's plenty of opportunity as the management plan is currently written, and I won't be supportive of it. Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. I just noticed that in the proposer's comments, it says that recent closures in June and July due to immature salmon numbers and/or declines in salmon runs in the surrounding areas have limited fishing time for the Alaska Peninsula fleet. And I know we just took up a proposal that talked about immature fish as well. Is this, in similar areas, or kind of what are they speaking to with the immature fish closures? Because I don't see that in the staff comments, just in the proposer's comments.
Ms. Mitchell, through the chair, I believe that there was a year, maybe in 2016 or 17, excuse me, where there were high numbers of immature salmon around, and the purse seine fleet was restricted from fishing in the Shumagon Island section of the Southeastern District through like the middle of July. And so there were immatures present, and it was closed in the Shumagon Island section, and that was the most recent time that there was a big immature salmon issue as far as this proposal is concerned.
Follow-up? Okay, thanks. Given that this is referencing closures pertinent to 1 year, I'm not going to be in support of this proposal at this time. I don't feel that argument is necessarily, quantified in the department's comments, so I won't be in support of this.
Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you describe how close to the terminus most of these fisheries would take place? And are aerial surveys what you're using in season to look at index streams when you execute management of these fisheries?
Yes, Mr. Carpenter, through the chair. So I guess the answer is kind of similar to the previous one, whereas when you're in July, it's probably a little bit more spread out. And then as you get more into August, looking at those local harvests, it's a little bit closer to the terminus of streams. And for the second part of your question, yes, we monitor escapement throughout the peninsula, everywhere besides Orzinski Bay via aerial surveys.
Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this proposal were to be adopted, I don't believe it would result in additional cost for the private person to participate nor the department to manage, and I'll call the question.
Thanks, Mr. Jensen. The question has been called. Arizona Missions Director Raybong?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 145. Heimbach.
No.
Jensen.
Yes.
Wood.
No.
Zaret.
No.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Mitchell.
No.
Carlson Van Dorn.
No.
Motion fails, 2 in favor, 5 against, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 146.
Madam Chair, Proposal 146, 5AAC 09.366, post-June salmon management plan for the South Alaska Peninsula, 5AAC 09.330 gear.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, this proposal would increase overall fishing time in July from 249 to 481 hours. The first fishing period would remain the same. Subsequent periods would increase from 36 to 64 hours, and there would be 7 64-hour openings between July 10th and July 31st, instead of 6 36-hour openings between July 10th and July 31st. The department is opposed to the proposed time frame that would increase fishing pressure during the later 2/3 of July. This proposal seeks to increase opportunity by 232 hours during July and increase fishing by 186 hours between July 14th and July 31st. This would increase fishing pressure on the early portion of local pink and chum salmon stocks, which could be detrimental. In years with lower currents, early run salmon stocks could be overfished and the run timing of stocks could be altered. In accordance with the policy for the management of sustainable salmon fisheries, the department shall distribute harvests throughout the course of particular salmon stocks run timing to help maintain the integrity of that stock and decrease the likelihood of temporal shifting in future returns of that stock.
Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question for staff. Is this, I don't see in here right off the bat, where, is this specific to set nets or is this to all salmon fishing? I didn't see it in the description.
Through the chair, Mr. Jensen, I believe this is for all gear types. This was proposed by a set netter.
Thank you. With that being said, I think it would be I don't think this is a rational proposal myself. I think it's increasing the time way too much, and it would probably put pressure on other stocks that don't need the pressure, and I won't be in support of it, Madam Chair.
Mr. Heimbach and Mr. Zaret?
I can really sympathize as a lifelong set netter why people are frustrated about this, but until we have a real concrete reason and some safety and security in the Chignik early run, I don't see how we get there from a proposal like this. I'm sympathetic, but there's really no basis in which to say yes.
Mr. Zaret?
And I just agree with the last comment on that. I was going to say the same thing, so.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this proposal were to be adopted, I don't believe it would result in additional direct costs for the private person to participate in another department to manage, and I'll call the question.
Question has been called. Arizona Missions Director Raybon?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel?
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 146. Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
No.
Mitchell. Wood.
No.
Zaret.
No.
Motion fails, 0-7, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 147.
Madam Chair, Proposal 147, 5AAC 09.366, Post-June Salmon Management Plan for the South Alaska Peninsula, 5AAC 09330, Gear.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, this proposal would increase overall fishing time for set gill netters in July from 249 hours to 375 hours. The first fishing period would remain the same. Following periods would increase to 114 hours, and there would be 3 114-hour openings between July 10th and July 31st instead of 6 36-hour openings between July 10th and July 31st. The department is neutral on the allocative aspects of this proposal.
Board discussion. Mr. Zaret?
Yeah, I got some notes here from people I talked to in the public, and there's, there is opposition to this from local Chignik people, and but I have other people saying that set netters are not the problem. I'd like to hear other comments from the board before I could make a decision on this.
Mr. Wood?
Madam Chairman, looking at the index sheets, and it doesn't appear to be any support for it. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ACs against it, and then about 6 or 7 PCs. So, based upon that, just based upon that, I'll be voting against it.
Mr. Jensen and Ms. Mitchell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I will be voting opposition to this one too, Madam Chair. I noted the on-time public comments were quite a bit different on this one than the previous one. This one is closer to where something I'd feel comfortable with, but it's still not in the comfort zone. I don't think it's time to do that, so I won't be supporting it, Madam Chair.
Ms. Mitchell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to make the same comments as Member Wood. So given that there was only opposition in this in the public comment section, I'll be voting against this proposal as well.
Thanks. I can't be supportive of this just because of what's happening with some of the neighboring stock, not at very strong levels at all. Perhaps if that rebounds considerably, this might make more sense. While arguably set net don't have as much of an impact as, say, a seine fleet, there's still an impact. Any other discussion? Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The proposer, I believe, did speak to us during Committee of the Whole and public testimony. Of course, he was in support of it. If this were adopted, I don't think it would require any additional direct costs for the private person to participate nor the department to manage, and I will call the question.
Question has been called. Arizona Missions Director Rabon.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 147. Zaret.
No.
Wood.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Motion fails, 0-7, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 148.
Madam Chair, Lisa Fox for the record. Proposal 148 is 5AAC 09.365, South Unimak and Chimigan Islands June Salmon Management Plan, 5AAC 09.366, the Post-June Salmon Management Plan for the South Alaska Peninsula, and 5AAC 09.360, the Southeastern District Mainland Salmon Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, if this proposal were adopted in years when king and chum salmon escapement goals were not projected to be met in the Yukon or Kuskokwim rivers, fishing time would be reduced by half for all gear types throughout the season from June 1 through October 31st in all areas open to commercial salmon fishing under the current management plans. Additionally, unspecified areas could be closed to commercial salmon fishing and restrictions to all gear types could be made. The department is neutral on this allocated proposal.
Board discussion. Ms. Mitchell.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I will not be in support of this. This is kind of a weak stock management, but it comes across as kind of a paired management across different fisheries and different gear types and everything, and I don't think that that's an appropriate way to manage resources. We kind of took up an issue similar to this, aiming to do things and put more more fish in the Yukon and Kuskokwim drainages. However, paired restrictions and weak stock management like this across lots of different fisheries and gear types and everything, I don't think is an appropriate way to manage.
Thanks. I tend to echo the comments from Ms. Mitchell, and, I understand the sentiment behind it, but it seems excessive and a little heavy-handed, and I don't think that that's appropriate. Additional board discussion? Mr. Jensen.
Thank you. I concur with both you and Ms. Mitchell's comments, and if this proposal were to be adopted, I don't believe it would result in the additional direct cost for the private person to participate, and nor the department imagine. I'll call the question.
Thanks, Mr. Jensen. The question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Raybon.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 148. Wood.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Zare.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Motion fails 1-6, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 149.
Proposal 149, 5AAC 09.365, the South Unimac and Shimigan Islands June Salmon Management Plan, 5AAC 09.366, the Post-June Salmon Management Plan for the South Alaska Peninsula, and 5AAC 09.360, the Southeastern District Mainland Salmon Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, if this proposal were to be adopted in years when king and chum salmon escapement goals are not projected to be met in the Yukon or Kuskokwim rivers, fishing time would be reduced by half for all gear types throughout the season from June 1 through October 31st in all areas open to commercial salmon fishing under the current management plan. Additionally, unspecified areas could be closed to commercial fishing and restrictions to gear types could be made, and also a genetic sampling program would also be implemented for king and chum salmon harvested in the Alaska Peninsula area, which would incur a cost to the department. The department is neutral on this allocated proposal. The board does not have the authority to direct the department to implement a genetic sampling program.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Though I wish we did have that authority, it's clear by statute we do not, and therefore I'll be a no vote.
I think the discussions in the last week here really underscore for me the importance of that genetic data. I know that we can't make those directives to the department, but we can make our pleas. And it's going to be incredibly important and valuable to decision-making as we go forward, and I'll just say that. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with your sentiments and Mr. Wood's both. I think that moving forward, I think being able to identify and base our management decisions, our policy decisions on very specific sets of information is obviously going to be the best foot forward for everybody. So, but having said that, I can't support this proposal at this time.
Any other board discussion? Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this proposal were to be adopted, I don't think it would result in the additional direct cost for the private person to participate, but would result in a substantial additional cost to the department to establish an ongoing king and chum genetic sampling program, and I'll call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. The question has been called. Errors and omissions. Director Raybon.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 149. Carpenter.
No.
Zare.
No.
Heimbach.
No.
Carlson Van Dorn,
No.
Jensen,
No.
Mitchell,
No.
Wood.
No.
Motion fails, 0-7, Madam Chair.
At this time, I'd like to move straight into deliberations of Group 3, South Alaska Peninsula Salmon. There are 3 proposals in this group. And so let's go ahead and proceed with proposal number 150.
5 AAC 09.200, descriptions of districts and sections. 5 AAC 09.360, the Southeastern District Mainland Salmon Management Plan. And 5 AAC 09.365, South Unimac and Shumagoon Islands June Salmon Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second?
Staff comments, please.
Adoption of this proposal would move the Volcano Bay section as part of the South Central District and manage the Volcano Bay section and the specified areas of East Pavlov Bay sections under 5 AAC 09360 under the Southeastern District Salmon Management Plan instead of the June and post-June management plans. This would likely result in less fishing opportunity for area and fishermen, and the department is neutral on this allocated proposal.
Thank you. Board discussion? So I'm looking at the map here, and I'm seeing the Volcano Bay section, and so, again, just repeat for me at this point, the request is to move the Volcano Bay section into the South Central District or the Southeastern District?
Madam Chair, the proposal is requesting to move Volcano Bay section into the South Central District and then lump those sections in under the Southeastern District Salmon Management Plan.
Okay. Mr. Heimbach.
Just for geography's sakes, is Minnow Creek, which section is Minnow Creek in?
Mr. Heimbach, through the chair, Minnow Creek is actually within the Minnow Creek Little Coal Bay section. That's 283-15. It's kind of that rectangular shaped section that's close to Beaver Bay section there.
Yeah, so if this regulation is changed, does it have any impact on that? That's a high-value area there at Minnow Creek.
Mr. Heimbach, through the chair, if we're regulating under Chignik management, we would not be able to allow additional commercial openings. Actually, let me think about that for just a second.
And if I'm not mistaken, actually, the bulk of the run timing into that area specific is a little bit as even the Chignik second run is winding down, right?
Yeah, Mr. Heimbach, through the chair. Yeah, so Minnow Creek would be in June, and that up to July 25th is the Southeastern District Plan. So under normal regulations, that area would be open primarily to set gillnet gear in June and July under the schedules. And that would effectively reduce fishing for those gears if we're managing that area under the Southeastern District Management Plan.
Thank you.
So are we talking about June and July both?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, can you repeat the question?
We're talking about June, July both for this?
Yes, Madam
Potential
Chair.
change in the management. And can you help remind me of what the department's assessment of the presence of Chignik-bound stock is in this area for those months, for that time period? It's in I know that there's some information and more current information in the SEDM report that you put in, but I don't know if there's anything more current than WASP, and if there isn't, then could you please remind me of what the WASP data indicates for the presence of Chignik-bound stock in this area during those times?
Madam Chair, Lisa Fox for the record. In June, there have been some high numbers in the South Central and Volcano Bay, South Central District and the Volcano Bay section of the Southwestern District. And I don't remember what the July numbers were for WASP for the Chignik stocks. And I'd have to stop and look that up.
Mr. Heimbach.
Although it's as clear as mud, the incidence right now of Chignik fish is of significant concern. So if shifting this management segregation over there can help eliminate some Chignik harvest, is that a reasonable assumption to make under this proposal? If it has the potential to have a significant impact.
Mr. Heimbach, through the chair, in June, the purse seine fleet was removed from this area in 2019, so the June harvest in this area is pretty small at this time. It is just set netters. There's a small portion of the outer part of the southwestern district where drift gillnet gear can fish, but they don't. So in June, this wouldn't have that much of an impact. In July, I think what you're getting at with your earlier question is it would have an impact for some of the local pink salmon stocks to be managed on their local abundance. Minnow Creek is an earlier system, and the fish move into there earlier than July 25th. But there are still sockeye salmon moving through there. I believe it would be more the late run of Chignik, so it would be the Chignik Lake stock that would be moving through in July in this area.
I understand that. So is there a concern on the part of management that the complexities of management for local stocks would be increased if we did this?
Through the chair, Mr. Heimbach, the complexity of being able to harvest pink salmon in this area in July, we would be restricted to harvest the local pink salmon if we were restricted by the allocated plan with Chignik through July 25th.
When does the same fleet move in, or do they, under existing management?
Madam Chair, under current regulations, they are allowed to fish starting on the July 6th date. So, and throughout July, they're allowed to fish. The seiners are.
I think that there could be a compelling savings of Chignik-bound sockeye if the seine fleet is moving in July, early July. That's concerning to me. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When you talked about the insignificant harvest in June specifically from the set net fleet, what kind of levels of harvest are we talking about? I mean, is there just very few people that are fishing in this area, or is just a general observation maybe?
Yeah, Mr. Carpenter, through the chair, I know there's one guy who fishes there in June who's a set netter. Sometimes there's a couple set netters that fish there in June. I believe it's like under 30,000 sockeye total harvested in June. In the Dolgoy Island area is kind of what I remember from our notes before, since the 2019 regulatory change where purse seine gear was removed from that area. It was significant. There was a large number of fish harvested there in the past, but since the seine fleet has been removed from that area in June, that number has gone down substantially to the point where the 191,000 harvest limit is not as much of a possibility anymore.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to reflect our on-time public comments for the record. We had 11 in support of this and then well over 100 in opposition on on-time public comments. And I can't remember what transpired during the committee of the whole or I don't have that in my notes, so I just wanted to reflect that. I think this is a major change that doesn't need to be done. I'm not going to be supportive of it, Madam Chair.
Thanks. So has the timing of the Chignik runs changed, significantly lately? I mean, are they coming in a little bit later? I'm just trying to gauge impacts of that seine fleet. So I appreciate the fact that the seine fleet is no longer allowed in June, but we have, again, a struggling second run stock. Those fish are passing by, or I should say Chignik, but, I'm just trying to get an idea of the timing of the runs.
Madam Chair, are you asking the timing of the runs of the first and second half of the Chignik sockeye salmon?
Not the first and second half, the first and second runs.
Okay, so you were asking about Chignik sockeye salmon.
Yeah.
I know a little bit about the Chignik sockeye salmon system and the management of that area. I did some graduate work there, but it's not really my area of expertise at this time. I don't believe there's been any significant changes in the run timing of the two stocks in Chignik.
Director Abung, maybe you could help.
I don't believe they've changed. They're still consistent.
Okay,
And we have achieved the late run goal recently.
recently, but a couple years ago. it wasn't achieved, is that right?
I believe one time. I better check that.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, Madam Chair, in 2020, the late run and the early run both failed to meet their goals.
Thank you. Mr. Carpenter?
Maybe another question for the department. How long have these districts been in place? Have they ever been changed before, or what we're currently looking on the statistical map? Have they been in effect for as long as the state's been managing fisheries, or have they changed over time? You know, specific to what we're talking about right here with the...
Mr. Carpenter, through the chair, I believe the districts have been in effect for a very, very long time, and the statistical areas, we can sort of create new statistical areas when we need them for different management purposes. And so I don't know the history on every single one of the statistical areas that are in these different districts, but I believe the Volcano Bay section has been part of the Southwestern District since those district lines were drawn. I believe. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Jensen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll address allocation because we're dealing with a different set of folks here. The history of each personal use in sport and commercial fishery is probably very similar. These people are all on the south side of the peninsula and all utilize the same fish in the same areas. The characteristics, the number of participants in the fishery, there's probably more folks that live up toward the Sandpoint and King Cove than down in the Chignik area. The importance of each fishery for providing residents opportunity to obtain fish for personal and family consumption. I think that's fairly level through this area. I think that availability is there. The availability of alternative fisheries resources is virtually the same. They all have boats. They all can go crab fishing. They can all go participate in cod fisheries and other fisheries if they're so inclined. As right during the salmon season, I don't know how many alternative fisheries are available. The importance of each fishery to the economy of the state it's very important to the state as well as the region and the local area where the fishery is located. And I'll let it go at that, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think the one piece of the allocation criteria is, is the alternative fisheries resources. I think at one time that would have been more accurate, but it's highly dependent upon a buyer for some of the alternatives. And so salmon, I think, has really become the cornerstone, like really the only option there. There's a couple of boats here and there, but with loss of the shore-based processors, I think that access to processing facilities is really encumbered and really affected the availability of other alternative fisheries resources. And just the fact that we've got, stocks that aren't healthy, that are hopefully in recovery mode at best, is giving me a lot of pause here. Mr. Heimbach.
Yeah, I concur completely. I think it's kind of like the crab savings area that we're looking at in the Bering Sea. How wide should we put the shoulders of this area to protect Chignik right now? And I think for me, the central point is, is there enough alternative opportunities for this fleet? And I haven't heard anything that says this completely removes the department's ability to manage for local stocks. If in fact we can take these local stocks, maybe even with small quality clients or whatever, and we can provide a bigger savings for Chignik, it doesn't seem, what's the word, draconian to me.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I'm going to be supportive of the proposal. Any other discussion?
I've been sitting here listening to both of you too, and I couldn't figure out whether you were talking in support or in opposition. Finally.
Yeah, yes, I will be supporting this proposal. I think for the reasons of the concern of the adjacent stock, I think there's a compelling argument to get the same fleet out of there in early July. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make one more comment. If this proposal were to be adopted, it would probably add a lot more, based on the decision we made on the proposal 136. This would probably take away a lot more fishing time from the Area M folks than needs to be taken away. It's already been, we've already agreed on proposal 136, and that was the best we could do with the two different user groups. And then this one here would definitely be hard on the area folks if it were to be passed. So with that being said, I'm probably not going to support it, Madam Chair, and I'll do the cost. If the proposal were to be adopted, I don't believe it would result in additional direct costs for the private person to participate nor the department to manage, Madam Chair.
Thanks. Some people agreed. Mr. Heimbach.
Just a point of order, Madam Chairman. Is it out of line or out of order to ask if we could get this deferred until tomorrow so we could get some more clarification on the impacts?
Mr. Heimbach, we're deliberating this now. We've got a lot of work to do, and we need to take care of this now. Thank you. Any additional discussion? Did you call the question?
Question?
Oh, wait, Ms. Mitchell?
Just a kind of a question for the department, because there's talk about early run and late run Chignik stock impacts, and before us at this meeting, we're also looking at potentially combining those into a single escapement goal. And so how does that change kind of the conversation, I guess, with regard to those stocks?
Ms. Mitchell, through the chair, it wouldn't change the way that that was managed either with the proposed plan or with the existing regulations. The single run goal in Chignik would still be monitored for early and later portions of the fish in the Chignik management area or under the Southeastern District Mainland Salmon Management Plan.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think specific to the point and to the comment that the department made about how insignificant this is in June, I'm very understanding of the issues in regard to Chignik and the ability for fish to pass through to those systems. I think when you think about 1, 2, or 3 set netters are going to be affected by this, take into account the fact that the seine fleet is not there anymore and the amount of harvest that's taking place is very small. So for that reason alone, I will not be supporting this.
Thanks. And the reason I will is because the seine fleet is there a week later when there are still fish passing through. Anyways.
Say that again?
The seine fleet is allowed back into to the South Central districts, correct, on July 6th? Isn't that what we just?
Yes, Madam Chair, the seine fleet is allowed to fish on July 6th. And I'm getting some corrected numbers from Tyler here for the Dolgoy Island area harvest. Oh, this is through July 25th. Okay, got it. I was saying in June, the numbers were very small, and they are very small, but the Dolgoy Island area harvest through July 25th in the last 3 years has been about 50,000 sockeye, 66,000 sockeye, and 91,000 sockeye. And that includes July, so the majority of that would be in July. And prior to 2020, in 2019, there was 128,000 sockeye harvested from June 1 through July 25th. So just to say how the removal of the purse seine gear in June has decreased the overall harvest through July 25th, but there is, 40, 50, 60,000 sockeye harvested in July.
And upwards of 90.
Prior to 2019, that was, so the 91, that includes the June harvest also. So
Okay.
the June harvest was probably about 20,000, and the July harvest through July 25th was probably about 70,000 sockeye salmon. But I don't have, they might not be specific numbers, but through July 25th, there's 91,000 sockeye salmon harvested.
Thank you. Again, I think the seine restriction is appropriate, given the state of the Chignik runs and knowing that there is potentially a large component of Chignik-bound fish in this area. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is a cap in the Dolgoys based on time in July, right? They catch X amount of sockeyes that are out of the area. What are the dates on those?
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Jensen, there is a sockeye salmon harvest limit based on fish tickets of 191,000 sockeye salmon. That goes through July 25th.
And then they have to move out of that area and they can't fish until later on in the season.
So those regulations are a little bit strange in that the number is tallied from a larger area, including the Belkovsky Bay section also.
Belkovsky.
Yeah, so more areas than are shown in this map. Those numbers are tallied to reach 191,000, and then a subsection of the Dolgoy Island area is closed through July 25th, except for the southwest portion of Pavlov Bay, which can reopen on July 17th.
Okay, so when they get moved off, they get moved into an area that's more of their local fish, not traveling fish, correct?
Yeah, through the chair, the areas that remain open once that harvest limit is reached are ones that are considered terminal harvest areas in regulation.
Okay, thank you. I did. Question again.
Thank you. The question's been called. Errors and omissions, Director Avon.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 150. Mitchell.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Wood.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Zaret.
No.
Heimbach.
Yes.
Motion fails, 2 in favor, 5 against. Madam Chair.
Proposal number 151.
Proposal 151 is 5 AAC 09.331, gillnet specifications and operations.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
The effect of this proposal would be a lead would no longer be required to be attached to the beach above low tide. Instead, it would be anchored on the shoreward end of the set gillnet. Adoption of this proposal would allow the use of a lead with set gillnet gear anywhere in Area M that allows set gillnet gear regardless of the ocean depth. There would likely be an increase in gear conflicts because this proposal would expand the range of lead use with set gillnet gear. Effects on harvests are unknown, but variation in ocean depth and distance away from shore could change to catch composition. The department is neutral on this proposal.
Mr. Heimbach.
Yes, for those who haven't had the pleasure of set netting out in the Alaska Peninsula, for me, this is very clear. The law requires right now for you to attach it above the high water mark, which forces you, regardless of weather, to depart a skiff in breaker conditions and attach something. To me, I know I understand the concern about increasing distance offshore, but this is really very much a safety issue. You shouldn't have to get out of a skiff in really dangerous conditions to comply with the rule. That doesn't change anything if you move it just a little bit off the beach, is my opinion.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard the same thing Mike did. It seems to me like it is a safety issue. In fact, one guy told about a life lost down there when he was fishing. And with that being said, I don't think it would have any great effect on the fishability of these folks. They're going to still be trying to get to the same spot. They just want to be able to retrieve their gear when, you know, it's in the water instead of on the beach when it's nasty weather. So I'm inclined to support this one, Madam Chair.
Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you. Just looking over the staff comments on this, and I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but pretty much the regulation for how this is currently done has been the same for a very long time. This would be the first big change to how set net gear is able to be used. I see a date of 1968 referenced in 2010, but essentially this fishery's been prosecuted by the same gear and in the same way for a very long time. Is that correct?
Ms. Mitchell, through the chair, yes, I believe that is correct. It's been relatively unchanged for a long time.
Mr. Heimbach.
Yes, Ms. Mitchell is correct, and I think the non-compliance with that, because of safety rules and obviously maybe people looking at the nuts and bolts of it, has made them realize they need to get this definition of change. There's certainly a lot of, it's not an enforcement or a resource issue, it's a safety issue. You're correct that it's been on the books forever, and people didn't think it was any big deal maybe to try to move off there, and I think this is an attempt at clarification more than anything else. From common practice, you know, to what maybe by the book rule is not allowed.
So I've heard over the course of the week that there's a tremendous amount of area that we're talking about in Area M. If there's a particularly dangerous place where people are losing their lives, it seems like it would be the choice of the operator whether or not to set there. This is also, from my understanding, kind of a unique way of set netting. And I think as we put sane web leads on the front of these set nets, you get farther and farther away from the definition of a set net. You can go offshore and anchor and catch fish. I don't see any reason for this. And if somebody's making that decision that they, you know, are making life-threatening decisions about where to set their net, there are other alternatives out there that don't require an additional lead. So I'm not going to be supportive of this. Mr. Heimbach.
Point's well taken. Leads are allowed now, right?
Mr. Heimbach, through the chair, yes, they are currently allowed. They have to be attached to the shoreward end of the net.
Question.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a question for the staff. So the lead has to be connected to the beach, above probably the mean high water line or something like that. Does it mean their net has to be attached? If they don't use a lead, can they anchor the net off the beach a ways, or so they can, basically, they're not relegated to having a lead, having to use a lead and having to have it attached to the beach?
Lisa Fox for the record. Mr. Jensen, through the chair, that is correct. If they are choosing to use a lead, then they need to anchor it to the beach in most of the areas. And if they choose to not use a lead, they can anchor offshore.
And a follow-up, if this were to pass, would it change the fishery in your opinion? Would it? It seems like they're already able to move their nets anywhere they want. It's just if they have a lead, they have to attach it to the beach.
Mr. Jensen, through the chair, I do not know how it would change the amount of fish that people were harvesting if they were allowed to anchor off of a rock or a kelp patch or something instead of the beach. I don't know how to quantify that, but I do know that there is an option to not use a lead and anchor offshore or use a lead and anchor onshore. That's the way the regs are currently written.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Zray.
I remember when the person spoke to this, he described how, you know, if you have a lead that's has to be anchored to the shore, you have to weave the lead to the net, and in dangerous conditions, if you have to disconnect real fast, that's what makes it real dangerous, because when it's weaved and connected to the lead and then connected to shore, it's almost like you have to retrieve the whole thing. You have to even get out of your boat sometimes, I think he said, you know, to go to shore to deal with the anchor. It seemed like it was just a safety thing, you know. It wasn't like they were going to increase their catches somehow by doing this, you know.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this proposal were to be adopted, I don't believe it would result in the additional direct costs of the private person to participate nor the department to manage, and I'll call the question.
Thanks. I would just add that I just think it gets farther and farther and farther away from the definition of what a set net is. But anyways, the question has been called. Errors and omissions, Director Raybon.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 151. Jensen.
Yes?
Heimbach.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Zaret.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Carpenter.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Motion carries 4 in favor, 3 against, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 152.
Proposal 152 is 5AAC 09.350, closed waters.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
This proposal would reduce waters in the Stepavac Bay section to allow more opportunity to harvest local pink and chum salmon stocks while retaining protections for systems that are difficult to aerial survey due to discolored water. The department is neutral on this proposal. Streams that drain into the closed waters of Stepavac Bay have large amounts of glacial runoff throughout the year. This makes assessing escapement by aerial surveys nearly impossible in this area. The department has, under perfect survey conditions, observed large numbers of salmon schooling in Stepavac Bay with little escapement into Stepavac Bay streams well after salmon escapement as adjoining areas have peaked.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for the department. So if you see that there's a lot of fish in this area, you have the authority to harvest or fish on them?
From July 29th through September 30th, Stepovac Flats, that whole area is actually closed by regulation and has been closed by regulation for, we couldn't find history back up far enough to figure out when it was ever, if it was ever opened. From what we gather, it has not ever been opened from that date.
Okay, a follow-up, are the stocks in that area relatively healthy?
Mr. Jensen, through the chair, it appears like they probably are, but like our comments suggest, it's an incredibly difficult system to survey. The water is usually equivalent to chocolate milk in color a lot of times. Occasionally you can get out in the bay, you can see large schools, but you don't really know for certain if they're just milling out in front of these particular streams or if they are and the fairly decent assumption they probably are returning to those systems. There's 2-3 major systems in there that often have large schools outside, and you can see them jumping when we're flying surveys. And then when we do get up in the rivers, sometimes later in the year when it hasn't rained as much, we can see there's a few clear tributaries, and occasionally you can see them weaving in and out of the discolored water close to the edge, but it's difficult to really make a true assessment of what those systems carry.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wood, then Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you. Seems most of the discussions on pink and chum, do we have sockeye and Chinook concerns in that area as well? And I don't mean by use of word concerns, a stock of concern, but are those fish present in that area?
Mr. Wood, through the chair, I think a large portion of the harvest that comes out of that area, especially in the time frame in which we're talking, it's going to be local pinks and chums.
No, I understand that, but are they also intercepting sockeye or Chinook in that effort?
I believe that number is pretty low.
That's what I'm asking. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Mr. Heimbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know through the years that up in the western portion of the flats up there, there's always, because of colored water, there's been always a problem with setting and getting very, very dark chums. And I know people would like an opportunity to get those, but are we having any really excessive escapements of chums because of this problem, or is it very manageable still?
Mr. Heimbach, through the chair, like I described earlier, we can't really measure the success of these systems because we cannot get a true survey of these systems.
So not just is it cloudy out there in the ocean, is upriver for a long ways, up the tributaries, it's hard to see?
Yes, sir, it is.
Thank you.
I think given the difficulty of assessing whether there's a conservation issue or not, I think that that's reason enough to be, well, conservative and not expand the fishery at this time. And perhaps those large schools that you believe are local, predominantly local, are present because of the fact that this area has been closed and they're not being harvested. So, my tendency is to err on the side of caution, and I think that comes through pretty loud and clear in the comments, and so I can't be supportive of this. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm going to apply the precautionary approach on this one. I don't think I'm not going to be in support of it. If this proposal were to be adopted, I don't think it would result in any additional direct cost to the private person to participate nor the department to manage. Madam Chair.
Any other additional board discussion? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the sentiment that's been brought forth by my fellow board members, I am very much in favor of giving opportunity to harvest surplus stocks, but specific to the idea that the department's assessment tools, because of the coloration of this water, doesn't give them the ability to do that and be fairly confident that they're going to meet the escapement goals in these particular areas. I unfortunately will not be able to support this.
Question.
Question has been called. Arizona Missions Director Raybon.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
No, Madam Chair.
Captain Frenzel.
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Nelson, call the roll, please.
Final action on Proposal 152. Heimbach.
No.
Jensen.
No.
Wood.
No?
Zareh.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Motion fails, 0-7, Madam Chair.
That concludes deliberations on groups 2 and group 3. Let's take a lunch break. Let's come back at 1:45, and we'll begin with committee of the whole, group 4,
Madam Chair,
Chignik area salmon.
before we break, this is
Commissioner.
Lisa Fox's last, I think, time at the table. She's been the area manager biologist for the South Penn Fisheries for the last 6 years. Last year, I challenged her to figure out a way to bring the harvest down from 1.1 million chums in that harvest when we had that, got surprised by it because of confidentiality and other things. She managed that fishery by working with the processors to bring that down to a more reasonable number that could form the discussions here. I think you saw in the last 4 or 5 proposals, the knowledge that she has with respect to these fisheries will be missed. So I just want to take this opportunity to thank you, Lisa, for your efforts this last 6 years.
Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Wood?
I'll be back to the meeting at 2:15, but just go ahead and proceed without me, particularly since it's committee of the whole.
Very good. We'll see everybody at 1:45. All right, good afternoon. The time is 1:53 PM. We are back on the record. We are going to begin shortly with Committee of the Whole, Group 4. There's a couple of things I want to announce because it's unclear on the agenda, and I'm actually making a change to the agenda also in the interest of time, timing, I suppose. So first of all, at the end of Group 4, I want to do committee discussion on the 2 action plans related to the stocks of concern for Chinook and Sockeye and the Chignik group. And then the change to the agenda is to do Committee of the Whole Group 5 immediately following Committee of the Whole Group 4. And then we'll deliberate on Group 4 and 5, likely tomorrow when we come back in the morning. So again, today, we're going to do Committee of the Whole, Group 4 and 5, and we'll take up the Chignik action plans after we complete the proposals for Committee of the Whole, Group 4. Okay? All right, so Committee of the Whole, Group 4 is Chignik area salmon. There are 16 proposals in this group, and I will turn it over to Chair Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone.
We're just confused over the action plan piece of it. You're going to take up the action plans tomorrow after you're debating the...
No, sir.
Okay.
We are going to add the action plans to Committee of the Whole, Group 4, so
Okay.
that the public can talk about them.
Okay.
And
That
add
was
any
unclear.
additional information, and then we'll deliberate the action plans with Group 4 tomorrow, as opposed to taking them up under miscellaneous
Okay,
business
thank you.
or
That's
something.
clarified.
Got it, thanks. Sorry, I keep conflating 4 and 5. It's been a long day. Mr. Jensen, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, we're back. We're going to start with Committee of the Whole, Group 4, Chignik area salmon, the 16 proposals, and we're going to do this respectfully, and we're not going to be bashing anybody like the department or other scientists. We're going to come up and state your name and address the issue at hand, and I'm going to be looking strictly for new information. So with that, we'll start with the first proposal, 105, please.
For the record, Carl Burnside, Chignik Area Management Biologist. Proposal 105, amend the Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan to reflect changes to Chignik River sockeye salmon escapement goals. 5 AAC 15.357, Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan.
Okay, thank you. And I see the department's the proposer, so do you have any comments on this to start with, or other than introducing it?
The department submitted and supports this proposal. These changes would align the management plan to change to the change in the Chignik system escapement goal that the department made prior to this meeting. There are meeting management plans in both Kodiak and Alaska Peninsula management areas that reference the current Chignik River sockeye salmon escapement goals. These plans will also require changes to reflect the escapement goal change.
Thank you for that. Okay, does anybody want to speak to this proposal? Please step forward and come to the mic, state your name, and let's hear what you got.
Hello, George Anderson, Chignik Intertribal Coalition. We submitted alternative language for Proposal 105. Can be found in your book, RC 201. Okay. All comments also can be found for on-time comments, PC 29 to 105 and 132. All comments there are relevant to this as well. So I'll keep this short. This is pertaining to establishing an OEG for early and late run Chignik sockeye consistent with historical management strategies. This will do a couple things. It'll address subsistence, help appropriately identify customary and traditional practices consistent with past, with a goal to identify and hopefully meet ANS goals that have been in place for a long time on both the early and the late run sockeye. We believe this is in better alignment with the intent of RC 104 from the March 2022 meeting, statewide meeting last year, when the Chignik early run sockeye were identified as a stock of management concern. And this action plan was an interim action plan that was aimed at protecting and rebuilding early run sockeye for Chignik. And this is our first attempt and our effort for an adaptive management plan. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Any questions? Members, board members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, George. Mark? Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Benjamin Allen. I'm speaking on behalf of the Chignik AC as the vice chair. During the meetings that we had for the AC, we had a very difficult time ascertaining information from the department. Only until just their report during this meeting were we given actual full-blown information regarding what their plan was. To date, we still don't have a week-by-week understanding of how they're going to choose to implement their new plan that they have. The AC was wholly opposed to the plan and combining our two runs into a single run. And we had an emergency meeting regarding the OEG that was previously mentioned by the last person, and it was unanimously accepted by the AC with the information that we had to work with.
Questions, board members?
Quick question, Ben. I think I listened in on one of those AC meetings, and you requested some specific subsistence information from the department. Did you receive that?
No, we did not. We still have not received the information that was requested. The response that the AC has received in most occasions is we'll get back to you, or you'll hear it when we give our information at the meeting. This gave us no time to present anything to the public after the AC meetings, and I don't think personally, as a member of the public, it was very difficult to go back to them and speak with them and say, I'm sorry, I don't have any information to give you on this. They're going to kind of just do what they're going to do, and we're going to be along for the ride. Hang on.
Thank you. Any more questions, board members? Seeing none, thanks for your testimony, Ben.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good afternoon. My name's Daniel Schindler. I'm a professor of fisheries at the University of Washington. Thanks for this opportunity to talk to you today. I think we should start by acknowledging that all decisions and recommendations are made with a combination of science and politics and other things, and I'm here to dispel a couple myths from a science perspective that I think have crept into the conversation over concerns for Chignik stocks. The first myth is that Black Lake, the upper lake that supports the early run, is so severely degraded that it doesn't support fish anymore. That is simply incorrect. We know that Black Lake habitat has been changing as the lake has, the outlet of it, downcut through time, but we have very strong evidence from the otoliths, which are the ear stones in early run fish that have come back to spawn in the upper watershed, that they continue to obtain a lot of their annual growth in the upper part of the watershed. So any discussion about the upper part of the watershed being heavily degraded is simply incorrect, and that's a peer-reviewed fact. The second major concern I have with this proposal is a situation where we have two genetically distinct runs with very clear ecological attributes, mainly in their run timing, that have been managed for decades as two distinct runs, and collapsing them into a single stock, pretending that every fish within that aggregate stock is interchangeable. We know from many papers, both in a theoretical sense and an empirical sense, that if you take two runs, one of which is weak and one of which is strong, and you mix them together and pretend they're one homogeneous stock, you will almost always over-harvest the weak stock. So in the situation of Chignik, we have an early run that has been a stock of concern, and 105 is going to take a stock that is clearly doing poorly, mix it in with a run that's doing okay, and pretend that all will be fine. This is setting up to heavily over-harvest that early run, when in fact a stock of concern should be given the chance to rebuild itself. That's not what 105 is going to do, you could get away with combining these two stocks into one if there was good evidence that the two stocks were synchronous, if they all went up and went down in terms of their productivity through time. I draw your attention to RC 51, which I submitted, to show that this is clearly not the case. The early run and the late run are almost independent of each other, even though they return through the same fishing districts and into the same general watershed. When the early run is up in terms of productivity or abundance, it's often the case that the late run is down, and vice versa. You can look at the data in RC 51, where I lay it out with data from the department and show that this is not the case. The two are out of sync with each other. What that means is that every opportunity to manage these stocks independently should be embraced, particularly when one stock is one of concern. Proposal 105 basically turns the back on that fact and is putting that early run stock at further risk. So I guess my concluding statement is that 105 may be a reasonable proposal for other reasons, but in terms of a scientific motivation to support it, there is zero scientific basis for supporting 105.
Thank you. Questions, board members? Seeing none, thanks. Oh, Mr. Rabon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarification, I want to point out, we've adopted the goal. It is what it is. What 105 is matching the management plan to the goal. And without 105, then we have, if 105 weren't to pass, then we have an old management plan that doesn't match up with the new goal, and so therefore we couldn't manage. What we need is to have 105 adopted so that we can manage according to our new goal, or alternatively an OEG. Either one we can manage to. That's all we need. We're not debating the goal. The goal is what the goal is. The OEG, as established in regulation, is designed to be something other than a biological goal. So,
Thank you, Mr. Raybon.
Respectfully, we're not debating anything yet, but there is RC language. It does contain OEG. I think his comments speak to that, and it's totally, wholly appropriate.
Further questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you. Oh.
So I was looking at 105, or the new OEGs that were proposed in 201, and I was looking at these curves at the back of it, and I was wondering why you chose to limit the analysis to 2009 to 2013 versus a longer data set of information.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you for the question through the chair. Those curves were generated from the entire data set. So I'm not quite sure. So what you have is a data set that starts in 1923 or 4, I can't remember, and you fit a stock recruit model to those data that explain the relationship between how many fish spawn and how many return in the next generation. From that model...
I understand how the data's done.
Can I finish, please?
I'd like him to finish because I'd like to understand. Okay. Thank you.
So what we use, and this is an approach that the department uses widely throughout the state, is to allow that relationship to vary through time as it should as the environment changes. What we did was took the last 5 years of model output to reflect the fact that the Chignik stocks are now low in terms of their productivity, and what that does actually is lower the escapement goals. When the stock is at very high productivity, you'll actually have higher escapement goals if your goal is to maximize sustainable yield. We took the last 5 because we thought that reflected the current low productivity of the stocks. To be perfectly clear, though, you only can derive those curves that you're referring to if you use the entire data set. To draw your attention to the analysis that was presented to change the escapement goals, only the last decade or so of observations was used. We tried that approach, and you can't get a model to give you anything informative, in fact. So your question actually highlights a problem with establishing the escapement goals based on the method from the department's report.
I'm not going to get into it.
Further questions, board members? Seeing none, thank you. Come back.
Thank you. Wait, Dan?
Come back, people aren't raising their hands, so I can't see them.
And if you've already answered this question, please just let me know, and I'll talk to one of my other board members. But you and I met for breakfast the other morning and went through a lot of this stuff. And could you put on the record what the risk is of going to a single escapement goal?
Thank you for the question through the chair. The risk of going to a single escapement goal is twofold. One is you run the risk of preventing recovery of that early run. So you may have interim within season escapement objectives, but without accountability, which is what occurred when you had an early run escapement goal that was explicit, you do run the risk of over-harvesting that early stock. Second, 5 or 10 years down the road, it would not be unreasonable to assume that the productivity of the two stocks flipped, in which case you run the possibility of over-harvesting the late-run stock. The management situation at Chignik is a manager's dream. There is a long fishing period. The stocks separate out in time. They're distinct from a genetic standpoint. All the tools should be used to protect those stocks. 105 turns the back on most of those tools. The other risk, just to finalize this, is that if a goal is to maximize yield to the fishery and to the watershed, you will not optimize yield if you overharvest one or the other of the runs.
So is that what makes Chignik sort of special with these two stocks?
Well, so nearly every river for sockeye in Alaska has many stocks in it. And in most cases, you can't manage those stocks independently. Places like Karluk, you can. There's a very distinct early and late run stock that are separated in time. You can manage them separately. Chignik is another place where the early run stock is so distinct in terms of its migration timing and vulnerability to the fishery that it can be managed nearly independently of the late run stock. Nearly every other sockeye fishery in Alaska, the fish come through as one big mixed up pile of fish, and you can't manage them independently.
Thank you for coming down to the meeting, and thank you for the lessons this summer out of Chignik. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any further questions? I'm seeing none. Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you. My name is Andy Erickson, and I represent the Chignik Intertribal Coalition. I want to direct your attention to RC 101, which is a PowerPoint slide that the Department of Fish and Game had put together outlining the escapement goal development process. And I think what I heard the department say earlier must have been a misstatement. They said there was already a formal adoption of the escapement goal. If you look at this slide, page 13 of their PowerPoint, it says that the formal adoption is after the presentation to the Board of Fisheries. And that makes a lot of sense because an escapement goal, especially when it's combining escapement goals, is a policy decision that the Board of Fisheries gets to make. And so it may have been a little bit confusing for ADF&G to say that they've already decided that to manage according to a single escapement goal. That, of course, wouldn't make Proposal 105 and 132 would be completely unnecessary if that were the case. The only reason to come to the board and ask the board to formally adopt the change is if ADF&G couldn't do it on its own, which is actually the case. So I just wanted to point you to that and also point you to RC 124, which is a legal analysis of the actual regulation and ADF&G's responsibilities to implement the board's regulations if this board decides not to take action on Proposal 105. So thank you.
What was the last RC you referred to?
124.
120. Okay, thank you. Any questions, board members? Seeing none, thank you.
Hi, my name's Axel Kopen. I'd like to bring the board's attention to RC 40, please. If you take a look at RC 40, this was the 2018 season in Chignik. This was the year the department refused to do in-season genetic stock identification to inform their model during the season. They didn't get the information, sent it out for to get the reports, and they came back in early August. So this was done based on the curve that they're proposing to use for here on out, time immemorial. So if you look at the graph, by the 30th of June, they'd already underestimated the early run and overestimated the late run. As you move to July 10th, which has become this date that is supposedly when everything is 50-50, they've expanded that over and underestimation, depending on which run you're talking about. Now, as you can see, as July goes on, it gets to the point where they have overestimated the late run by 70,000 fish. Now, if you recall in 2018, I know there was one of you were on the board, and we had an emergency meeting that summer in which the board decided that there would be emergency regulations placed on certain areas in Area M to help more Chignik sockeye get back to the Chignik weir. Well, the trigger on that was when the escapement goals were being met for the late run, those restrictions were taken off of Area M. Well, they said they were making the escapement goals based on their assumptions, and the restrictions were taken off earlier. So one other thing, that we were sitting on the beach in 2018 waiting to go fishing. Sometimes you make your season in August, right? So we're being told, we had daily updates on the radio, we're making escapement goals for the late run, we're bumping right along. Looks like we're gonna go fishing in August. And so we sat there on the beach, right? We didn't go somewhere else. People didn't go anywhere else that had a chance to go try to make a season out of it. We sat there. And then when the data got analyzed, it came back and they said, oh, whoops. We were off by 70,000 fish and the late run is worse than the early run. So people lost that opportunity to go really have a chance to go somewhere. Permits that might have been available 3 weeks before were no longer available for lease, like in Prince William Sound, I can speak to, for example. So this, no GSI, using a fixed static curve, this is what's being proposed going forward. Now you add that in, there's no protection for the late run here. If you just go by an assumption in a fixed model, you can overfish the late run in this example, and that's not even the one that's got a stock of concern on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Ms. Carlson?
Hey, Axel, I'm looking at RC 40, and the x-axis doesn't have any units. Are those data points that you have? Are those correlating with, I'm assuming, with
Yeah, those are
dates?
the dates. June 30th, July 10th, and July 31st are the dates where the points are with the data on it.
Okay.
It didn't come through in the copy for whatever reason.
Okay, cool, thank you.
And you can see where it's sourced on the bottom. This all came out of the AMRs. And
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, thanks, Axel.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna Crary. I am also an attorney for the Chignik Intertribal Coalition. There are 2 points that I want to bring to the board's attention today. The first point is that, to the best of my knowledge, it appears as though ADFG has not considered the effects that their, allegedly implemented new escapement goal would have upon subsistence. The reason why I say this is because at 5 AAC 01.446, This board has codified 2 specific ANS ranges for the Chignik Bay, the Central, and the Eastern districts combined. Those ANS ranges are specific to the early and the late run. For the early run, they are 2,900 to 5,400 fish, and in the late run, they are 3,200 to 6,000 fish, specifically sockeye. The second point, well, going back to that point, neither RC 4, which is the draft action plan, nor 105 or 132 contemplate this specific subsistence regulation or how combining the 2 runs will potentially deplete those ANS ranges. The second point that I want to make is just to remind the board that last year, less than a year ago, on March 30th of 2022, this board decided unanimously that the early run was a stock of management concern. 4 of the board members who are sitting here today were involved in making that decision, and I would ask the board to identify what has changed since now and then that would potentially enable you to shift away from that determination. As far as I'm aware, there has not been any evidence provided by ADFG that the stock has recovered. And essentially, approving 105 would be undoing your stock of management concern declaration. And so I ask you to help us understand what has changed, if anything. Thank you.
Questions, board members? Mr. Wood.
Thank you. I'm not following your argument, so help me out here. Are you contending that anytime an escapement goal changes, we have to have some kind of specific subsistence language in that escapement goal?
Through the chair, what I am identifying, Board Member Wood, is that there is a specific subsistence regulation that specifically categorizes ANS to the early run and to the late run. To my knowledge, there has been no discussion or assessment or analysis of how ADFG's proposed change from 2 escapement goals specific to the early run and the late run, and how their management of 2 sockeye runs, the early run and the late run, into 1 run will affect those ANS amounts.
Okay, trust me, I don't support going to a single goal, but I'm just trying to figure out the legalese. Would not the same escapement goal for the early run be applicable to pre-July 10 and the late run for after July 10?
Well, that's not a question that I can answer because it's a question that ADFG needs to answer. I'm bringing it to your attention that they haven't highlighted that. There's been no discussion about it, and perhaps it's a question that's appropriate for the board to deliberate today.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions, board members? Seeing none, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. I'm representing the Fairbanks Fish and Game Advisory Committee. We did take up this proposal, several of the Chignik proposals, but we are definitely against making 1 escapement goal. This is similar to the Chum Run and the Yukon. We have a first run and second run. We call them the summer and the fall. We have a separate amount necessary for subsistence for the summer run and a separate amount necessary for subsistence for the fall run. And the board does have to, the board can change the escapement goals. The board can reject the department's recommendations. And a good, for instance, would be Copper River. They wanted to lower the escapement goal for the king salmon in the Copper River. Myself and another member of the Fairbanks Fish and Game Advisory Committee went to Valdez for that meeting, and we talked to the directors for comfish, the directors for sport fish, and the department changed their mind about lowering the escapement goal because we knew exactly what would happen. But anyway, the Fairbanks Fish and Game Advisory Committee is vehemently opposed to making the escapement goals in the Chignik system 1 escapement goal. Thank you.
Questions, board members? I have a quick question. Is that reflected in your AC minutes, Mr. Humpenauer?
Say again?
Is that reflected in your AC minutes from the
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank
but
you.
I haven't even looked at them, but I know it is.
Well, okay.
Good. We have a good secretary.
Just curious, thank you. Any further questions, board members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Virgil.
Thank you.
Mr. Colvin.
Thank you, Axel Copen. I'd like to turn your attention to RC 111, please. We had some question about subsistence there, and this pertains directly to Proposal 105, actually, not so much to the overall theme of things. But in Proposal 105, the department has the language in there that they can open the fishery when they think they're going to get 20,000 fish through the weir. Now, we haven't had an experienced manager in Chignik in quite a while. To my knowledge, there's a photograph down below the weir with lines drawn on it that says if there's fish to this point, estimate this many. Fish to this point, estimate that many. So you look at it, you try to estimate. You need to put time in these places to understand fisheries. I think everybody would think. But when you're talking about subsistence in the Chignik area, traditionally it was 40,000 fish in a buildup in Chignik Weir. You had to have 40,000 fish through the weir, plus you had to have a buildup in the lagoon. Now that gave lots of time for people to go out and get their early June subsistence fish. That's when the smoked fish go up. If you look at the report from the subsistence folks, you'll see that the biggest uses of subsistence in Chignik occur in early June, prior to the first fishing period generally, and then after fishing ends for the most part, all the way through into early winter. That's when everybody goes and gets their redfish. So when you take this escapement goal and you knock it down to, we think we're going to get this many fish, you can go fishing with 5,000 fish through the weir. Because we think, we put the picture up, oh, it looks like there's 15,000 below it. We can go fishing. So now maybe 5,000 fish sounds like a lot of fish, right? But when you're living in Chignik Lake and you're up there and you've got your little gill net, right? And you go up in the river. You used to have 40,000 fish through that weir, at least 20-some thousand usually, through that weir to go and get your subsistence, right? Now you could only have 5,000, 8,000, 11,000, whatever, right? You just have to think you're going to get 20,000. That does make a difference on the effort that people have to put in to get their fish. Fuel's more expensive. I mean, weather's not always cooperating. It's a big lake. So when you look at the Alaska statute, it has specific definitions in customary and traditional and things like that that are within subsistence. Those are the things we're talking about that have not been taken into consideration in Proposal 105, nor in the department's analysis of these changes. It's not, we haven't seen it anywhere. So just wanted to bring that up to clarify that.
Thanks, Axel. Any questions, board members? Seeing none, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Alfredo Aboid. I am on the AC. We have a meeting. It came up to the proposal 105. And I look at 105, there is nothing. We have nothing, just 105 is say 2 runs to 1 run. What the specification, where we went, where are we going? I don't have nothing. So we table it up to get more information. And that was only 6 hours. They came up with that 6 hours, I think, to came up with the amendment to do something better, to give more information. And it wasn't full information. So I thought maybe when we talk in the summer, we got the fishing game came down here and explained he want to do it one run instead of 2. And I thought it's going to make more specification, give us more idea what the heck we going to do. Suddenly, we came in now. I thought that was going to be for next cycle because we have all more our proposals. Everything went for the first, for this year. what we have agreed on it last year, to do all of that. And when we get down there, we have no idea. How in the heck do you figure people can do their judgment on something you don't know? And I was expecting it to be for next cycle, not this cycle. So I can see it, maybe give the people a little bit more room to understand what you're putting in. I mean, that's a livelihood here we're talking. It's going to change lots of things, from Sandpoint to Kodiak to every place. It's not just Chignik. So I hope you guys understand what I came up from. Thank you.
Thank you, Alfredo. Is there any questions for Alfredo? Seeing none, thank you.
Hi, for the record, this is Ben Allen. I am not speaking on the behalf of the AC any longer. So this particular instance that I'm seeing with 105 and the corresponding management data set has a slight irritation to me personally. And it's in that we've combined our management with scientists. We have wonderful scientists. I do not disregard their abilities but when you mix the two together, what happens is they're bound by law to follow your guys' rules. And when you're trying to fit everything into a box, you start manipulating things to make it fit in the box in how you manage something, and you're trying to do the best you can with the circumstance that you have. The problem that I personally see in this is that this particular thing right now looks to me as though that there's a problem with management, and so that they're adapting their counts of escapement in order to fulfill being able to fit everything into the box and have it land. The reason that I say this is because when questioning the department in the past, I asked if we could find more funding and have them continue to do the GSI studies. And the response that I got back from the department is that we do not have any interest in having GSI studies any longer, and we have enough information that we do not need to do it anymore. Even if you found funding, we would have no appetite for doing the GSI studies any longer for the Chignik area. We have the curves set, and we no longer need to look at it. And so that was difficult for me to hear as a person that has interest in it, and also an AC member. So that for me just says this needs to be vetted. When you have two different systems, which used to be when we had Fred, which was pure science, and then management, we had management. And right now we need to have this vetted by other scientists to make sure things are falling into the correct thing. A scientist naturally wants to be shown that they're right or wrong by another institution or another group that's unbiased, so that you know that you're not biasly giving information. And if you don't present that in advance and say, this is what I have, what do you think? It really shows that they just want it their own way. And that's my personal testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, board members? Seeing none, thank you.
I know you guys love me so much.
We do.
Yeah. We might have different definitions of love. Anyway, Axel Copeland again. I'd like to turn your attention to RC 41. In 2002, the department decided, they produced a addenda on the 2002 Chignik AMR. And in it, they decided that zooplankton levels were low, so they thought that that meant they need to lower the escapement in Chignik. And so if you look at RC 41, prior to 2002, you were taking, the goal was 400,000, 350 to 400, either way, by June 30th. And they moved that down to 350 from 02 to 03, and then it moved to July 4th. So they started spreading out not only the escapement by late June started dropping more and more, even if the early run escapement goal was still being met. Now that doesn't necessarily mean, you're still getting your fish into Black Lake, but you're starting to mix them a little bit more when they're coming in. So, but if you look at it, the Chignik escapement goals, the requirement for June has gone from 400,000 sockeye to 270,000 sockeye in June month in the span of 20 years. In 2014, they moved the minimum goal for the Chignik Black Lake system to hit it by July 31st. Now, I'm not a biologist, I'm not a scientist, but since that goal was moved to July 31st, we have not fished our early run and we've only made our escapement once. Does it mess up the run timing? Does it something up there in the lake system that it's not getting enough fish early enough? I don't know. Maybe it's just a coincidence, an anomaly, I don't know. But the escapement goals have been reduced and they've been shooting for the low end. It seems to be getting worse instead of better, so I don't know how doubling down and cutting them drastically lower than this is supposed to make it better. You add in combining the two runs, taking off the protection of the weak stock by combining the runs, and lowering the escapement goal triggers to go fishing, I think you've taken all the protection away from keeping these two distinct runs healthy. And any chance of rebuilding them or knowing if you're rebuilding them. How are you going to measure if you're rebuilding them if you don't even know what percentage is coming back and when? So it's concerning for us in multiple ways. I will never dispute that the department has the authority to lower escapement goals, by the way. I have never once said that the department should not be lowering escapement goals. Combining them, I do not agree with that. When you have two distinct runs and no scientific excuse, no scientific reason to combine them, there's nothing. No scientific reason to combine them. Ease, to make it easier, it's pretty easy. Chignik's got, you've already been told with the distinct runs and the timing and everything, it's a manager's dream. But if they run the data, Fisheries Research Institute, they ran some data, they decided there should be some downturn in the minimum escapement goal as well. Fine. You're not going to hear a peep out of me about that. And I'll do my best to tell everybody in Chignik, hey, because there's a lot of people that think you should always be putting more and more and more and more fish up there. But if the data, vetted, peer-reviewed says, yeah, escapement goals need to be reduced, okay. You won't hear a squawk out of us. But that hasn't been done yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, board members? See none, thanks, Michael. Okay, we're going to just take a couple more, then we're going to move on to the next one. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Daniel Schindler, professor from the University of Washington. Thanks for this opportunity. I'd like to address RC 204, which was just dropped by the department. In RC 204, the incorrect fact and statement was just claimed that there's no utility in-season GSI at Chignik. I would like to highlight to you that a few years ago, two of us from University of Washington, a scientist from Westward Region, and a scientist from the Gene Conservation Lab collaborated on a paper that we published in a high-impact peer-reviewed journal that asked the simple question, what can we learn and what is the utility of collecting in-season GSI at Chignik with data that the department has collected? And in a simple world, that transition point from the early to late run would be static and would never change in any meaningful way. But if I can do a little mime here, think about the two distributions coming through like this. That transition point between them can change for lots of reasons. One is that the relative stock abundances changes. One way or the other is going to switch that 50-50 point just simply due to abundance alone. Second, we know that run timing is variable in any given run. I heard earlier this morning someone claim that run timing at Chignik has not changed. Long term, it may not have changed, but it changes from year to year. The whole reason the department took the lead on developing GSI at Chignik is because there was high uncertainty in when the transition point occurred. The point of our collaborative paper with the department a couple years ago was to basically take the statistics and the modeling to the 21st century in ways that we can interpret the in-season data as they come in one sample at a time. Historically, what the department did is just start every year fresh, And they couldn't really tell much until 3 or 4 observations had rolled in. And at that point, half the season was over. The model we developed in collaboration with each other was to say, we're going to start the season with the historical average. And as new GSA data come in, we can adjust that curve. And what we showed in that paper is that some years at GSI made no bit of difference at all. The fish came in as expected based on the long-term average. But about half the years, there were notable departures from what was considered normal. And as many as, I can't remember the details, I can upload the peer-reviewed paper if you want, but it's somewhere on the order of 50 to 70,000 fish were misassigned to their stock of concern within the season. In that paper, we also asked, well, how important is the lag? Because we hear that it takes too long to get the data to be useful. Well, we simulated that and asked, well, what happens if you lag 1, 3, 5, and 7 days? And yeah, if the lag is 7 days, the information is pretty meaningless. But the lag is more typically 3 to 5 days, and we show in that paper, peer-reviewed, approved by the department, that a lag of only a couple days still provides meaningful information that allows the managers to update how the runs are developing in any given year. There's no excuse for not using in-season GSI, I'm sorry. You're turning your back on one of the most useful tools that the department has developed over the last couple decades in all of Alaska. So I believe RC 204 is just simply incorrect, end of story, and I will upload the paper that shows why.
Yeah, thank you for your opinion. Board members, any questions? Seeing none, thank you. No questions. One more.
Well, I guess if it's the last time, I guess I better make it count, huh?
Always.
The one thing I touched on in my testimony that I want to expand on a little bit is when the department put together its data, the WASP study data that they used to reconstruct the run. They cut off everything that didn't come in at 50% or higher Chignik stock component. They got rid of it. 47% in the Dolgoy area got rid of it. The percentages in the Shumagon Islands, there's even some South Unimac stuff there. And by the way, South Unimac's been extended over the years closer and closer, farther east towards Chignik over the years. So what was the South Unimac in 1983 is definitely not the South Unimac district in 2006, 2007, and 2008. So there are some differences there where there might have been fewer Chignik fish if you'd done that study before. Another point is that was a 30-year low. Those 3 years was a 30-year low for Chignik sockeye harvests. I won't say production, because if you look, I can't remember what RC it is now, the 50% of the Chignik Black Lake harvest was caught in the South Peninsula in 2006, based on the WASP study. So of all the Black Lake sockeye that were harvested in 2006, 47%, I'm fudging to 50%, 47% was caught in the South Peninsula. And a big chunk of fish were caught in the Dolgoy Island area. In 2015, there was, I think, 800,000 sockeye harvested in that Dolgoy Island area from June 1st to July 25th, which is why we ended up with 191,000 harvest cap in there in 2016, which I think you guys spoke about earlier today. Those numbers weren't produced, though. They only went back close to 2015. That's all being left out of this run reconstruction. The other thing that was curious is they cut it off at 50%, right? Chignik stocks being intercepted in other areas was cut off at 15% or 50%. But within the CMA, they said there was a 10% non-local harvest. That was included. I don't get the disconnect, scientifically. Now, when they came to Chignik in June, they said, well, we're using the best science available. I said, no, you're not. Well, you got to draw the line somewhere. That's what we were told. So I guess the line's drawn at 50%, except for when it hurts Chignik in the run reconstruction. I have one more point, and then you get rid of me forever, apparently. There's a sockeye stock in Surprise Lake in Aniakchak. There have been as much as 60,000 sockeye observed in that lake if you go back and look at the records. I've got it, black and white. I've got the records of Chignik's cannery production from 1898. My grandpa gave it to me. My great-grandpa, great-uncles were out working fish traps and getting chased away from fish traps, not allowed to fish by them. These things were going on. But this lake, the sockeye stock in Aniakchak, which is within the central district of the CMA, the mouth of Aniakchak River is technically the eastern district, those are considered east of Wassip in the Wassip study. They're not east of Wassip. East of Wassip is east of Killicat Rocks. When we asked about that, we were told, well, they don't go to the Chignik Black Lake or Chignik Lake. Well, but it's still not east of Wassip. Those are still Chignik sockeye. So it's probably not that much of a percentage, but yet when you're including these stocks that are considered east of Wassip that are harvested in the Chignik area, you're including some sockeye stocks that are coming to the Chignik area, even if they're not going to Black Lake and Chignik Lake. So, I mean, we're talking about a lake that has had more escapement in it than this Orzinski Lake that's got a weir in it. I don't know if it's even flown anymore or identified for sockeye escapements now. They used to do it in the old days. Apparently, I don't know, can't do it anymore. I don't know. But I just wanted to point that out too. This data, I mean, look, if the data supports it, it supports it, but don't pick and choose. Use all the data available. I don't understand not using all the data available. It just, why do the Wassip study if you're not going to use it? All of it.
Thanks, Zach. Was there a question for you?
No, he answered my question. I was going to ask about the east of Wassip line and, whether they're not, yeah, he answered it.
Okay. Any questions? See none. Thanks, Axel.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we're going to move on to the next proposal, 106, please.
Proposal 106, amend the Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan to increase in-river escapement of sockeye salmon prior to opening a commercial fishery by emergency order. 5 AAC 15.357, Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan.
Thank you. As the author of this proposal in the room. Welcome, Timothy.
Yeah, for the record, Timothy Murphy. Yeah, I submitted this proposal to increase the amount of escapement through Chignik Weir prior to the first commercial harvest period to 40,000 from 20,000 to increase subsistence opportunity in June.
Questions for, seeing none. Okay, Alfredo.
Good afternoon. Alfredo Howard. We have been seeing since 73, I started fishing in Chignik. It used to be the traps got hold of us earlier in the 50 to 56. And the Chignik run almost died, almost collapsed. So we sat on the beach for a long time. So we started fishing one day at a time from 6 o'clock to almost 6 o'clock in the evening. And when the stock started getting any better next year and stuff like that, they start adding another day. Then when it goes farther in the season, we start getting 2 to 3 days, up to 5 days. And that till we build that stock. And in the 70s or close to 70s, we have it already went down. We build it, we now seeing it going. We used to have 400 and a plus in the lagoon. I don't know why we change it. Something works, keep it. The minimum escapement, minimum return. Sure, the lake it change, but still can take more than we can, what they want to put in. It will take way the hell more. And another thing, the fish is getting smaller. It used to be 7, 8 pounds, 10 pounds sometimes in the old days. We used to hit 400, 500, the escapement 400 to 500, 600. Now, the fish is smaller at 5.5, 6 pounder, 6.5 average. So you need to put more fish in the river to compensate for that weight we was using up earlier to make it fertilize it more. So every time I look at the graph, it seems like down, down, down every year or every session. That's not gonna work. And to make it to one run, might as well go home. That's what I think. Might as well I'll give you my permit and I go home. Thank you.
Thank you, Alfredo. Questions? I guess there's no questions for you, Alfredo. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Further comments? Mr. Murphy?
Yeah, Timothy Murphy again. This was a long time used management tool, the 40,000 number. It was used successfully, and it would simply give more of a period of time for commercial fishermen mainly, because the people who don't commercial fish can still subsist while commercial fishing is going on. When it's time to go fishing, all our energies need to go into the commercial fishery. We can no longer subsist, and got to fix the stuff we broke while we were fishing and rest and prepare for the next commercial fishing period. So our opportunity to subsist is over when that first commercial harvest period happens.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Timothy? Come back. We've got
I have a
for
question,
you.
and I'm not sure if this is for Tim or the department, but they seem to relate directly to this proposal. And I'm looking at the language in 105, and I just want to make sure that I'm interpreting it correctly. It says, however, if the department determines that a strong buildup of sockeye salmon exists in Chignik Lagoon and that 20,000 sockeye will escape into the Chignik River, the commissioner may open by emergency order the commercial salmon fishery before 20,000 sockeye salmon have escaped into the Chignik River. So so you don't have to meet even a 20,000 in-river threshold. It's just if you think you're gonna get it, is there a test fishery to address that? I'm just kind of curious, because this relates directly to the 40,000, I think. And I don't know if this question is for Tim or if it's for the department or whomever.
Well, through the chair, that is the current language. They can open the fishery estimating that they will escape 20,000 sockeye rather than having it actually gone through the Chignik Weir.
So I guess my question to the department then is, how are you going to make that assessment? Because this relates directly to the subsistence opportunity piece of things and this proposal. So how is that assessment going to be done?
Madam Chair, so that assessment is historically during really strong sockeye runs. There were usually test fisheries down in the lagoon to determine if there was a large buildup. There's also situations where there can be 20, 30,000 fish directly behind the weir that have already made it through that lagoon area, in which case, again, assuming that we are meeting escapement objectives or will be appearing to that it could be open before that marker. And I would, if you are curious, you can check out, there's a table on 106 that shows years, the escapement the day before we made an emergency order to open the first commercial period, and escapement the day before that fishing actually took place and what those escapement values were. It's very rare that escapement has been below 20,000 prior to the first commercial opening.
So you have to meet your escapement goal, plus you think that, there might be? You didn't answer my question on how you're going to assess that. Because this has major implications, not just for ANS, but also for, the action plans and whether those triggers, the action plan triggers go away. So I'm curious if, at least that's how I interpret it. So I'm just kind of curious, and I know we haven't gotten to the action plans, how that will be assessed, because that's a big deal.
Madam Chair, I don't fully understand the question. Like I said,
Let me repeat it for you then. So the language here says, if the department determines, and I'm wondering how this determination is made, that a strong buildup of sockeye salmon exists in Chignik Lagoon, and that 20,000 sockeye salmon will escape into the Chignik River, not have, but will, the commissioner may open by EO the commercial salmon fishery before 20,000 sockeye have escaped into the Chignik River. So if you just told me that you're assuming that you've made the escapement goal, but this says before that escapement happens. I don't get it. Help me.
Yeah, like I said, so if the sockeye is run, so if you look, it's not common that we open before that 20,000 mark. It only happens when the early run is coming in extremely strong, very early in the season, and that assessment is made through either test fishing in the lagoon or a visual buildup of a large number of fish directly behind the weir, where we know within like the day or two at most that 20,000 will be hit. And specifically only very early in the season when that 20,000 would be ahead probably of our run timing.
So your intention is to use a test fishery?
Yeah, if we think that there's a lot of sockeye early in the season, that is what we have historically done.
But what will you do?
We will have a test fishery like when we're putting the weir in, right, we can get a good picture of if there is going to be a really strong early season, early run. And so if we suspect that there are large amounts of sockeye coming in early, like early enough for the 20,000 to be within the middle escapement run of the historical run timing, then we would, yes, do a test fishery in the lagoon.
So
That
we're
seems like a
managing
big
to
assumption.
language that the board has given us to manage to. So if in fact you want to change that to have 20,000 past the weir, you can do that and we'll manage that. If you want 40,000, we'll do that. Right now, you've given us language to manage when we think we're going to get 20,000 past the weir. We're not going to commit to having a test net fishery to manage that. We'd rather have a target then in that case because we don't have money to do that. So again, if you would like to give us a better target to have a point estimate past the weir, we'll be glad to manage that.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful, because I think that's exactly what Mr. Murphy's proposal does. I just wanted to drill down into that a little bit, because, I mean, if we're combining escapement goals per 105, then this becomes extremely relevant in my mind towards ANS and how that's going to be, the opportunity is going to be made available.
Further questions? Mr. Wood?
I think what the chair is getting at is a situation that I experienced before I got on this board and I dealt with the Cook Inlet fisheries and a rather heated discussion with the director of commercial fisheries back then, because there are steps in the Cook Inlet fishery that take place when a run is projected to be beyond a certain level, et cetera. And so the whole question or the argument was centered around what does projection mean? And the response I got back then was, well, at that time, I think they had 2 lines out there, test lines. We look at the fish being caught out in the test lines, et cetera, and if it's at such and such a level, we feel, based on experience, that you can very well expect the river count to be at, the level acceptable. Here, we don't have that luxury. And I think what we're trying to do is, and maybe the commissioner's, I wouldn't say suggestion, because I don't think that's what he's doing, but the idea that it has to actually be actual fish through is certainly more definite, but it also delays the decision until that point is reached, and that's the downside of it. So if there's a solution somewhere, then I'm all ears.
Thank you, Mr. Wood.
One more comment. The language from 106 has been written into 105. So if 105 is adopted, we can withdraw 106.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Allen.
For the record, my name is Benjamin Allen with the Chignik AC. This was unanimously supported with the understanding that that 40,000 passage through the weir would potentially make it difficult to open the fishery for commercial use. But due to the fact that ANS has not been reached, the AC agreed that it was important to make sure that we in fact did have 40,000 to get through to help meet ANS, and we were able to unanimously decide that that was appropriate for the department to have that in verbiage. So we just wanted to make that known. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments?
I guess you're stuck with me still. Axel Copen, I'm going to give a little background on how we got to this 20,000. It started during the co-op in 2002. The department was afraid that the reduced number of boats weren't going to be able to harvest the fish and keep the escapement down. So they wanted to start going fishing earlier. It was part of the processor's push too. They didn't want the buildup, blah, blah, blah. So we want to get, good fishing earlier, keep the stream of fish steady. And that's when it was instituted. It was with a separate management plan when the co-op was in. Somehow when the co-op went away, that 20,000 just stayed in there. I looked through the regulations on the board meetings and I never found where it was ever specifically passed. Even though the co-op went away, that was included in the co-op plan. So it's still there. This is something that put into take it back to how it was. So just a little history on how it even got there in the first place.
Thank you. Yeah, now we know what we can do here to alleviate that problem. And we've heard lots of good information. So thank you, Axel. We'll move to the next. One more, and we're going to the next one.
Virgil Infinar, Fairbanks AC. The Fairbanks AC actually supported what the Chignik AC came up with, and so unless it's something that's, they wanted me to really emphasize, our recommendation was the same as the Chignik AC. Thank you.
Thank you, Virgil. Okay, we're going to move on to 107.
Proposal 107, modify the Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan to allow more commercial fishing time by implementing commercial salmon fishing periods regardless of sockeye salmon escapement. 5 AAC 15.357 Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan.
Thank you. Do the authors want to speak to this?
Kylie Thompson, Area Abstainers Association. If you reference RC 203, we have withdrawn support for this proposal due to the lack of interest from CMA participants.
Thank you, Kylie. Questions from board members? Seeing none, thank you. Further comments? Okay, 108.
Proposal 108, amend the Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan to implement commercial salmon fishing periods in June. 5 AAC 15.357 Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan.
Thank you. The author want to speak to this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name's Nate Rose. I'm here with the Kodiak Seiners Association. And this ultimately was a proposal designed to provide the test fishery sort of a style of management to gauge run strength and also provide opportunity to Chignik fishermen in the event they wanted to, start early, ensure crew, go through, make sure the boat's working the way it should prior to the peak of the run. In conversations with Chignik fishermen, we realized that there's no support for this, so we'd be withdrawing our support of Proposal 108. Thank you.
Thank you, Nate. Questions? Question?
Do you know what that RC, were you?
Yes, ma'am. Through the chair, thank you. The RC amendment language by the Kodiak AC was RC 73.
Thanks, Nate.
Yeah, thank you.
Board member? Oh, okay. Anybody else want to comment on this one? Seeing none, we'll go to 109.
Proposal 109, amend the Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan to apply mandatory closures in the Chignik managed area, repeal the in-river run goal in August and September, and remove the 48-hour maximum weekly fishing period in September. 5 AAC 15.357 Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan.
Thank you. The author want to speak to this one? Is the author present? Hi, George.
Chair. George Anderson, Chignik Intertribal Coalition. Yeah, we put this in a little bit of nostalgia for us. When and only when escapement goals are being met after August 1, we believe that, we always believe in pulse escapement and pulse harvest might help us rebuild and restore our runs, late runs. Also accomplishing having this closure, it's like a 24-hour closure, would hopefully help subsistence users have a little more time interdispersed openings to harvest subsistence during the season. So we feel that would give a little more opportunity. Also, right now by regulation, I believe after September 15th, no more than 48 hours is available for harvest if fish are present. So we believe by having 5 days in a row open, if there are fish present, it might attract a processor to come in. And this does twofold. Also provides opportunity for local folks to participate in fishery, mostly with family, but also conquers, hopefully, we have a coho run that comes in, and they're severe predators on sockeye, juvenile sockeye. So it's kind of an all-in-one approach. But anyways, to save time, we rolled portions of this into RC 201. We are not married up to this roll-in, but it is, it's there. So thank you.
Thank you, George. Questions, board members? Seeing none, thank you, George. For the comments, Mr. Allen.
For the record, Ben Allen, Chignik AC. We believe, the AC believe that this would further to correct the lack of ANS recovery for the Chignik area by having those 2 days off and still keep things moving forward for the commercial fishery potential. And it would still give that option to do it. We've actually jockeyed around with the 10,000, moving it down to from 20,000 to try to figure out where it is and how to land it. I think this would, the AC believes that this would accomplish that. And so we were in unanimous support. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, board members? Seeing none, thank you. Further comments? Alfredo. Push the button on the mic.
No, it was.
There you go. Now we can hear you.
It was on. I was thinking that we put it in also to help, we got lots of rivers, tributes. So if you, instead of going on it steady for like last year we went steady for about like a month. And that will take every fish there. So by the time you make it that way, it maybe can help, the small creeks get in their escapement. And that's what we, was thinking about it. That's all of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to speak to this one? Okay, we'll move to 110.
Proposal 110, amend the Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan to restrict commercial fishing periods in Chignik Lagoon until the escapement goal has been met. 5 AAC 15.357 Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan.
Thank you. Is the author present? Welcome, George.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. I put this in just because we are having a hard time getting escapement, and we all heard lots of the fishers in Chignik do like the early run fish because claim it better. So it seems to me this would benefit us all. Thank you. Any questions or, and then thank you.
We have one question for you, George.
Hey, George, I'm just kind of curious, how does this differ, in your opinion, from how it's currently managed?
I never quite got that.
I'm just kind of curious, your proposal, how you think it's how this is different from how it's currently managed?
It won't change anything. This is just the Chignik Lagoon section, or it's stated in 170 on my RC.
Okay, thanks.
Further questions? Thanks, George. Anyone else want to speak this one? Mr. Allen?
For the record, Ben Allen, Chignik AC. This was unanimously opposed as it basically follows our current plan that exists now and would complicate issues if we were to accept it. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Seeing none, we'll go to 111.
Proposal 111, amend the Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan to increase commercial salmon fishing time and area in the Eastern District in August. 5 AAC 15.357 Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan.
Thank you. No, you're not done yet, Axel.
I said I only submitted 2 proposals, so somehow I'm up here again. Yeah, the idea behind this proposal is, normally we wouldn't need this, right? The sockeye runs the system. So up until 2018, we didn't have to worry about this generally, worry about not being able to fish our pinks and chums in our Eastern District because we had our sockeye. And so in 2018, and then again in 2020, when you don't have your sockeye escapement, if there's pinks and chums out there, you can't go get them. And we need every fish we can catch, right? As you can tell, we want to get as many fish up the river as we can, right? We want to protect the diversity. The last proposal, we're talking about going 5 days a week in Central Lagoon and Chignik in August and September. Ensure fish passage, get some genetic diversity up there instead of grinding on them all the time. This one, we're trying to get out and fish these pinks and chums. There's excess, it's just a waste, right? I mean, they just pile up in the creeks. Some of the years the creeks are kind of dry, they just die. So it'd be nice to be able to get out and get any excess, be able to keep a crew around, and make a few bucks. That's the impetus behind it. And as far as the proposal goes, if the department's worried about sockeye catch out there, I mean, I fished out there in June from the time I was a little kid, but August month, everybody's out there looking for pinks and chums. If they're concerned about any sockeye harvests, I mean, close an area, you're worried about sockeye. It would be Navy Island, right? There's Navy Island there if you look in the Eastern District. That's about the best spot for sockeye. If there's a concern of intercepting sockeye going somewhere that late, you generally don't find any out there, but we're not looking for sockeye, so, you know, it's not gonna be a thing where it's gotta be everything, or we're just looking to try to get some pink and chum access. Thank you.
Thanks, Axel. Any questions or comments, board members? Seeing none, thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this one? Mr. Allen.
For the record, Benjamin Allen, Chignik AC, we unanimously supported this as well. I won't go in, he was pretty specific with it. Thank you.
You said you supported this, correct? Okay, that's what I thought. Anyone else want to speak to this? Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, member of the board. Once again, Nate Rose with Kodiak Seiners Association. I'd like to reference RC 125 and again RC 152 in my coming up in these comments. We want to first start by saying we applaud the move by Chignik fishermen to push for management of local pinks and chums. I think that's it's an opportunity there that's been underutilized. I totally agree. Ultimately, RC 125 would ask that there be some safeguards put into this additional openings in that outer area for specifically sockeye. You can reference RC 152. There's a graph ultimately showing the August harvest of sockeye in the Eastern District of the CMA. Show a fairly significant harvest of sockeye in 2019. And ultimately, the cap proposed of 20,000 sockeye only would have triggered this closure due to the according to the language in 125 to the intersections in order to harvest pinks and chums one time since 1978. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Nate? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, Mr. Carson Van Dorn.
Hey, Nate, I'm looking at you're looking at, oh, there's the Eastern District. I just was seeing the Western and Perryville. Sorry, I got you. Never mind.
Sure, for brevity's sake, thank you. We just included everything in that RC 152 for ease of everyone's access. Thanks.
Further questions? Thanks, Nate.
Thank you.
Anyone want to comment on this?
I promise I didn't want to have to come back up, but I had to.
This is retaliation for what happened at the IGVAC meeting in 2020. Kodiak's putting in a proposal to put a 20,000 sockeye cap on Chignik. The thing they're forgetting is their sockeye caps end on July 31st. We're fishing in our own area. Historically, there's minimal sockeye harvested in this area. It's August, focused on pinks and chums. We do still have sockeye in our area, so I don't see any reason to have a sockeye cap. But like I said, a better way to do it would, if you're worried about sockeye being harvested, there's an island there. Don't let that area be fished. You can still fish the pinks and chums. Thank you. I don't want to get limited in our pinks and chums if we happen to be having a really strong late sockeye run and we catch some sockeye, which would be fluky, but it could happen.
Thanks, Axel. Any questions for Axel? Seeing none. Any further comments on 111? Seeing none, we'll go to 112, please.
Proposal 112, amend the Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan to include a harvest cap in the Eastern District to reduce commercial salmon fishing time. 5 AAC 15.357 Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan.
Thank you. Would the author like to speak to this? Mr. Rose?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd refer to, actually, excuse me, I forgot their RC number, but I submitted an RC to withdraw support of this proposal.
184.
184, thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Anybody else? Seeing none, we'll go to 112, or 113, excuse me.
Proposal 113, amend the Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan to require at post-June commercial salmon fishing periods in portions of the Western and Perryville districts. 5 AAC 15.357 Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan.
The authors like to speak to this one. Axel? Well, you should just stay up here.
The author that submitted this, he never contacted, this didn't come out of Chignik.
Oh, okay.
This came out of somebody who doesn't even live in the state of Alaska. This organization does not even exist. So we have nothing to do with it and nothing to say about it, so we'll just leave it there. Anyone you see from those, that's the same, unless there's somebody here that identifies himself, we have no clue.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking for someone to speak to it. I don't see him. Thank you, Axel. No further comments. We'll go to 114.
Proposal 114, amend the Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan to allow post-June commercial salmon fishing periods in portions of the Eastern District. 5 AAC 15.357 Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan.
Thank you. I think it was by the same group previously. Any comments on this one?
Ben Allen, as Axel stated previously, it no longer exists. I used to be part of it. It was disbanded, so not sure who is putting it in. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, 115.
Proposal 115, amend the Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan so that pink, chum, and coho salmon stocks in the Western and Perryville districts of Registration Area L will be managed based on the strength of the pink, chum, and coho salmon stocks in the Stepovac and Shumagon Island sections of Registration Area M. 5 AAC 15.357 Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan.
Thank you, and I see we have the co-author up here.
Hi, my name is Amy Foster. I'm the co-author on Proposal 115. I also noticed that Proposal 116 is also, similar to Proposal 115. From July 9th through September 30th, we would like the department to manage the Chignik fishery of the Perryville and Western districts based on the abundance of pink, chum, coho, and salmon stocks in the Stepovac area of the Southeast District mainland and the Shumagon Islands. When fish stocks of pink, chum, and coho salmon have low escapement in the Chignik area of the sedum, and the Chignik Islands during July, August, and September. The Perryville districts and the western districts will be closed until there are significant returns of salmon in the streams, and area M fishermen will be able to commercial salmon fish in the areas. In July and August, in the Perryville and western districts, there should be at least one 48-hour closed period within a 7-day period in order to maintain healthy stocks within Sedum and the Chignik Islands. The reasoning behind this here is previously, intermittent years, local setnut and seine fishermen have been denied access to harvesting salmon during the months of August and September due to the low numbers of westward returning chum and pink salmon within the Stepavac area and Chignik Islands. In the past, at the same time the area M fishermen are shut down, the Chignik fishermen are fishing 7 days a week, catching and producing high numbers of pink salmon and chum salmon destined for the Stepavac area and Chignik Islands, while the area M fishermen are shut down and salmon aren't returning to the local stream. When fish stocks of pink and chum salmon have low escapement within the Stepavac area of the Sedum and Chignik Islands during July, August, and September, the Perryville district should be closed until there are significant returns of salmon in the streams and area M fishermen are able to commercial fish in these areas of salmon that are traveling westbound. And we would also like to be able to see at least one 48-hour period, closed period during a 7-day week in Sedum and Aleutian in the Chignik Islands and that within that area. Did you want to talk?
Yeah, any questions for Ms. Foster? Ms. Carlson Van Dorn?
Hi, Amy. So earlier today, we heard and talked about how it's very difficult to assess escapement on chum, especially in Stepavac.
Yeah.
Would you like to comment on,
Well, there are some areas, I believe Lisa was talking, I don't know if I can say her name, in the Stepavac, up in the Stepavac Flats, there, is muddy water, but most areas, the streams are clear and you can see it, and that's just a tiny area up at the head of the bay.
Okay, further questions?
And those are, mainly local dogs that are fished up there. And we do fish close up to, up in the head of the bay, whenever that area is open, and we haven't fished there in several years.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further questions for Ms. Foster? Seeing none, thank you. Anyone else want to comment on this proposal?
Good afternoon. My name's Jack Foster. I started fishing when I was 7. I'm 66 now, if any of you guys are interested in doing the math. I've been doing it for a while. Participated in all 3 fisheries out there, all 3 salmon fisheries, everything else but dragon for cod. I haven't done that. I used to fish on Kuprianov Point, right alongside Chignik guys. And there's fish out there going both ways. I've stated it before at different boards. That's a mixing area out there. And we have humpies and dogs coming in around that point. And I'd just like to support that proposal there. I've been fishing down there a long time, and we've seen them spikes and lows. And I've also seen Chignik fail and fall on its face before. Wasn't blamed. I mean, we had nothing to do with it. That river booms and busts. It has for several times in the last 50 years. So I think some restriction to let the fish through would be in order. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Any questions, board members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Mr. Copeland.
Thank you. I didn't know they were having trouble getting escapement for pinks down there in Area M. They've got stronger systems than we do down there. Generally, if you were to manage us on their pink salmon escapement, we would be over harvesting our own pinks and chums. They have a lot more pinks and chums down there. So I don't know how you could work this system to manage based on theirs. I just don't understand how it works. I believe the department was opposed to this proposal based on something like that. It limits flexibility. And as far as I know, there's no concern with pink and chum escapement down there. If I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not sure. I don't. But it doesn't really make any sense to me anyway. Our AC was opposed to it unanimously. It doesn't really make any sense. Thank you.
Thanks, Axel. Any further comments?
Dale Peterson, last year we sat on the beach for 2 weeks till the 15th of August because our streams weren't getting humpy escapement. Chignik fished every day. Just that's it.
Thank you, Dale.
Hi, I'm John Foster, and I'm a Southeast District mainland settler in Fox Bay, and I have no problem with the fishing out there. The problem I have is over the last, I don't know how many years, the Southeast District mainland doesn't open until they get full escapement. Meanwhile, we could have Chignik over here fishing nonstop 7 days a week, and we're just sitting around doing nothing, waiting for escapement. Just in the Southeast District mainland. I mean, even the rest of the area M is open. For some reason, we get stuck with, we can't go fishing until all the escapement is there. You know, as long as we're fishing, I have no problem with them fishing at all. The one problem spot is Fox Cape. I mean, I used to sand down there when it was at Kupranoff, and when we sand down there, the only fish we could catch was fish going into their area. The only fish that they could legally catch were fishing coming into our area. At Fox Cape along Kupranoff, them fish come in, round and over. That's just how it is. I mean, we're just looking for a little bit of help here, I mean, in the Southeast District mainland. Even in August, we don't go fishing until, I mean, we had 20 million humpies come back 2 years ago, and we still never got down there till August 15th.
Thank you, John.
Edgar Smith. When I used to fish down there on the east side of Steppenback, those pinks will come in later. They were one of the last of the pinks to come in. They're predominantly coming and heading west. And if you go out there, you'll see that streak that's out there. It runs, they're coming down and jumping towards the west, and that's how we fish them. I mean, and if they're fishing on the Fox Cape and out there by Perryville, they're actually cutting off part of the fish that's heading down to the west.
Thank you.
Ben Allen, speaking for himself, got my self hat on. My wife used to fish that area before the 3-mile moratorium was put on to stop crossing of the border with the two different fisheries. Both directions of sets were made all the time. It just depended on which fish, which day, which kind, and they were going both directions. The same thing applies now down in the Fox, what was just mentioned previously, that they're fish that are prevalent going into Ivanoff Bay. We've gone way inside Ivanoff Bay at the same time and stacked our nets up going for fish that were going in there. So there is many local stocks in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. We'll take one more comment and we'll move on.
It sounds like there's a little, I don't know what's going on there. We usually have to have fish in our creeks before we get going fishing in Chignik too, in our pinks and chums. It's always been a bone of contention, is you generally see the Shumagan Islands fishing, Kodiak fishing before they get their fish in the streams, and we always used to ask, why not us, right? Why do they all got to be up there before we get to go fishing, or most of them up there? And the systems are smaller, and you have to be more conservative. So generally, if we're fishing out there, we're making our escapement in our streams and our pinks, with our pinks and our chums. And like Ben said, one of our biggest producers is Ivanoff Bay, which is where Fox Cape is sitting right on the western edge of Ivanoff Bay. It's one of our biggest producing bays. It's chums, coho, and pinks. So it's a productive spot. Thank you.
Thanks, Axel. Okay, we'll move on to 116.
Proposal 116, modify the Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan to manage the western Perryville districts of Registration Area L based on the strength of pink, chum, and coho salmon stocks in the southeastern district mainland section of Registration Area M, 5 AAC 15.357 Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan.
Thank you. Would the authors like to speak to this one?
Mr. Chair, I'm Julian Manos. I'm on the Area Seniors Association Board. And I think it's very similar to the previous proposal. So I think just referring to the comments and of what Amy and Jack Foster and everyone else said before is all I need to say.
Thank you, Julian. Questions for Julian? Seeing none. Thank you. Further comments? George?
Hello, George Anderson. Yeah, I would like to reference all of our previous comments on 115 to this one, please.
Thanks, George. Questions? Seeing none. Thank you, George. Further comments? Seeing done. 117, please.
Proposal 117, amend the fishing districts, sections, and subsections to increase fishing time and area by creating new sections in outside waters of the Chignik Management Area, 5 AAC 15.357 Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan.
This is by United Chignik Salmon Fishermen. You're going to comment on that, your AC?
As this has been earlier, for the record, Ben Allen, as this has been disbanded, as stated earlier, just to let you guys know what, we don't know who this is.
Okay, thank you. Questions, board members? Comments? Seeing none, 118.
Proposal 118, amend the districts, sections, and subsections and the management plan to increase commercial fishing time and area in the western Perryville districts in August. 5 AAC 15.357 Chignik Area Salmon Management Plan.
Author like to speak? They're here. You ought to sit closer.
Lost 10 pounds. This is basically the same thing from the Eastern District that you saw in 111, but applying it to the Western District. The problem is the Western District's a little more complicated because there's sockeye in the area. Our late run comes predominantly from the Western Districts, comes from Area M side. And there are mixed stocks in the area. In some of those areas out there, you know, it can be a pretty good mixed stock fishery out there. So what we're trying to do is, when we're not getting our sockeye escapement, is try to focus on where the pinks and chums are. And the current area, the way it's drawn up in Chignik right now, had big chunks, right? The Western District runs from Castle Cape all the way down to Cape Itke. If you look at the map, the old system, well, Cape Itke's a good sockeye spot. So you don't want to be there. Traditionally, the department would draw a line from Cape Itke down to Alexander Point, between Humpback Bay and Ivanhoe Bay. And everything inside of that would be open, everything outside of it would be closed. But the problem is Cape Itke, at that line, you could still get sockeye there. And somebody's always going to push it, right? And so the attempt here was to give the department more flexibility in opening and closing sections and creating new subsections to have an inner and outer subsection in bays that previously didn't have those, like an inner Humpback Bay, outer Perryville, outer Perryville, things like that, to give the department the flexibility to close those islands there, the outside of which you can get a lot of sockeye headed towards Chignik, headed east. Metrophania Island, Cape It, and then I moved the boundary line, or suggest to move the boundary line up to Seal Cape from Itke, to eliminate Cape Itke as even a possibility in these openings if there's no sockeye escapement. If you see the line going into Dorner Bay, I moved it up past Sweater Bay to get you far off where those sockeye swing up into there. And then you had to create another section between Castle Cape and Seal Cape, because there's two different spots there where you can catch sockeye on the backside of Castle Cape. Keep that closed if there's, you can see the pink areas are closed if there's no sockeye, and the yellow areas are open for pinks and chums. The department in their comments did say that they had a problem with the Devil's Bay section being open is that there's no local pink and chum streams there. There aren't any local pink and chum streams there. They're generally going around the corner into Dorner Bay and moving on farther. Some are moving east, some are moving west. There's streams all along. But no problem with that, right? I mean, if that's a problem, keep that area closed too if there's no sockeye around. We don't catch sockeye there, but there's no streams there, okay. We don't have a problem with that. The attempt, again, try to get out there, get some effort, catch pinks and chums, and have a fishing opportunity when there's no sockeye. Thank you.
Thanks, Axel. Questions, Mr. Wood?
So your idea to address what the department is just to keep Devil's Bay closed? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, if that's a problem, then keep it closed. The attempt is not, we're not trying to get out there and, sneak some sockeye. I mean, I would hope the department has the EO authority, if we go out there and start catching sockeye, to close whatever area that is. That's the idea behind creating more districts and areas. Close it down. Close that area down. Don't have such big areas, you have to close everything, you can be a little more precise. If somebody goes out there and finds some sockeye that in a spot that hasn't traditionally been harvested before, close it. But if, yeah.
Would you please work with staff to prepare whatever language necessary to accomplish the keeping of Devil's Bay closed?
Be happy to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Axel, I remember seeing an RC that came through that had, I think you colored in a map. Is
Yeah,
that
I don't remember what
relative to
RC it is.
Okay, but that's relative to this
Yeah.
proposal, that's what I
Yeah,
thought.
there's a colored map there.
118, thank you.
Yeah. It disappeared from my binder.
Any further questions for Mr. Copeland? Seeing none, thanks. Any other comments on this one? Alfredo?
Try to check it, see if it's still on. I fished that area pretty good. Between that time, that area there, that short area, that most of it, pink, dogs, and coal. And also sometimes will be kings, but kings drop. The farther you go toward Roscove or Dorner Bay will be less. So I support that proposal.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Foster.
Hi, I'm back again. I still have no real problem with them fishing pinks and chums. I'm actually hoping that they come up with a management plan for pinks and chums and silvers. As it is right now, if the red escapement is there, everything's wide open, nonstop. I'm just looking for a little help. If you want to do all this stuff, take into account what's happening in Area M for pink and chum. If we're having a problem, slow them down or stop them. If there's one little problem in Chignik with reds, we're done. We're shut down. Make it a little fair, a little bit equal here.
Thank you, John. Darren?
Good afternoon. I'm Darren Platt with the Kodiak Sanders Association. I'm going to be referencing RCs 126 and 127. I'm also going to refer to RC 152, RC 61, RC 17, and public comments PC 87. Largely, we support this, the proposal 118, and we made amendments to 118. We also made an amendment to 113 that I'm going to discuss just for the sake of brevity, but they're very similar. This would make the Chignik management area manage much more closely in line with the Kodiak management area, where we have to manage for sockeye, pink, and chum simultaneously and account for the simultaneous abundance of all those stocks. We have done that very successfully. Even after the depleted runs of 2016, within 2 generations, we were able to restore our pink and chum runs without putting any additional pressure on sockeye. So we do think it's a good plan. However, what our RCs address is largely a lapse in conservation and mixed stock management in the Western and Perryville districts of Chignik. We believe that these RCs should be considered separately of these proposals and hopefully adopted separately if possible. But so as demonstrated by the WASP data, supported by the department at the meeting, and long known anecdotally to Kodiak and Chignik fishermen, the western and Perryville districts do contain a significant component of non-local stocks. The department now acknowledges that sockeye harvested in these areas is likely 50% non-local. Traditionally, Chignik fishermen had concentrated their effort in the central and Chignik Bay sections to focus on sockeye stocks, but in the last 10 years, that has changed drastically, and it also changed well before the decline in their sockeye stocks. There's also a significant component of non-local chum that have historically been caught there. And if you reference RC 61, you can see the WASP data that showed in 1 year there was over 30,000 seawack chum harvested in that area. To get an idea of how harvest patterns have changed in Chignik to switch to the western Perryville districts, I asked you to look at RC 152, which shows a graph of the increase in harvest in those areas relative to the historical harvest patterns. So both these proposals, or both the RCs, propose to impose as part of this proposal sockeye caps in the outer sections of the outlying district. We put those caps in, or we selected the numbers in those caps after a lot of thought and deliberation to ensure that traditional harvest patterns in the Chignik area would still be able to continue, although it would limit the expansion of their effort in their area. The caps don't apply to the central and Chignik Bay sections where the harvest is predominantly local stocks. We also used the map drawn in RC 17 by Chignik fishermen that indicate where they're able to successfully harvest local pink and chums. We think it's important that they're the ones that are able to draw those maps. In Kodiak, we've had people from the outside come and draw lines for us, and those lines largely don't work for our fishermen, and they're generally ineffective. So we do support the map that the proposer has drawn. Although these maps do notably still allow Chignik fishermen to harvest at Fox Cape, which is a known mixed stock area. So we ask you to please refer to RC 152 to also see how the caps would historically have impacted the Chignik management area. They would very rarely trigger a closure based on how they historically harvest. In the 35 years prior to their expansion into this area, they would have possibly triggered a closure 5 times in the western and Perryville district, and only one of those times did the harvest rates exceed the cap by over 20,000 fish. This is pretty much in line with how Kodiak has managed to account for non-local stocks. So on the mainland, we get, we're allotted a total of 40,000 fish harvested before we're forced into the inner bays of the mainland area, and that was to protect Cook Inlet stocks. The termination date of that was selected based on run timing of the Cook Inlet run, but in Kodiak, our late runs build throughout August. The Carlick run typically peaks in late August or early September. So these caps are designed to protect all eastbound stocks, not just Cook Inlet. So we've repeatedly heard from Chignik fishermen that they are managed based solely on their local stocks, and what we're saying is that's still a problem. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Hey, Darren, so how would you define the traditional harvest in the Chignik again? Did you say 10 years only? I mean, prior to 10 years, they were primarily central and...
Yeah, so if you look at RC, what number was it? RC 152. You can see the historical harvest of sockeye in the western and Perryville districts. You see a substantial growth in the sockeye harvested in that area. If you also reference public comments 87, you'll see that traditionally Chignik fishermen harvest less than 20% of their sockeye in the western and Perryville district. That percentage has now grown to roughly 50%, so it's hundreds of thousands of more fish in an area that's now known to be 50% non-local
But is it
stocks.
118 trying to avoid sockeye and target pinks and chums? And I'll just tell you that 30 years ago, I was out there fishing in the Western District, so that 10 years, not real accurate.
According to the data, it's entirely accurate.
On sockeye.
Sockeye.
Right, but we're talking about 118 speaks to trying to avoid the sockeye and target pinks and chums.
Exactly. So this applies to 118, but it expands on it to apply to times when there is sufficient sockeye in the Chignik system to also allow for harvest on the outlying sections, so that when their harvest in those outlying sections exceeds the cap, they will also be forced to harvest in the inner bays or to focus their sockeye targeting in the central and Chignik Bay sections.
And what's the allocation percentage that you're proposing for that?
The allocation
Yeah,
percentage?
I mean, if you're saying there's a cap, right? So, I mean, I'm just
Yeah.
wondering what your math is and how you're determining what is bound for Kodiak area.
So we don't know what's bound for the Kodiak area. The WASP data didn't divide it up. We just know that 50% of the sockeye harvested there are non-local.
So they could be going either way, though, right?
They could be going either way, except that in July and August, as the various sockeye runs around the state build, it's the runs to the east of Chignik where they build continuously. The Cook Inlet run builds through July and then diminishes from there, whereas the Kodiak run builds throughout the month of August and into September.
And then my last question for you is you started at the beginning of this conversation that you thought that these RCs should be taken up separately?
Yes.
Independent of this proposal?
Yeah, that you.
In the form of a BGP, or how would you propose that we do that?
I would ask you to determine how to do that.
Okay, thanks.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Copeland.
Okay. So I've got a few points here based on that. If you look, this catch effort increase that referenced to here recently in our Western and Perryville district in Chignik, we have not fished in June in Chignik since 2017. Obviously, if we don't go fishing until the middle of July, where we traditionally move out into our Western district, and there have been no fish caught all of June and the first half of July in our Central, Lagoon, and Eastern districts, we're going to end up with the majority of our sockeye harvest happening out in our Western and Perryville districts because we move out there that time of year. Now, so it's obviously going to inflate it. We don't have anywhere else to go when we do go fishing. You're trying to get as many fish as you can, right? Chums, pinks. So I'll take the chums and pinks along with my reds. The other thing is the WASP study was a 30-year low for Chignik sockeye harvests. So when they did the WASP study, came back some of those years, 50% non-local sockeye. There's one spot where that happens out there. It's a statistical area all by itself. It could be shut down at any time if there's a problem. If there's any sockeye stocks of concern anywhere that need to be protected, Chignik's happy to help out in protecting those sockeye stocks. We are managed based on Chignik's escapement, our local runs. We're fishing historic areas we've fished for generations. I was out there when I was 4 years old with my dad, and I'm old. So, I mean, this is not a new area. This is not something, there's only 30 of us left fishing. Used to be 60 boats out in those areas and stuff like that. There's 30 of us left in the whole area, 35. So I don't think we're having this impact that we're presented to having. And there's a big difference between the mainland and Kodiak and within the Chignik district itself. The Kodiak mainland was shown to have predominantly stocks going everywhere but Kodiak. So there is a difference there. So I just wanted to point those out. I don't really have anything else to add on that.
Thanks, Axel. With that, we're going to move to 119.
Proposal 119, amend allowable gear in the Chignik management area to include troll gear, create a management plan to include a commercial troll fishery, and amend regulations in Chapter 29, salmon troll fishery to include Chignik management area. 5 AAC 15.357, Chignik area salmon management plan.
That's what you want to do? We're going to take a break. Okay, comments, please.
For the record, my name is Benjamin Allen. I'm the proposer of 119. I put this into a proposal as to deal with the coho stocks that were present in the Chignik area, and that the sockeye stocks were low in abundance and the area was not able to open up. This was a creative trying to find some way to harvest coho with a troll fishery. It would not be a whole new fishery. It would be managed in the same fashion that the Chignik stock would be managed in general, only it would just put a new gear type to our current permits, not separating it, not a new fishery, just the ability to go harvest coho. The AC was opposed to it with a split, but it was because they were concerned with the idea of the new gear types moving into the area. They didn't want to start confusing things. Many discussions were back and forth with it. And it was finally decided upon that it was opposed, but not unanimously. Personally, I'm still interested in having it available as a gear type. The CFEC was talked to, but it's not a heavy push. It's just mostly something that we could look at. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, board members? Seeing none. Thanks. George?
Hi, George Anderson, Chignik Intertribal Coalition. Although I don't support this particular proposal, I support the spirit of it. We spend a lot of time at these meetings up here, Kodiak. Believe it or not, local people talk to us sometimes, and we get into these discussions about, why aren't you guys trying to diversify? Why aren't you trying other things? So I applaud Ben and Rachel for putting this in and thinking forward. I've had talks with upper management in ADF&G about, possibility of expanding rockfish fishery, maybe a bait herring fishery eventually. Anyways, we all know Chignik needs to diversify, and I just want to say thanks to Ben for looking forward. Thanks.
Thank you, George. Any questions? Seeing none. Come on up.
Good afternoon again, Alfredo Aboid. I support the idea, it's pretty good, but you can do it also with your card. You can get your permit card, miscellaneous, you can do the same thing. And what we are afraid from, if we start doing another diversity one, maybe we can get a gillnet going or something else. And that's what we don't want to interfere, we only have, Saint-Cyr, so we're going to try to keep it that way. So it doesn't interfere with everything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Alfredo. Any further comments? Okay, we're going to do 132 and then we'll take a break.
Good afternoon. Are you ready for me?
Yes, we are.
All right. Proposal 132, Lisa Fox for the record, 5 AAC 09.360 Southeastern District Mainland Salmon Management Plan.
Okay, is there any public comments on proposal 132, department proposal? Mr. Allen.
For the record, Benjamin Allen, Chignik AC. This one, just like the 105, is connected to it, and as far as the AC is concerned, with the lack of interest in following the recommendation of the department, we think that it should be dead on arrival. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments?
Edgar Smith. The department wants to redo the Southeast District mainland, but I would like to see the allocation to Chignik taken out. I think it's a hindrance, actually, for management and how they manage this with that allocation in there. The allocation of their 300 and 300 is pushing all of us back into fishing in August and even September on these runs, when we should be fishing exactly when these escapements are happening on these runs. And when I started fishing, there was, the management plan for Chignik was we were able to catch 60,000 fish, and then after Chignik caught 1 million, then we were able to fish 5 days a week. But that was gone. It was before 1984. I don't know if they're following the 1 million catch they're allowed or they want or whatever, but it was always stuck in there. Another thing is this 600,000 is actually hampering Northwest Steppenback and how it is managed. I mean, what if you flip everything around to where the chums go high, Bristol Bay goes low, Chignik doesn't fish? I mean, we could over-escape Orzinski Run by a lot if we can't get there to catch our reds in the Orzinski, but and this allocation is actually working against how Chignik should be actually managing their runs to preserve them and fish on them. But I mean, I wish this allocation would actually go away, and I think the managers probably want this to go away too. But it's an allocation for them. I mean, what else is it? Unless you can tell me what else it is, I'm open.
Thank you.
What makes you think that the managers want the allocation to go away?
What was that?
What makes you think that the managers want the allocation to go away?
It has nothing to do with the escapement. It has nothing to do with how they manage the fish for return.
Is that based on something that was told to you?
No, I could see it and read it.
Was there a proposal that already dealt with this allocation that we've talked about today?
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe it was 130, maybe that's what it was. Thank you.
Okay, last comment.
Okay, I'll hold this to 132, but I just wanted to say that there's a 300,000 and 600,000 threshold before the interception fisheries kick in. That used to be the same for Cape Igback and for Kodiak. And for Southeast District Mainland. Kodiak was recently up to 600,000 and 1 million. This one's still at 300,000 and 600,000. So I guess we could put one in to go up next time. But in 132, there was one thing, most of it's just runs in conjunction with 105, right? Changes it to this single run, all this stuff. But there is something in there that was concerning to us, was that they bring in the Orzinski Bay escapement language and they add language in there. And then it talks about having, this was never in there before, the department determines that the sockeye salmon escapement goal objectives are being met or exceeded, then the waters of Orzinski Bay may open to commercial salmon fishing continuously through July 10th for set net gear, and then both set net gear and purse seine gear from July 11th through July 25th. So you're talking about, 25 days of continually fishing. So that was a concern beyond the whole link to 105. I mean, we're opposed to it in multiple ways, so I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Lisa.
Lisa Fox, for the record, I did want to point out that Proposal 132 would address the Orzinski Bay escapement goal change and some of the cleanup regulatory language that goes along with that escapement goal change, and would make parts of Proposal 130 that we were concerned about before, they would be addressed by 132. And that's just, there's part of this that's dealing with the Chignik escapement goal change, and part of it that's dealing with the Orzinski goal change. And the Orzinski goal change does need to be addressed in regulation at some point so that we know how to manage when the escapement reaches 25,000, because the new goal, that's within 25,000, and that's a trigger to open up the whole Northwest Steppenback section. We'd like to have that changed to the upper end of the escapement goal range.
Okay, Mark.
Can you just talk about, for the record, why you want that escapement goal increased?
Madam Chair, through the chair, the escapement goal change was part of the in-cycle escapement goal review that's done for the Alaska Peninsula area, and they changed the method for the escapement goal assessment. And the lower end of the goal is going to be lower by 1,000 fish, and the upper end of the goal is going to be higher by quite a bit. The Orzinski sockeye salmon escapement run can be really contracted and can kind of blow up pretty quickly if it's not opened and managed kind of heavily. The escapement goal trigger that would liberalize fishing in the northwest Epivac section was 25,000 sockeye salmon, and that was 5,000 above the old goal, and now is within the new goal. And so we just want to make sure that we're not liberalizing the northwest Epivac section without the intent of it being the higher escapement goal.
Makes sense. I was just trying to figure that out. Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, George, you want to do the last comment on this one, please?
Yeah, I think there's another comment behind me. Two things. I want to reference all of our comments to 105 to reflect for this. Secondly, back to the expected to language found within the staff comments. There's a weir in Orzinski, there's a weir in Chignik. I think fish through the weir would be a better language, my opinion. Thank you.
Thanks, George. Board members? Okay, that closes the door on this committee of the whole. We're going to take a break, and we're going to come back and discuss action plan. We'll take about a 15 or 20-minute break. Okay, we're going to move on. We're going to take up RC 004. It's the Chignik River Sockeye Salmon Action Plan. I'll have the department introduce that, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Jeff Wadley. The Chignik River Sockeye Salmon Stock Status and Action Plan 2023. Very briefly, in April 2022, the Board of Fisheries designated the Chignik River early run sockeye salmon as a stock of management concern after an agenda change request was taken up out of cycle at the board meeting. Since the April 2022 designation of the Chignik River early run sockeye salmon as a stock of management concern, the department has reviewed the escapement goals in the Chignik River and combined the early and late runs into a single goal. Although the early run goal has been dropped in lieu of a total run goal, evaluating the stock of concern around the first half of the run will effectively retain its intent. The magnitude and timing of escapement into the Chignik River will continue to be monitored across the whole run, both early and late. And before the board, there will be 3 commercial fisheries options, 1 subsistence option, and 3 sport fish options. However, these are just recommendations. They're not something you have to take up. So anyway, that's that.
Okay, was your plan to walk through each one, the sport fish, commercial? Is that what your plan was? What's that?
Do this one and then do the next one, like separate them out.
Okay.
Is that the desire of the board to have me walk through the commercial fisheries options?
Yeah, whichever one you're going to be speaking to, let's start with that.
1 second, please. Yeah, I got that. So I'll just go through the summary table here. The first commercial fisheries option is status quo, maintain current regulations, and the specific action would be continue to use current regulations. The second option for commercial fisheries is restrict openings in the Chignik Bay District until the department determines the midpoint of the first half of the Chignik sockeye salmon run will be achieved. So this would also fit with the RC 104. It would fit the midpoint, reaching the midpoint. This would take board action needed to create regulations. The third option for commercial fisheries is same action as number 2, with the addition of reducing fishing time in the Shumagon Islands in the 3rd and 4th periods instead of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And I can read more if you'd like. This is just the summary in that table on page 15. In subsistence, the one option is status quo, maintain current EO management for subsistence harvest, and we'd continue to use EO authority when necessary. As far as the sport fish options, first option is status quo, continue to use EO authority to manage the Chignik River sockeye salmon stock to achieve the escapement goal and rebuild from recent period of low productivity. Use EO authority to restrict the Chignik River sockeye salmon sport fishery and additional restrictions or closure as needed. Option number 2 for the sport fishery is reduce the bag limit for the Chignik River sockeye salmon sport fishery by regulation. That would require board action. And option number 3 is to close the Chignik River sport fishery, and that would also require board action.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. I just recalled that we've been briefed on this one, on these 2 action plans. So what I was going to do is just go ahead and open it up for public comment. And Mr. Wood.
Looking at the potential benefits and potential detriments, are there any difference in those 3 commercial options? Because it seemed to be the exact same wording for each one.
Through the chair, no, it's just varying levels of extremity for those benefits and detriments.
Is there any way, by my looking at how you've described it, what degree one prefers or has over the other?
Through the chair. So they're basically going and increasing levels of extremity. And specifically, so for Chignik, they're pretty much all the same. We can't do more than not open the fishery on the commercial side, which is what has been occurring for the early run. There just have been no commercial openers focused on the early run. And so the remaining so as far as detriments and benefits there, it'll stay the same between the three options. The other two options just look at different timings for closing down or opening up the Shumagon Island section.
And the last question I have, and the only reason I'm raising them now is in case members of the public have some kind of new information on this, I want to hear it. Do I find in either, well, let's just stick to RC4, where do I find how subsistence is to be treated if this were to be implemented?
Through the chair, currently there have been no subsistence restrictions. Subsistence fishing in Chignik is available throughout the entire season. Commercial fishermen cannot subsistence fish the 12 hours before and after a commercial fishing period, but otherwise there really are no subsistence restrictions, and that would go unchanged.
That's what I'm trying to find out. That would go unchanged?
Yes, the subsistence option is status quo.
Okay, so the early run had one level of ANS and the late run had another level of ANS. Then do I assume that prior to July 10, that the early run level would remain at the same ANS? Is that how it's going to work?
Through the chair, yes. And currently our early run and late run harvest estimates have just been cutoff dates ranging very closely to the 10th, and it changes year by year. So some years it's been the 12th, some years it's been the 11th. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your indulgence. Because it's been raised and I didn't have an answer.
So, Mr. Wood, we're not recommending any changes to ANS amounts. ANS amounts are the same for that period of time. And subsistence is a priority, so we have left it as having EO authority in the event that we have a catastrophic run failure, that we can close it with emergency order. But the priority would be to take that action as the last step.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. George Pappas, OSM. There have been restrictions on the federal subsistence fishery in river, which is above Coal Point, more than once in recent. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, and adding to it, that was based on conservation concerns. That was the justification for the closure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. A restriction to federally qualified only. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Pappas. So what I'll do is, Mr. Commissioner, one more.
Can I ask, Mr. Pappas, was that for sockeye or for Chinook?
Here's one example. July 8, 2020, emergency special action closes federal public waters at Chignik River drainage to harvest of sockeye salmon except by federally qualified subsistence users. So one sockeye, and that was 21. I have other examples, I believe.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone at the table have anything? Seeing none. Okay, we're going to open it up for public comments, and we're going to have the public comments on the RC 004, the Chignik River Sockeye Action Plan. George, you're up.
Thank you. George Anderson, Chignik Intertribal Coalition. Yeah, we were one of the parties that agreed to RC 104 in the statewide meeting in March of 2022, where this board unanimously took action to designate the stock of concern. At that time, I understand by reading an RC earlier today by the department that back in 2016, they initiated this program, or I guess moving forward with it. Yet looking through and listening to the records of that meeting in March of 2022, there was no mention of combining the escapement goals. So we are entering as an RC from last year, RC 104, just so you guys have tools in your toolbox. I don't know where this is going to go in deliberations, but we just want to offer it up, and we believe it was put in with a certain intent, and I would like to see that intent upheld until those stocks rebound. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Questions or comments, board members? See none. Thanks, George. Thank you. Next.
Benjamin
Benjamin Allen, Chignik AC. This action plan was put out by the department on February 6th, I believe was the posted date. We requested information regarding this from the department during the 3 AC meetings we had prior to this meeting, and were never given this action plan to review as a public process. I don't believe that we had the opportunity nor the time to discuss this with the public, to even give comments as an AC. And so we had to vote down 105, as you heard earlier, and we still have, we've just received it, and we have many questions for the department on these action plans that we need to walk through as an AC, and still have not had the adequate time in order to achieve that. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Allen? See none. Thanks, Ben. Next up, Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Chair, Kylie Thompson, Area M Seniors Association. The Area M Seniors Association supports Alternative 1 in the action plan, which follows the current regulations agreed to by Area M Seniors Association and Chignik Intertribal Coalition. Thank you.
Thank you, Kylie. Good question.
Sorry.
Is alternative 1 the same as RC 104? That was agreed to in March?
Yes. By my reading, it's status quo.
It would be status quo as it pertains to the management plan that is currently, according to the department, in place. Like with the change to the escapement goals.
I don't have an opinion on the change to the escapement goals.
But that, okay, got it.
So what you're saying is you're good with the plan that was developed last year?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Questions, board members? Mr. Wood?
I think you might have just answered it, but I want to make certain. What we did last year was to have a stock of concern for early run. And that's all the board did. The department applied the agreement that you and Chignik reached, calling it an internal or there was some interim plan. But I don't know if any action was ever taken to implement that. What you would want to see done would be to see 104 be implemented and whatever proper action needs to be done to do that. Is that what I'm hearing?
I'll be very honest. I mean, I'm sure we're all in the same situation. I'm a little confused on RCs in my head today. I would like to, we don't have a position on the department's 1 run, 2 run. We do support continuing to protect the early segment, I guess we'll refer to it as, with the actions we created in March.
So your organization and Chignik are still walking arm in arm on this?
I wouldn't say we're walking arm in arm, but I think we both, there has been no discussion about breaking that agreement or anything like that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right.
Any more questions? No, thanks, Kylie. Mr. Copeland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Axel Copeland here. Yeah, status quo is misleading. It got everybody confused. You could see the confusion there with the timing when it came out. I mean, I think it posted like 2-something in the morning, I was told, on February 7th. So we didn't know about it until I don't know, later that day or something. And we started looking at it, and it was talking about the first half of the run, second half of the run, midpoints, and we were trying to figure out the midpoint, but the math didn't go this way or that way. So we were very confused on it. But it's not really status quo. I mean, we're talking about a status quo from last year. Great, right? It worked. But when it says status quo in here, the playing field is different. So it's not really status quo. The Black Lake Run does not exist on its own anymore, right, in regulation or anything. So it's not there's no protection for it. I mean, if you're not managing specifically for the Black Lake Run, which was a stock of management concern, I don't know how you could have a status quo if you don't have a distinct Black Lake Run that's being managed for. I don't know how you get around that. So, I mean, taking more fish or whatever by this July 10th date or whatever, how many of those fish are Black Lake? Lowering the threshold to go fishing, which under last year's action plan and this year's action plan would eliminate the action plan that season. Means that if we go fishing with an expectation of 20,000 fish on June 10th, the action plan goes away. I've heard some talk about interim escapement objectives. That's what this is talking about here, where we'll try to get this many fish by such and such a date. Interim escapement objectives, that's all they are, is you're trying to get them. They're not like, I mean, you try to get them, but you don't have to. It's the end goal that's what you're judged on. So I just don't see how anything can be status. I don't know how this works within this new framework. It's just, we haven't been able to, and like I said, we haven't had that much time to, my understanding was there wasn't going to be an action plan. So we had kind of given up on it. And we weren't going to get it. We'd been asking for 10 months. So anyway, there's a lot of confusion about it all the way around. So just like to make that clear. I don't know what else to say.
Thanks, Axel. Any questions from the board members? Seeing none, thank you, Axel. Further comments from the public? I don't see anyone else wanting to talk on this action plan, so Madam Chair, do we go to the next one? Okay, thank you. With that, we're going to go to the action plan found in RC 0005, Chignik River King Salmon Action Plan. Department, you want to give us a brief description of this, please?
Thank you very much. My name is Jay Balmer, and I'm the regional management coordinator for Sportfish Division. And I'll provide a quick summary of the king salmon stock status for the Chignik River and on the action plan. Like you said, it's in RC 5, and it's also, there was an oral presentation provided in RC 3, tab 13, which also summarizes it. In October of 2022, the department recommended that the board designate Chignik River king salmon as a stock and management concern at the regulation board meeting for the Chignik, Alaska Peninsula, and Aleutian Island meeting in February of 2023. This action plan summarizes historical assessment of annual run size and describes the existing regulation and emergency order authority that the Alaska Department of Fish and Game follows to manage Chignik River king salmon. Options are then presented for the potential management actions for the commercial, sport, and subsistence fisheries, as well as a research plan, and that's all within the action plan. In that plan, you'll find 4 commercial fisheries actions that you could consider for taking, 4 sport fishing action, and 1 subsistence action. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jay. Is there any questions from the board members? Okay, seeing none, we'll open it up to the public. Oh, hi, John. You got to raise that hand. Wait.
Yeah, and I asked for the indulgence of the chair for a second because I forgot to ask a question of Chignik Intertribal. So if George would come back for one moment. What I didn't hear from either you or Axel is whether the Intertribal Coalition wishes to select one of the options. If it happens to be the status quo, would you want to keep RC 104 approach, which was the agreement, in existence or in force going into the future?
Okay, through the chair, Mr. Wood, are we back to RC4, is that correct?
Just for this question, yes. I forgot to ask it to you first.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, we're submitting RC language, which is exactly RC 104 from the March 2022 statewide meeting. So just so you guys will have more tools in your toolbox when you guys go into deliberations, because nobody knows where this is going. So we're going to submit it. I'm not sure if it's attached to RC4, but it's should be in there soon.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for indulging.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Any questions for Mr. Anderson? Okay, seeing none, thanks, George. Any further comments on 005? Seeing none. Madam Chair, it's all yours. Or do we have something else? Oh, hurry up, man.
Sorry, didn't get it fast enough. Ben Allen for the record. Hey, I just had a question maybe for the department, but I'll phrase it in a misunderstanding that I have in this Action 1 plan. There's a 20 inches or greater length, and I just was not understanding what the 20 inches in length was. If it was like anything smaller than that was immature, or if it was not. I don't understand what the 20 inches in length is for that. Thank you.
I think it's a standard measure. When they're measuring king salmon, anything under 20 inches is one thing, anything over 20 inches and is another. I may be wrong on that, but we'll probably ask that question during deliberations, unless Mr. Carson Van Dorn has something.
Ben, you reminded me of something. So I think we talked about, in the very, very beginning group, we talked about 20 inches and whether or not that changed bag limits. I think it was with respect to the Bear River drainage. And I'm just wondering, I mean, is that what we're talking about here, is in river 20 inches or less and bag limits? Could you speak to that?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Tyler Pollum for the record. Yeah, so as we discussed in proposals 99 to 102, there's 2 bag limits for king salmon in the Alaska Peninsula area, one for kings over 20 inches and one for kings under 20 inches. That applies to the Chignik area. So for fish over 20 inches, there's a 2 fish per day bag limit and a 5 fish annual limit. And then for fish under 20 inches, there's a 10 per day limit and no annual limit. There's also limits mentioned, or length limits mentioned in the commercial fishery too. So if they're referencing just a sport fishery, that's the answer. Otherwise, I'll defer to commercial fisheries.
Yeah, so I guess my question is, and I'd have to look back at the RC language specifically, but as it relates to the options available to us, are you talking about restricting under 20 inches also? I haven't read it recently. So the beginning of the week was a million years ago.
Madam Chair, I feel the same way. Yeah, so that would be at the discretion of the board. Yeah, so the action you took on proposals 99 to 102 did specify only the over 20-inch fish. There are 2 bag limits, so that would be entirely at the discretion of the board.
Okay, further questions or comments from the public? Okay, that wraps that one up. No, just wandering around. Okay, we're done with those 2, so I'll return the gavel to the Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jensen. Well done. Thanks for walking us through all that. In the interest of time, I'd like to switch gears immediately to Committee of the Whole Group 5, the North Alaska Peninsula Salmon. There are 10 proposals in this group, and I will turn it over now to Chair Mitchell to walk us through the Committee of the Whole Group 5.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will begin Committee of the Whole Group 5, North Alaska Peninsula Salmon. There are 10 proposals in this group. Just a couple ground rules, even though we've been doing Committee of the Whole for a while here. We'll first have the department read the proposal into the record, and then we'll ask if the proposers in the room, if they are, please come forward and provide comments. New information is what the board is after during this process, so this is not a forum for debate or a platform for repeating information that's already been received through public testimony or RCs. And we'll go ahead and begin with Proposal 120, Department.
For the record, my name is Charles Russell, and I'm the North Alaska Peninsula Area Management Biologist. Proposal 120, modify fishing periods in the Northern District, 5 AAC 09.320 fishing periods, 5 AAC 09.369
Northern District Salmon Fisheries Management Plan.
Thank you. Would the proposer of Proposal 120 like to speak? Please come forward and state your name for the record.
Mark McNeely, Nelson Lagoon AC Chair. I'm the proposer of 120 windows, now RC 131. Good afternoon, everyone. Madam Chair, Board, hello. Speaking for the new AC Board, Native Village of Nelson Lagoon, and myself, I sincerely thank this Board of Fish, ADF&G staff, and all the good people who supported us on our exploration of the Board of Fish process. Nelson Lagoon and myself have made new friends and reunited old ones. We're truly blessed this day. For myself, for any fisherman who opposes RC 131, please ask how long their boats are. I started fishing on the Misty, a resident Nelson Lagoon, Bristol Bay Limit Wood Company PG boat. We fished in Area M North, South, and Nelson Lagoon. Not many fishermen can include Nelson Lagoon in their list of areas fished. I was 11. I will be 56 this fall. I still live year-round at Nelson Lagoon in my HUD home with my wife, my middle school sweetheart. My boating permit was my wife's father's boat that fished the same spot in Nelson Lagoon. His Bristol Bay Limit Wood PG boat fished, he fished. He replaced wood with a Rawson 32-foot fiberglass in 1977, and now it is my son's boat. Please take a look at my windows, Proposition 120, now RC 131. In addition, look at RC 120, 121, 149, and 170. I'm not going to try to baffle you with statistics, percentages, or much else, as like much of the information you have already heard. I'm speaking the truth to the best of my recollection. Those of you who know me know this to be true. I wish to speak to you about Nelson Lagoon's uniqueness. Please bear with me. Nelson Lagoon River is the only North Alaska Peninsula river system with a female sockeye salmon escapement objective. In the past, high numbers of female sockeye salmon have been harvested in the commercial fishery, reducing the quality of escapement. To account for this, the proportion of female sockeye salmon passing the weir is determined through periodic sampling. The proportion is then extrapolated to account for the entire day's escapement. An estimated 43,463 female sockeye salmon, 44% of the total escapement, passed the weir in 2022, failing to meet the escapement objectives of 50 to 110,000 female fish. I was told that Nelson Lagoon had a considerable amount of jacks as well, around 30,000 jacks. Nelson Lagoon's salmon fish peak for my fishing location in Nelson Lagoon is usually around the 4th to the 7th of July. On a good year, it is decent fishing from June 10th to the 20th of July. When salmon begin to arrive, my catch would increase more each day regardless of the day of the week. Nelson Lagoon opens on a Monday every week and typically only expands to a Thursday after June 15th throughout the season until fall, then back to 3 days again. It takes approximately 3 to 4 days for fish coming to my family's fish site in Nelson Lagoon from OPH. It takes another 2 to 3 days for those fish to pass by me to reach our weir. That's approximately 7 days from OPH to our weir. I was told that salmon travel 30 miles a day. This fits the profile. Ilnik was traditionally not open until July 5th. Regulation changes has allowed in the Northern District sections to now open as early as June 20th. OPH had not been opened until 2007. As RC 120 shows, it is also open to harvest on June 20th. This time frame opens OPH and Ilnik sections when our fish are coming through or at OPH. I see this impact 3 to 4 days later at my fish spot. We don't have a peak, so to speak, anymore. We have a plateau. 3 to 4 days after fishing commences in OPH and Ilnik, what you caught yesterday is going to be what you catch tomorrow, or possibly declining from there. No longer building every day until the 4th or 7th of July. RC 149 is a good reference pointing this out. Any daily escapement for any given year after the weir was installed at Ilnik 2007. Count back a week from these escapement numbers, you see an unmistakable correlation with OPH and Ilnik openings. RC 149 shows the fish peaking at our weir June 28th. So by rights, it should have peaked sometimes around 4th and 7th. Bear River has 2 distinct runs, and spring and fall, each having their own periodic goals. This is not shown in RC 120. RC 120 is the science spreadsheet given to me by ADF&G staff, which I based most of my original 120 proposal on. RC 120 shows the harvest, escapements, and combined totals of the North Area M northern sections. OPH is not calculated together with Ilnik, Three Hills, and Bear River. I did not manipulate this document to show the entire total of North Area M northern sections, which in some years, including OPH, will double the area, the total areas combined. RC 120 shows the years 2013 through 2018, which were a slack handshake deal compromised for our windows proposals submitted back then. This agreement was made under threat of opening more harvest areas near Nelson Lagoon. Our previous windows for North Area M never got heard. We received a rolling closure, which amounted to very little closed fishing area. It amounted to 1/8 closing of the entire approximate 300 square miles North Area M harvest area. RC 120 shows an increase in escapements for those years. RC 120 to me proves that even 1/8 closure of approximately 300 square miles is a benefit to Nelson Lagoon's escapements. Opposition for triggers for closures proves to me that these user groups outside of Nelson Lagoon do not want to try anything because they know they are intercepting Nelson Lagoon's fish on a much larger scale when they are telling the board, defended by science. Windows for North Area M is going to show a tremendous increase for Nelson Lagoon, not just for escapement, but for an actual healthy harvest for the native village of Nelson Lagoon.
Mark, I'm gonna ask you to, if you've submitted some of this information already through an RC, let's stick with the
Yes.
new information only then.
Yes. Okay. I speak to the 3 consecutive years of limit. Nelson Lagoon salmon harvested in South Area M, then whatever. Nelson Lagoon salmon gets harvested in South Area M, then whatever makes it north gets harvested in the North Area M. 2 cracks at Nelson Lagoon salmon. Nelson Lagoon has 0 protections to save our escapements. Help save Nelson Lagoon wild salmon. Thank you.
Thank you. Any board questions? Member Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mark, when you were up here earlier, I asked you if you had been in contact with Peter Pan and was not able to get an answer from you. Well, since then, they've submitted RC 193, which seems to say that they are not going to be able to operate that plant should this go through. If that indeed is an accurate portrayal of their position, do you still want to?
I have spoken with Peter Pan. I was assured that what was told to me was that the plant could close, but that didn't mean they were going to not buy fish.
How can they buy fish if it closes?
Well, currently the way I was told was that they have already brought fish in from other areas, and it's been increasing the last 2 years.
Oh, okay.
Additional board questions? Member Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question for you, Mark. I was looking at some of the escapement information in the Northern District, specific to the years when the rolling closures were in effect. When I look at those, it demonstrates to me that in the years when that was taking place, that the pertinent river systems that have escapement goals in that particular area were over-escaped every year that happened. Don't you think that that's a concern in regards to the department's management ability?
Well, we were told that escapements isn't, that over-escapement is not as detrimental as it is portrayed. As far as not being able to catch the fish, I'm not exactly sure well, we believe that Nelson Lagoon escapement is actually low. The 120, 125, I can't remember what the low number is. And then the higher number was 200 something. I'm not clear on all that, but we've had escapements well over 300, 500, and 750, and that didn't seem to do anything to the lakes. No damage done. Was that the question?
Follow-up?
I'm not sure if that answers my question, but I can chat with you a little bit more about it later. I guess my second question would be, there was some pretty catastrophic weather events that took place. That there was some major flooding in certain portions of this area. And do you think that it's possible that some of the natural occurrences that exist now that took place during those events possibly degraded the production capability in some of these systems, and that may be why these systems are still trying to recover, and that may be why the escapements are on a little bit of the lower end, maybe that the fish coming back to Nelson River aren't quite as prevalent at this time?
Well, that's what was claimed. I'm not sure if there's really any true evidence of that. I haven't seen anything that was, other than just we've heard all kinds of things here, the warming water temperatures, no feed out there, but we've seen since OPH and ILNIC started after our run gets through there, or started before our run gets completely through there, we've seen the impact in Nelson Lagoon. So possible, all this stuff is possible, but the flooding was some time ago. I don't think that has anything currently to do with that, no.
Thank you. Additional board questions? Thank you, Mark.
Is that it?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Please come forward and state your name for the record.
Tom Wooding. We tried to estimate if 120 was adopted, we tried to estimate how would it affect like the last 5 years of our outside beach harvest. And we did two different ways, one till the 15th of July and one to the end of the season, the whole season. And we came up with about between 500,000 and 1.5 million sockeye would be sacrificed, not be able to harvest if this plan was adopted in its original form of 120. I know it changed a little bit over time, but in my opinion, it'd be the same type of effect, real hardship for fishermen and the processors for production of that. Also in the RC 198, I just submitted is that it has details of a UW study that measured the inside or outside, if there's any difference in stock composition between inside a mile and a half and outside a mile and a half. And it basically determined there wasn't any difference between the two. And it also determined that there was limited data in 1 year in the Ilnik section, but the ranges were in order of WASP ranges as far as stock composition. Ilnik was between 0.1 and 0.4%, or 1 and 4% stock composition, and Port Heiden was 0 on 1 year and 1% on another year.
Board questions? Member Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought you touched on something, Mr. Wooding, on the distance off the beach, 1.5 versus 3. And if I remember correctly, there was basically no difference in the catch amounts if you're in 1.5 and versus.
Yeah, it was mainly stock composition. I don't know if they quantified catch amounts, but it was basically the main goal was to see if the stock composition was different inside a mile and a half or outside a mile and a half to 3 miles. And the study concluded there wasn't.
Okay, thank you.
Additional board questions? Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to bring new information? Please come forward and state your name for the record.
Madam Chair, Member Mitchell. My name's Steve Brown, President of Concerned Area. I'm a fisherman. I just wanted to add a couple things about RC 131. First, I'd refer you to the WASP data that's available to you. WASP was 2006, 7, and 8. OPH opened in 2007. So there's 2 years of WASP data for OPH. And one of those years, 2008, there was 0 presence of Nelson Lagoon sockeye in OPH. The year before that, out of a harvest of approximately 340,000 reds, there was 4,000 Nelson Lagoon fish harvested. So as you move further north, the presence of Nelson Lagoon sockeye diminishes greatly. And you can look at the WASP summary through the Three Hills section, the Ilnik section, into OPH and see for those numbers for yourself. I had read through this RC maybe a half a dozen times, and I thought I understood it. And I went and talked to staff right before I came up here, and I learned I didn't understand it at all. So I was very confused by it. I think we all recognize that Nelson Lagoon has had a significant production issue, particularly the last 2 years. And I think we would like to see that change, but we feel that the department has the tools to take action in the fishery to close any section in the northern district if they feel they need to. They did that last year when Nelson Lagoon was lagging behind escapement. They closed the Ilnik section for 2 60-hour fishing periods in July, right at really the peak of the run, even though they had met escapement goals in the other systems. So I think the department has its tools in its toolbox, and if indeed Nelson Lagoon has an escapement issue, we feel that the department can take the appropriate action. Thank you.
Member Jensen has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned that, was it last year that they slowed down the fishing around the Ilnik or closed the fishing to allow escapement into Nelson Lagoon?
Last summer, I know they were lagging, and staff could speak to this, I'm sure. I might get the dates wrong, but I believe they had a 60-hour closure around July 4th and another 60-hour closure around July 15th for the whole outside beach. I recall the later opening, the day it was supposed to open was a Monday, and it blew southwest 35, and so nobody fished that day either, or very few guys did. So essentially that was a 80-hour closure due to weather on the end of that closure. So that was the 2 instances in July last year in 2022.
Okay, the reason I asked that question was just.
Oh, did I misunderstood you, or were you asking?
No, you answered
Okay.
the question, but the reason I just asked the question is wondering if that, how affected the escapement going into Ilnik, since you couldn't fish there, you couldn't control the escapement running in the Ilnik. Did it make Ilnik go over escapement goals, but that's probably a question for staff and not you.
I think the Ilnik escapement was around 110,000 this year. So I believe the first closure, July 4th, Ilnik was meeting its goals. The second closure, I think, was pretty at the tail end of the Ilnik run, was probably declining by that period of time. But I couldn't quote numbers at you.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
Member Heimbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Steve, I remember when OPH was implemented back in 2007, and one of the things that the people talked about that was the possibility, if the fishery was kind of adjusted up north a little bit, there'd be more of a chance of catching some Bear River fish there and having less impact on Nelson Lagoon, and then having fished in Nelson Lagoon later. That was a topic of conversation. What I'm worried about in 131 is if we let more fish get down into Bear River by these windows, it's going to open up the Bear River, which is going to have the exact opposite effect, I think, with what we wanted to have happen. It's going to move that fleet a lot closer to Nelson Lagoon. Can you give me your perspective on that?
Well, I think that's true. I think in general, and if you look at our area, you look at Bristol Bay, the closer you move to the mouth of a system, the greater impact that fleet will have on that system. Harvest rates will increase. The further away you move, the harvest rates decline. So yes, if we have openings in Bear River, you know, we're closer to Nelson Lagoon. There are Bear River fish harvested in Nelson Lagoon. We know that from Wassop. So I think that is true.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to bring new information forward? Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Connor Murphy, and I'm an area set netter. My boat's 23 feet long, and I'm adamantly opposed against 120 and the substitute language in 131. We're playing Russian roulette with our fishery. Peter Pan has said they're going to pull their market if there's any significant changes in the that the board makes to the harvest of the North Peninsula fishery, and I just can't see that happen. And Port Muller is just not a fish market. It also provides a lot of support services for myself and many people in this room. So,
Board questions? Thank you, Connor. Anyone else like to bring new information forward for Proposal 120?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. David Polushkin with CAMF. Nelson Lagoon has hit or exceeded their escapement goal in all of the years since the Magnuson-Stevens Act, apart for 1 year in 2011 during the flood event. And that's shown in RC 36, page 5. Nelson Lagoon's average catch from 1978 to 2012 was 286,215 fish. During the rolling closures from 2013 to 2018, the average catch was 259,288 fish, which is less on average. It shows that rolling closures are not necessary and ineffective. Thank you.
Thank you. Board questions? Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Safran Kuznetsov. I am an Area M fisherman, and I have some new information. I'm here to tell you that nearly half of the fleet in the North Peninsula is Russian Old Believers, and we stand down for every Russian holiday, a total of 10 holidays in 2022. Each stand down is for a total of 30 hours. We quit fishing by 6 p.m. on the day before the holiday and don't start fishing until midnight after the holiday. So 10 holidays for 30 hours is 300 hours total, or 12 and a half days. The Russian fleet didn't fish for 12 and a half out of 41 days, so nearly half of the fleet didn't fish for about a third of the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Board questions? Member Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for your testimony. How many boats does the Russian fleet have nowadays up there?
52 permits owned by Russians, that's not counting medical transfers, out of 137 active.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to slowly wrap this up here. Any last comments for Proposal 120?
Hello, Board. I'm Mitch Siebert. I live in Port Haydon. I'm a Bristol Bay drift permit fisherman. Considering 120, the North Peninsula fishery is a north line fishery. That's where they fish. They all go up and take turns on the north line in every district. And then you hear testimony here of people waiting on anchor for their turn up there. I mean, a lot of boats waiting on anchor for their turn to get up to the north line to target not their own stocks, but Bristol Bay stocks is a bigger component in this area. And with incidentals have turned into the North Peninsula stocks. So sometimes things are sitting right in your face, like a more aggressive management with 120 in certain ways, maybe with substitute language, would fix the over-escapement, and by being more direct and creating windows, by getting ahead of the escapement, their curves, so they'll have closures just from that management style. Thank you.
Thank you. Board questions? Please state your name for the record.
Patrick Springer. I just want to point out, if you'll refer to page 5 of RC 36. Again, that's RC 36, page 5. It'll show that the two highest escapement years in Nelson Lagoon history, on 2003 and 2017, have also been followed by two of the lowest escapement years in their history. And I guess the point I'm making, it's the biology of that Nelson Lagoon system that's really the driving force on the returns there. And it's not the fishing practices and the management being implemented on the outside beach. I mean, all the other systems are doing fine under the current management plan. And if having a north line fishery, which it's not totally north line. I mean, I'm a very successful fisherman and I stay away from that line. So it's not like everybody fishes that line. A lot of people do. But the point is that fishery is not impacting the other runs down the line. If we're like Bear River, Sandy River, those systems are doing fine. There is a problem in Nelson Lagoon, and it's within that system, and it's not from the outside beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Doesn't look like any board questions for you. Thanks. Okay, we'll take a few more. I just want to remind people that if you've already submitted information through the RC, or if you want to reference information, that the board's already reviewed RC information, so please bring new information forward only. Please come forward and state your name for the record.
Zach Wooding, Area M fisherman. I just wanted to draw some similarities between Heritage Bay and Nelson Lagoon that are very close to each other geographically. So Heritage Bay is much like Nelson Lagoon. The water flows through small openings during the flood and the ebb. Heritage Bay has a chum run that for the last 3 years has averaged 54,817. This is referring to RC 206. Chum harvest in the areas north of Harbor Point, Port Moller for the last 3 years between June 20th and July 31st has averaged 3,975 chum. And chum caught in these sections are not necessarily headed towards Heritage Bay, as there's 5 chum systems in the Northern District that are north of Harbor Point. But if the gill net fishing in the Bear River, Three Hills, Ilnik, and OPH sections harvest the majority of Nelson Lagoon stocks, then we'd see significantly more chums harvested in the areas north of Harbor Point. So chums bound for Heritage Bay are making their trip into their rivers just fine, and showing that many fish are navigating through, around, or from an entirely different direction as the sections north of Harbor Point. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any board questions for you.
Thanks.
Please come forward, state your name for the record.
For the record, my name is Tim Hoiker. I'd just like to iterate on how important the windows are for Nelson Lagoon. I mean, we heard tons of stuff about the science and how to apply the science. You know, the fish aren't coming through the upper area. And I just don't think, I mean, Nelson Lagoon's been there over 100 years. I mean, the community, there is no more importance of any river on that side that has more importance than Nelson Lagoon. There's nobody living in Ilnick, Sandy, or Bear. Why are they that much more important? Overescapement is not an issue. It's on the record from staff. It can be over time, but a year or two it is not. I just don't understand this. You know, we sit here and battle for this every board cycle. I submitted RC 121 with Roland Clay. It shows, you know, the benefit of it. And it took everything from what I understand to get that pushed through. The people of Nelson Lagoon couldn't do that on their own. They had help. And it's just not right. I mean, there's been a few things talked about here. This is new information. You know, it's been brought up about Peter Pan closing the cannery. The cannery was burnt down in 2017. They still bought fish in 2018. They didn't have a cannery. Those fish were all bought and took out. I mean, and hauled out of there. I mean, I know it's not the same, but they buy millions and millions of pounds of cod there every year now. I think the cannery's going to open myself. I mean, we could say that it's not, but I beg to differ. So, and another thing about how important the windows are and why it's so important now than ever. Back in 2017, there was one buyer, one major buyer, Peter Pan. And when the fish start to show up, I mean, traditionally the fleet goes on limits. And you have a window, an alternate window that provides fish through. And you don't have that now. You have 3 major buyers there, major buyers, multiple tenders. It used to be about a 6 tender fleet. There's 15, 18, 20 tenders there. I mean, there is a lot of, there's no more, that window's gone. The only window left is weather.
See if we have some board questions for you. Seeing none.
I do have a couple other things, but I do have one thing I'd like to state about if I could, about the WASP.
Yeah, trying new information.
It's pretty new. It was handed, it's a piece of paper that was given to me. And I don't know how much credibility it has, but it seems to have a little bit in there. And it's from an ADF&G statewide stock genesis. And it says, the gentleman went through the WASP results, particularly in regards to the fishery stocks from the North Peninsula. He wanted to make sure that I understood that the Nelson Lagoon section was not part of the WASP sampling plan, and that this has an impact on how you understand the tables and figures. For example, about Nelson Lagoon. The harvest in Nelson Lagoon was assumed to be 100% Nelson reporting group. Therefore, in the WASP document, the harvest number of Nelson Lagoon was used as part of the denominator for eliminating harvest rates for this stock in all fisheries. But it is not a numerator for the harvest rate for North Peninsula fisheries. But the report does not show the catch for Nelson Lagoon in this footnote. If this number were added in, the harvest rate for Nelson Lagoon reporting group would have been much higher. And that's some information that seems to be, may have the study flawed a little. I'm not sure, but that was brought to me, my attention, and I think it's some new information that may help the driver and the science behind this.
Appreciate it. Looks like Member Jensen has a question for you real quick.
Thank you, Mr. Hoiker. I know you have an Area M permit, and you can move freely in the district if you care to. Is there any reason why you feel like you just have to stay in Nelson Lagoon, or you just don't want to fish anywhere else but there?
No, that's not the situation. I fished Bristol Bay for 20 years. Fished in the Chignik River, all part of the, to help rebound, the Queejack and the wind, how all this stuff works. I honestly believe the move into the Chignik River changed the way Bristol Bay is managed and the windows. But anyways, for that instance. But as my kids got older, and some situations in the family, I decided to go down to Nelson Lagoon. The family had been fishing there for, already 13 years. And I decided to take my family down there, 4 kids, and start fishing there. And they all have set net permits right now, all 4 of them. They don't have drift permits. They're not set up to go to the outside. Can I go to the outside, back to Bristol Bay? Certainly. Again, Nelson, the people of Nelson Lagoon have, they need help in this process to establish something for the fishery. They really do. I mean, but to get back to it, that's why I'm not going. I could go to the outside, yes, certainly. I do not have a boat in Nelson Lagoon that I could jump on to go out there.
I think you answered my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, it's 5:30 now, folks. We're going to take a few more comments on Proposal 120, and we're going to keep it just to new information only. Go ahead, Mark.
Mark McNeely, Nelson Lagoon AC Chair. One thing I need to point out is that these guys do fish up in the north area. They don't fish at the terminus areas. If they fished at the terminus areas, they would quickly fish themselves out. They would force upon themselves closures, and there would be our windows. Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
Stanley Mack, lifelong fisherman out there. Fished in Port Moreland, love every day I fish up there. Just for your information, I'm sure most of you folks know it, there are 5 systems on the north side of that Nelson Lagoon. Actually 6 counting Port Moller. Port Moller, King Salmon River, Bear River, Sandy River, Muddy River, and Ilmic. The management we've had in Port Moller, I say, is one of the greatest management in the entire state of Alaska. And I've been around managers all my life. Turned 84 years old and I'm still fishing in Port Moller. And each one of these systems are faring very well. I fish the Bear River District, and I don't think that we're impacting any of the Nelson Lagoon systems. There's 2 systems up there, the Hoodoo Lake and the Sapsuck Lake. I think it's time that we start investigating these lakes and find out if there's really things that we can do. The state, I think, is lacking in this area. But that's the new information, in case you didn't know that we have these 5 systems up there, and they're all faring very well, meeting escapement goals, and when they don't go meet escapement goals, I've sat on the beach for 2 weeks in Port Moller just to get the Bear River system going. I also fished in the mouth of that river when it was open, and they still got their escapement. So, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Stanley. Let's see if we have any questions for you. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to Proposal 121. Before I do, I just want to note that the board has received RCs for Proposals 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, and 127, withdrawing support for those proposals. We'll go through them each, but I just want the public to be made aware that the board has received RCs withdrawing support for those proposals. Department, please read Proposal 121.
Proposal 121, amend the fishing season in the Three Hills section to increase potential fishing time and aligning sections to similar fishing periods, 5 AAC 09.310 fishing seasons.
Thank you. Would the proposer like to speak to this proposal?
Madam Chair, Member Mitchell, we submitted this proposal. At the time we submitted it last spring, we treated it kind of as a housekeeping proposal. The intent was to line up the dates. of June 25th and make them the same back to June 20th, which is when the Ilnik and Outer Port Huyden sections opened. And in light of the return to Nelson Lagoon and, the sensitivity around starting earlier, we made the decision to withdraw our support for it.
Thank you very much. Any board questions? Appreciate that. Seeing no one else who'd like to speak, we'll move to Proposal 122.
Proposal 122, amend fishing seasons to allow more commercial fishing time by allowing fishing periods in the Cinder River section. 5 AAC 09.310 fishing seasons, 5 AAC 09.320 fishing periods, 5 AAC 09.330 gear, 5 AAC 09.369 Northern District Salmon Fisheries Management Plan.
Thank you, Steve.
Madam Chair, Member Mitchell, these were Proposal 122 and 124 considered creating an opportunity in the Cinder River section. And in the interest of harmony with our colleagues to the north and interest in shortening the board's duration of having to dealing with these proposals. Frankly, they weren't very well drafted, so they would take significant amended language because they deal with the overlap area between Area M and Area T. So we pulled our support for both 122 and 124.
Thank you for that. Any board questions or comments from the public? Please come forward and state your name.
It's Fred Marinkovich with the Bristol Bay Fishermen's Association. We highly oppose proposals 122 and 124. As I stated in my testimony, we see these as fish grabs, and we've seen these proposals come up for Cinder River last board cycle and this one here again, and I mean it seems like they're put in there as bargaining chips or something like that, and to expand area here. Especially in the Cinder River, which is right on our Area T, Bristol Bay border. I know, like I say, we strongly oppose these, and will always strongly oppose them.
Thank you. Member Jensen has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Marinkovich. I've seen these kind of proposals on both sides, so nobody's innocent here. Thank you.
Please come forward, state your name for the record.
Madam Chair, board members, I'm Mitch Siebert, Lower Bristol Bay Advisory Chairman. Just to be clarified, so the support's been dropped. Can they come to the floor and be voted on now?
Yes, sir. Once proposals have been submitted, they're the board's proposals.
Also, a comment might give you understanding. Okay. Well, in the Cinder River area, it's really unique. It's really small bay, maybe 5 miles by 2 miles, and then it has 2 streams in it. So the department just does one flyover and does a fish count, I believe. Some years maybe, I don't know if they do more, but sometimes it's one. But towards the end of the season when they do that, there's very large minus tides and very large flood tides. So the Ugashik system, which is 7 miles away on a minus 4 foot tide, the water bends down and goes right next to Cinder River, and it makes it down past Cinder River, almost pure Ugashik waters, and then usually on a 4 foot minus, there's somewhere around a 23 or 24 foot tide coming in. So when the tide turns, that water probably flows in there, and that's such a big tide. That's like a 27 or 28 foot tide. It'll push salt water all the way up to the mountains and overflow the little lake and the other stream. It's such a big tide. And Ugashik stocks are usually they're known to get red. They come in red. And there was talk of the fish running into all the streams before they get to Ugashig and turning red. That's the reason why they're red. So in theory, you know, a lot of Ugashig stocks could run way up these rivers and hang out for a couple days. And then if they fly by and do a count, it could have a false reading on the true escapement. Also, if this proposal is adopted, there's a 6% tax on fish that will not be received by the city of Pilot Point, the borough, and the RSDA for marketing. It has a potential to do a harvest of similar to Port Haydn or even more, and probably almost all Ugashig fish, small numbers. If it's an issue, the department could open it on a flood tide in the peak and catch all available if they think that there's too many fish going upriver. And as long as the tide's coming in, nobody's going to get sick. I've drifted in that place for years for silvers and stuff, and we had no problem drifting in there, as long as, even as the tide's going out, but no problem when tide's coming in.
Okay.
So that's what I got. Thank you.
Great. Doesn't look like we have any board questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to Proposal 123.
Proposal 123, amend fishing seasons to allow more commercial fishing time by allowing fishing periods in the Cinder River section. Section 5 AAC 09.310 fishing seasons, 5 AAC 09.330 gear, 5 AAC 09.369 Northern District Salmon Fisheries Management Plan.
Thank you, and we did receive a RC 105 from someone who couldn't make, the proposer who could not make the meeting, and they withdrew their support for this, but we'll let any comments from the public real quick. Please come forward, state your name for the record.
Madam Chair, would you put on the record that even though the proposal remains the property of the board, at least in my history on the board, they have never, ever considered a proposal that's been withdrawn, and I don't see that practice changing now?
That's correct. Thank you, Member Wood. We can go ahead and state that for the public's knowledge. Once proposals are submitted to the board, they are the board's to be able to vote on. However, once members of the public have submitted information withdrawing their support for that proposal, it's fairly uncommon for the board to take action on a proposal when the proposer has withdrawn their support for it. So just keep that in mind as we're working through the committee of the whole process. We definitely want to give everyone the time to be able to comment on these things, but the support has been withdrawn, and typically the board does not take action on those proposals.
David Polushkin, speaking for DIA, he asked me to convey to you that he can't be here and he withdraws that proposal. So.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please come forward, state your name for the record.
Fred Brankovich, Bristol Bay Fishermen's Association. The same comments I had on 122.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Seeing no other comments, we'll move on to Proposal 124.
Proposal 124, amend fishing seasons, fishing periods, and gear to allow more commercial fishing time to all registration area M gear types in the Cinder River section. 5 AAC 09.310 fishing seasons, 5 AAC 09.320 fishing periods, 5 AAC 09.330 gear, and 5 AAC 09.369 Northern District Salmon Fisheries Management Plan.
Thank you. Steve with Concerned Area and Fisheries spoke to this already, that they withdrew their support in RC for this. Is there any other additional comments from the public on this proposal? State your name for the record, please.
For the record, Fred Brankovich, Bristol Bay Fishermen's Association. Just same comments as Proposal 122.
Thank you. Member Carlson Van Dort has a question for you.
Fred, to save you the trip, are there other ones that you would like to apply your same comments to in this group?
On the next proposal,
Okay, thanks.
on 125, it's the same. It's not exactly the same comments on that one, but it is an expanded.
We'll have you come up when we get to proposal 125. I want to make it clear to everybody, it's been a really long day. It's 5:47 right now. Significant RCs have come in withdrawing support for a lot of these proposals, and we do want to give everyone the opportunity to bring forward new information or place their comments on the record, and we will go through that process because that's the right public process to do. So we're going to move on to proposal 125. Department, please read it into the record.
Proposal 125, amend closed waters to change the boundary line in the outer Port Huyton section, 5 AAC 09.350 closed waters.
Thank you. Would the proposer like to speak to this proposal? Would anyone from the public like to make some comments? Please come forward and state your name for the record.
Fred Brankovich, Bristol Bay Fishermen's Association. This proposal with that line swing on there is taking, would take some more area, and we have an RC 114 that we put in. And I would like to say just one more thing is, I understand these are, have been dropped, but our associates spend a lot of time, with these, and we spend a lot of effort coming up here to protect our area. So I don't mean to take up too much of your time, but it's important stuff to us.
Thank you, Fred. We agree, and that's why we're going to run through each of these proposals individually and give everyone an opportunity to comment. Additional comments for proposal 125. Member Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do think these were put in for a reason, but they see the time that's been involved in all the other proposals, and they're trying to get out of here just as fast as we are. So I think that's one of the reasons they probably withdrew these proposals. They weren't put them in as a bargaining chip. So that's all I have to say, Madam Chair. Sorry.
Thank you. Seeing no other additional comments for proposal 125, we'll move to proposal 126, and I will note that there is not an RC to withdraw this, so this proposal, feel free.
Proposal 126, amend closed waters to change the boundary line in the outer Port Huyton section, 5 AAC 09.350 closed waters, and 5 AAC 09.369 Northern District Salmon Fisheries Management Plan.
Thank you. Would the proposer like to speak to this proposal? Please come forward, state your name for the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Mitch Siebert, Bristol Bay fisherman and chairman of the Lower Bristol Bay Advisory Committee. I submitted RC 183. If you have it before you, I won't have to read it, but if you'd like me to read it, I'll go on with other issues.
We have the RC information, so feel free to just bring forward new information. Thank you.
Thank you. Historically, before the 80s, harvest in the North Peninsula was an average of 1 million sockeye up until the economics of the price of salmon went up and it became more popular, got more use out of it. And now the average is 2.5 million sockeye. And if you factor in the interception numbers of other migrating stocks from now North Peninsula, it's still only a 1 million fish harvest of the North Peninsula stocks. So the dispersed management is a good way to manage, but it can be tightened up to improve it with a little more direct fishing on local stocks instead of targeting other stocks, preferably over their own. Continued over escapement, that's got a debate. Some people could use the numbers and make it sound like it's no big deal. But it can be a big deal, especially if continuously age classes become younger. It's not the perfect science, but that was the first idea, and then other issues come up with that. And also, by allowing this the upper end of escapement and over escapement every year, you create an environment in the lakes that has more predators. So if, like trout and other egg eaters, and by making it a smaller age class, they can't defend their eggs as good because they're just as big as a trout. So our proposal, if implemented, and it makes a dent in the meshic stocks and you get above your curves and you have to move south, where the dispersed management is a good, with WASP studies, the percentage of the North Peninsula stocks are really what they're after. But in the Port Haydn section, it's not so. Like I reiterate, I see RC 200 suggests more time, and with the genetic studies of the two entities that did them, it points to the north section of it is not doing a good job by fishing up there, especially when half the fleet's waiting for their turn. So to give them more time, maybe substitute language would be to make sure you have your net out in the district if you're going to be in this district, so you could harvest the local stocks instead of targeting Bristol Bay stocks instead. This proposal, if it works, I mean, I believe it would. When the WASP study was done in the Port Haydn section, from WASP, it wasn't as confident numbers in the Port Haydn section as it was further south, but it had credibility, so they put it up there.
Let's see if any board questions for you at this point. Did you have some final remarks with Proposal 126?
Yes, yeah. Also, the chum salmon in the Port Haydn district, as in the RC 200 to find in Herring Bay, it's the same thing in the Port Haydn section. Their catch doesn't reflect with the chums that they are catching Port Haydn stocks.
Okay.
Oh, and am I getting long-winded? I'm really sorry.
No, it's, the board's received, so if you're going to reference RCs, the board's had time to review RCs and will continue to, but if you have new information specific to the proposals, please feel free to bring that forward.
I think I'm good. I don't want to bore the board, and I think you understand everything. Oh, I had one more issue. Market.
Please refrain from referring to anybody by name.
No, the market.
Oh, the market,
okay.
I'm sorry.
Is best selling point is best managed fisheries in the world. If we lose that, we lose the other certs from Monterey Bay Aquarium. And without them, Bristol Bay stocks are dead in Europe. And then maybe if it gets going big enough, it will create a groundswell to boycott Alaska fish. So I just want to let you know that as you're the stewards at this time, and that could possibly happen in the fur industry and stuff. So I'm not pointing no fingers. I was just trying to say that so you can't keep having Chigniks and Nelson Lagoons and the Yukon Kuskokwim and expect to keep that badge of, you understand, I'm done, I'll get out of your way. Thank you very much.
Well, I appreciate that. Let's see if you have any board questions for you. And don't see any. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Take another comment for 126 here. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Robert Iano. And I'm going to talk about the overlap area and a little bit of history. I think you're all familiar with it. In 1990, the board made a decision to eliminate outer Port Haydn and the Ilnik section to Area T permit holders, and eliminated the outer Port Haydn to Area M permit holders. That stood for about 17 years. The reason behind that was there was actually an agreement between the drifters of Area T and Area M. And the reason behind it was as people increased their equipment and were able to move further away, there was a northern migration and there was a southern migration with Bristol Bay permit holders. So the compromise was we would close outer Port Haydn to put a buffer zone between Area T and Area M, and gave up the Ilnik section. The irony of this, in 2007, when the board opened outer Port Haydn, there wasn't a proposal to do it. There was a proposal from a Bristol Bay person to close outer Port Haydn, which was closed. The board took that proposal and opened outer Port Haydn. My point is, Area T permit holders haven't come back and asked to be put back in outer Port Haydn or outer Ilnik. So I think what they're asking here is a pretty reasonable ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Any board questions? Thank you. Please come forward, state your name for the record.
My name is Warren Gibbons. Mr. Siebert allowed me to hook a ride on his Proposal 126, and I've submitted RC 205, which will basically put another tool in the box for the Ugashik area manager to gain some relief when escapements to the Ugashik River system lag. Currently, his only option when escapement is lagging in Ugashik is to bring Igigik into the 110 line, which I leave it to your imagination what kind of chaos that would create. With this vehicle of closing or bringing the Igigik line in, it also allows the commissioner to then restrict fishing in the Ilnik section and the outer Port Haydn section. And that is 5 AAC 09369, item L and item J, Bravo. What this RC puts forward is an attempt to allow the Ugashik manager to limit fishing in the outer Port Haydn section. Should there be an escapement concern in Ugashik, allowing him to limit outer Port Haydn fishing without closing down Igigik.
We'll see if there's any board questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yep, thank you. Fritz, please come forward, state your name for the record.
Fritz Johnson, Bristol Bay Drifter. I'd just like to tag on to what Mr. Gibbons said about this RC 205. In the event that Ugashik escapement falls short, sometimes it seems it would be better to be able to use a scalpel rather than a machete to allow some restrictions on outer Port Heiden to increase escapement in Ugashik without turning loose the entire fleet from Igigik that's going to have to fill in somewhere else, typically Ugashik. Anyway, but I do support his addition to Mr. Siebert's proposal. So thank you.
Thank you. Board questions? Thank you, Fritz.
For the record, Tom Wooding. I just want to remind the board that the OPH section is only open 2.5 days per week. The department hasn't allowed us to go in there more than 2.5 days. It's one of the reasons why there's excess escapement, probably because you can't go in there long enough to do it. And that's mainly probably for to not catch Ugashik stocks, as many Ugashik stocks, but they did let us harvest, Mesic stocks, and when we started to go in there, you could see the harvest rates went up after we were allowed to fish in that area.
Board questions? Thank you, Tom.
Thanks.
Right, I'll probably do this as were you coming? Please come forward, state your name for the record.
Luke Peterson, Bristol Bay Fishermen's Association. We support the language in RC 205.
Thank you. All right, we'll bring you up for the last comment on proposal 126. Sir, were you wanting to speak on proposal 126?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record real quick.
For the record, my name is Ralph Zimmon. I've heard a lot of good testimony here, but one thing I haven't heard, although there may be a limited amount of time, et cetera, like that, nothing's being focused on the fact, how effective are the fleets that are fishing? It doesn't take very long, my experience in my end of the country. You can have a boat that can carry 30, 40,000 pounds, and if you got a whole slew of them. So I just want to make a real brief. Earlier I heard something said that erring in the side of conservation. And I'm one of those people, so I just want to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this will be our last comment for proposal 126. Mark, please state your name for the record.
Mark McNeely. Yeah, OPH is only open 2.5 days, and then it goes immediately to Ilnik, where it remains open until OPH is opened back up for another 2.5 days, and it just continues week after week. Thank you.
Thank you. Department, please read proposal 127 into the record.
Proposal 127, amend fishing seasons to allow more commercial fishing time in the Caribou Flats section, 5 AAC 09.310 fishing seasons.
Thank you. The board's received RC 163 withdrawing support for this proposal, but would anyone like to speak to it briefly? Seeing none, moving on to proposal 128.
Proposal 128, amend gillnet specifications and operations to reduce commercial salmon harvest in the North Peninsula using gillnet depth reductions. 5 AAC 09.331 gillnet specifications and operations.
Going to ask if the proposer wanted to speak to this, or is that part of your group, Mark?
No, I'm Mark McNeely, Nelson Lagoon. No, half our crew is sick, cold, something going on there. But Angie wanted me to say a couple of words. 128 was put in there, the Bear River used to be 45 meshes, and going to 70 meshes changed a bit of a dynamic. The nets are deeper, they drag the bottom more, and you need to go much farther off the beach before your net hits bottom. when your net hits bottom, you have a tendency to hang up more. You slow the net down, and the deeper nets act like an anchor. So when the wind's blowing and these guys have to hang on the end of their net, they can't just hang on the net for long periods of time. They will eventually get blown out to closed waters or get blown onto the beach if the net was shallower. Thank you.
Board questions? Thank you, Mark. Additional comments, Proposal 128. Please come forward, state your name for the record.
Chris Clemens, Madam Chair. I submitted RC 199 about the monetary effects of 128. Much more accurate numbers. I made phone calls around, and if you want to look at those, that'd be great.
Board questions? Seeing none, thank you. Please come forward, state your name for the record.
Gusty Washley, my name is Gusty Washley, referring to RC 199. The RAM fleet will probably already have to buy new web for their gear anyway each year. I mean, I do in Bristol Bay. And Alaska Net is not the only place to buy web. I mean, you can get online multiple places. I don't think there'll be a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any board questions? Seeing none, state your name for the record.
Patrick Springer. Just briefly, just the comment that gentleman just said. It takes typically 6 months to get web. I don't know how many people have actually looked into that, to how difficult it is. So having a proposal that we would need to restrict, cut our nets to 45 meshes would be an impossibility. And then to have to hang all new gear, it's not a simple task. I just want to put that in for the record. Thank you.
Appreciate that. No board questions. Thank you.
Mark McNeely, Nelson Lagoon. I cut my net all the time. I cut it, I make, take a 70s and get a 29 out of that very easy. As far as cutting it down to 45, that would be no problem. Takes a little time. You cut it to where you don't have to rehang the cork line, and all you're hanging is a lead line. Thank you.
Thank you. Wrapping up comments, please state your name for the record.
Mickey Sharp, Twin Hills, fish out of Togak Bay, and we're the only mess we use is 29. Personally, I cut my nets in half, and that's all I use back home. I mean, I'm still kind of shocked about that 75. It's just, I can't imagine that.
Thank you for your comments.
Gusty Washley again. I hang my nets every year. It does not take that long. It is easy.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and wrap up comments for Proposal 128, Department 129.
Proposal 129, amend gillnet specifications and operations to allow monofilament web in the Northern District Commercial Salmon Set Gillnet Fishery. 5 AAC 09.331, gillnet specifications and operations.
Thank you. Would the proposer like to speak to their proposal? Please come forward, state your name for the record.
Connor Murphy, Area M Set Netter. I have new information on this, but it's been a, kind of a constant problem within the past few years, and other areas have adopted monofilament with Kodiak in 2020, so I just hope the board can give us the flexibility to do that as well.
Thank you. I don't see any board questions for you. Additional comments, Proposal 129.
Mark McNeely, Nelson Lagoon. Nelson Lagoon ACE is opposed to this. We think it sets bad precedent. Certainly more salmon would keep the net clean. We have a similar issue in Nelson Lagoon, and when you get fish, it cleans the net.
Thank you very much. Seeing no, Fritz, you're going to be our last one for Proposal 129.
Fritz Johnson, Bristol Bay Drifter. This concerns me. I have no idea what the catch rate may, differ between, standard webbing and monofilament. But I think one of the guidelines or finding that the Board of Fish has accepted is the idea that intercept fisheries new ones ought not be encouraged or expanded. If there's a higher catch rate, by monofilament gear, it's conceivable that, this may be in effect expanding or a intercept fishery. So just a quick thought. Thank you.
Questions from the board? Member Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can almost guarantee you from personal experience that you don't double your catch because you have a monofilament net. Actually, it stays about the same in my experience.
Okay.
Just a
Thanks.
comment.
Thank you for your thoughts, Mr. Jensen.
Thank you. Connor, would you have a final comment?
Connor Murphy, Area M Senator. I just want to make sure the board's aware I've submitted RC 75, I believe, and it's a ADF&G study. It's an excerpt of it, and the abstract, says there's no CPUE difference on sockeye salmon with monofilament gear. So just to ease concerns with efficiencies of monofilament gear.
Thank you very much. Seeing no additional comments, that concludes Committee of the Whole, Group 5, the North Alaska Peninsula Salmon, and I'll pass the gavel back to Chairwoman Carlson Van Dort.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Appreciate you diligently taking us through that group. And I just want to say for the record, it was not my intent to, be disrespectful to anybody coming up here. I just was trying to save the trip if there was the same comment being offered. So my apologies in that space. Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As scheduled presently, the state is going to be, hopefully that we're going to be leaving tomorrow, so I will no longer have a room after noon tomorrow. With that in mind, there is an RC 201, which is addressing the issue of OEG for Black Lake and for Chignik Lake. My real quick reading of it, and I want to stress real quick reading of it, is that it'll be probably unable to be accomplished as written. And if anybody is intending going forward with the OEG concept, that they sit it down with staff right now, so I'm not sitting here for 3 or 4 hours tomorrow while they draft language. And I guess my patience level tomorrow is going to be real low, particularly if I don't have a room to sleep in.
Noted, Mr. Wood. We're going to do our best. Sometimes it takes time. Any additional discussion from the board tonight? Mr. Jensen?
I'm in the same frame of mind as Mr. Wood. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, no, it goes without saying, but we will say it again, just to reiterate. If there is substitute language that needs to be worked on, please do it tonight, not in the morning. Don't show up at 8:15 and expect that we're going to do a ton of work on substitute language. We do need to be out of here tomorrow. We need to wrap this meeting up. We want to do our due diligence, but I highly encourage folks to do the work tonight so that things can move a little faster tomorrow. So with that being said, we will begin deliberations on Group 4 and 5 tomorrow morning at 8:30, including the action plans and including the postponed Proposal 130, which will come along with the proposals in Group 4. All right, any questions? All right, we'll see you tomorrow at 8:30. Thanks.